Totila now led his whole army against Rome, and establishing himself there, entered upon a siege. Belisarius had selected 3,000 men noted for their vigour and appointed them to garrison Rome, placing in command of them Diogenes, one of his own spearmen, a man of unusual discretion and an able warrior. Consequently, a long time was consumed in the blockade, for the besieged on their part showed themselves, thanks to their extraordinary valour, a match for the entire Gothic army, while Diogenes was ever keeping a strict watch that no one should approach the wall to damage it. Furthermore, he sowed grain in all parts of the city inside the circuit wall, and so brought it about that they had not the least shortage of food. Many times indeed the barbarians attempted to storm the fortifications and make trial of the circuit wall, but they were always repulsed, being driven back from the wall by the valour of the Romans. They did, however, capture Portus and thereafter held Rome under close siege. Such was the course of these events. As soon as the emperor saw Belisarius returned to Byzantium, he began to make plans for sending another commander with an army against the Goths and Totila. And if he had actually carried out this idea, I believe that, with Rome still under his power and the soldiers in it saved for him and enabled to unite with the relieving force from Byzantium, he would have overcome his opponents in the war. But in fact, after first selecting Liberius, one of the patricians from Rome, and ordering him to make himself ready, he later, perhaps because some other business claimed his attention, lost interest in the matter. After the siege of Rome had continued for a long time, some of the Isaurians who were keeping guard at the gate, which bears the name of Paul the Apostle, men nursing a grievance because for many years nothing had been paid them by the emperor, and observing at the same time that those Isaurians who had previously surrendered Rome to the Goths had become the proud possessors of vast sums of money, very secretly opened negotiations with Totila and agreed to hand over the city, and a definite day was appointed for the transaction. So when the appointed day was come, Totila contrived the following plan. He launched in the Tiber River during the first watch of the night 2 long boats, placing on them men who understood the use of the trumpet. He commanded to row straight across the Tiber, and when they came close to the circuit wall to sound the trumpets there with all their might. Meanwhile, he himself was holding the Gothic army in readiness close to the above-mentioned gate, which bears the name of the Apostle Paul, unobserved by the enemy, and reasoning that, if any of the Roman army should succeed in escaping from the city, as they well might under the cover of darkness, they would go to Centum Cellae, for no other fortress was left to them anywhere among the towns of that region. So he decided to guard the road leading thither by means of some ambuscades of warlike men, to whom he gave instructions to destroy the fugitives. So the men in the boats, upon getting near the city, immediately made use of their troops, as they had been instructed to do. Thereupon the Romans were thunderstruck, and falling into great fear and confusion, suddenly abandoned, for no sufficient reason, their several posts, and hastened on the run to give assistance at that point, supposing that the attempt was directed against that part of the wall. The Isaurians who were betraying the city remained alone at their posts, and they opened the gates at their leisure, and received the enemy into the city. And there was great slaughter of those who fell into the hands of the enemy there, though many of them made off in flight through other gates. But those who went towards Centum Cellae got into the ambuscades and perished. However, a few of them did escape with difficulty, Diogenes too, they say, being among them, and securing his safety though wounded. Now there was in the Roman army one named Paulus, a Cilician by birth, who at first had been in charge of the household of Belisarius, but later went with the army to Italy in command of a cavalry troop, and had been appointed with Diogenes to command the garrison of Rome. This Paulus, during the capture of the city at that time, rushed with 400 horsemen into the tomb of Hadrian, and seized the bridge leading to the church of the Apostle Peter. And while it was still dawn, and a little daylight was about to appear, the Gothic army assailed these men, but they withstood their enemy most vigorously where they were, and gained the upper hand. Indeed, They slew large numbers of the barbarians, seeing they were in a great throng and huddled together. When Totila saw this, he stopped the fighting immediately and commanded the Goths quietly to blockade their enemy, thinking that he would capture the men by starvation. Consequently, Paulus and the 400 passed that day without food and bivouacked during the night in the same condition. On the following day, however, they resolved to use some of the horses for food, but a feeling of reluctance, owing to the unusual nature of this food, prevented them until late afternoon, although exceedingly hard-pressed by hunger. At that time, after long deliberation among themselves, and after exhorting one another to boldness, they came to the conclusion that the better course for them was to end their lives then and there by a glorious death. In fact, their decision was to make a sudden rush upon the enemy, to kill as many of them as each man could, and thus each and every one of them was to meet his death valiantly. Accordingly, they rushed suddenly into each other's arms and kissed one another's cheeks, holding their friends in a last embrace on the point of death, intending one and all to perish forthwith. But Totila, observing this, began to fear that men who were setting their faces towards death, having now no further hope as regards safety, would inflict irreparable harm upon the Goths. He therefore sent to them and offered them a choice of two alternatives, either to leave their horses and arms there, take an oath not again to fight against the Goths, and thus to depart for Byzantium without experiencing any harm, or on the other hand, to keep their own possessions and fight thereafter in the Gothic army, enjoying full and complete equality with the Goths. These proposals were heard gladly by the Romans, and at first, to be sure, all were for choosing to go to Byzantium, but later, being ashamed to make their withdrawal on foot and without arms, and dreading also that they would fall into some ambuscades on the homeward journey, and thus be destroyed, and bearing a grudge furthermore, because the Roman state owed them pay for a long period, they all mingled voluntarily with the Gothic army, except indeed that Paulus and one of the Isaurians, Mindes by name, came before Totila and prayed him to send them to Byzantium, for they stated that they had children and wives in their native land, and apart from these they were unable to live, and Totila received the request of these men with favour, believing that they were speaking the truth, and he released them after presenting them with travelling money and sending an escort with them. There were others also of the Roman army, those namely who had chanced to take refuge in the sanctuaries of the city, about 300 in number, who received pledges and went over to Totila. As for Rome itself, Totila was unwilling thereafter either to dismantle or to abandon it. Instead, he decided to establish in residence there both Goths and Romans, not only members of the Senate, but also all the others, for the following reason. Not long before this, Totila had sent to the ruler of the Franks and requested him to give his daughter in marriage. But the Frankish king spurned his request, declaring that Totila neither was nor ever would be the king of Italy, seeing that after capturing Rome, he had been utterly unable to hold it, but after tearing down a portion of it, had let it fall again into the hands of his enemy. Consequently, he made haste, on the present occasion, to convey supplies into the city, and gave orders to rebuild as quickly as possible everything which he himself had pulled down and destroyed by fire when he captured Rome at the previous time. Then he summoned the members of the Roman Senate, and all the others whom he had under guard in Campania, and after witnessing the horse races there, he made ready his whole army, intending to make an expedition against Sicily. At the same time, too, he put his 400 warships in readiness for sea fighting, as well as a very considerable fleet of large ships which had been sent thither from the east by the emperor, and which he, during all this time, had had the fortune to capture with both crews and cargoes. He also sent a Roman named Stephanus as an envoy to the emperor, requesting him to put an end to the war and make a treaty with the Goths, with the understanding that they should fight as allies when he should go against his other enemies. The Emperor Justinian would not permit the envoy even to come into his presence, nor did he pay the least attention to a thing that he said. When Totila heard this, he again set about making preparations for the war, and it seemed to him advisable first to make trial of Centum Cellae, and then to proceed against Sicily. Now the garrison there was at that time commanded by Diogenes the guardsman of Belisarius, and he had a sufficient force under him. So the Gothic army, upon reaching Centum Cellae, made camp close to the circuit wall and commenced a siege. And Totila sent envoys to Diogenes and challenged him and his soldiers, if it was their wish to reach a decision by battle with the Goths, to fall in with them at all speed. He also advised them to entertain no hope whatever that further reinforcements from the emperor would reach them, for Justinian, he said, was unable any longer to carry on this war against the Goths. If anyone could be a reasonable judge on these things which had taken place at Rome for such a long period, they would see this. He accordingly offered them the privilege of choosing whichever of two alternatives they wished, either to mingle with the Gothic army on terms of complete equality, or to depart from the city without suffering any harm, and betake themselves to Byzantium. But the Romans and Diogenes declared that it was not their wish either to fight a decisive battle or, on the other hand, to mingle with the Gothic army, because they would find it impossible to live apart from their children and their wives. And as for the city over which they were keeping guard, they were quite unable for the present to surrender it with any plausible excuse, since they had in fact not even a pretext for doing so at that time, particularly if they wished to present themselves before the emperor. They did, however, beg him to defer the matter for a time, in order that they might during that interval report the situation to the emperor, and in case no relief should come to them from him in the meantime, they then finally might quit the city. Thus they would surrender the city to the Goths, while they, for their part, would not be without justification in leaving it. This was approved by Totila, and a definite day was agreed upon. Then 30 men were given as hostages by each side to make this agreement binding, and the Goths broke up the siege and proceeded on their way to Sicily. But when they came to Rhegium, they did not cross the strait there, until they had made trial of the fortress of that city. Now the garrison there was commanded by Thurimuth and Himerus, whom Belisarius had appointed to that post, and since they had under them a large force of excellent men, they not only repulsed the enemy when he attacked the wall, but also made a sally and gained the advantage in combat. Later, however, since they were far outnumbered by their opponents, they were shut up inside the circuit wall and remained quiet. So Totila left a portion of the Gothic army there to guard the place, expecting that at a later time they would capture the Roman garrison through failure of the food supply. Meanwhile, he sent an army against Tarentum and took over the fortress there with no difficulty. Likewise, the Goths whom he had left in the land of Picenum also took the city of Ariminium at that time, for it was betrayed to them. When the Emperor Justinian heard this, he formed the purpose of appointing his nephew Germanus commander-in-chief to carry on the war against the Goths and Totila, and he directed him to make ready. Now when the report of this reached Italy, the Goths became very deeply concerned, for the reputation of Germanus happened to be a favourable one among all men. The Romans, on the other hand, straightway became confident one and all, and the soldiers of the Emperor's army began to meet danger and hardship much more courageously. The Emperor, for some unknown reason, changed his mind and decided to appoint to the post Liberius, a Roman, whom I have mentioned in the preceding narrative, in place of Germanus, and Liberius did in fact make preparations with all possible speed, and it was expected that he would sail away immediately with an army, but again the Emperor changed his mind, and consequently he too remained quiet. It was about this time that Verus, with a band of excellent warriors, whom he had gathered together, came to an engagement not far from the city of Ravenna with the Goths, who were in Picenum, and he not only lost many of his followers, but was also killed himself after showing himself a brave man in the encounter. At about this time an army of Sclaveni amounting to not more than 3,000 crossed the Ister River without encountering any opposition, advanced immediately to the Hebrus River, which they crossed without difficulty, and then split into two parts. Now the one section of them contained 1,800 men, while the other comprised the remainder, and although the two sections were thus separated from each other, the commanders of the Roman army, upon engaging with them both in Illyricum and in Thrace, were defeated unexpectedly, and some of them were killed on the field of battle, while others saved themselves by a disorderly flight. Now after all the generals had fared thus at the hands of the two barbarian armies, though they were far inferior to the Roman forces in number, one section of the enemy engaged with Aspardus. This man was a guard of the Emperor Justinian, since he served among the Candidati, as they are called, and he was also commander of the cavalry escort which from ancient times have been stationed at Tusarallum, the fortress in Thrace, a numerous body of the best troops. These two the Sclaveni routed with no trouble, and they slew the most of them in a most disgraceful flight. They also captured Asbardus, and for the moment made him a prisoner, but afterwards they burned him by casting him into a fire, having first flayed strips from the man's back. Having accomplished these things, they turned to plunder all of the towns, both of Thrace and of Illyricum, in comparative security, and both armies captured many fortresses by siege, though they never had any previous experience in attacking city walls, nor did they dare to cross the open plain, since these barbarians had never in fact even attempted to overrun the land of the Romans. Indeed, it appears that they have never in all time crossed the Ister River with an army before the occasion which I have just mentioned. Then those who had defeated Asbardus plundered everything in order as far as the sea, and captured by storm a city on the coast named Topirus, though it had a garrison of soldiers. This is the first of the coast towns of Thrace, and is 12 days' journey distant from Byzantium, and the manner in which it was captured was the following. The most of them concealed themselves in the rough ground which lay before the fortifications, while some few went near the gate, which is toward the east, and began to harass the Romans at the battlements. Then the soldiers keeping guard there, supposing that they were no more than those who were seen, immediately seized their arms, and one and all sallied forth against them, whereupon the barbarians began to withdraw to the rear, making it appear to their assailants that they were moving off in retreat because they were thoroughly frightened by them, and the Romans, being drawn into the pursuit, found themselves at a considerable distance from the fortifications. Then the men in ambush rose from their hiding places, and, proceeding themselves behind the pursuers, made it no longer possible for them to enter the city. Furthermore, those who had seemed to be in flight turned about, and thus the Romans now came to be exposed to attacks on two sides. Then the barbarians, after destroying these to the last man, assaulted the fortifications. But the inhabitants of the city, deprived as they were of the support of the soldiers, found themselves in a very difficult situation. Yet even so, they warded off the assailants as well as the circumstances permitted, and at first they resisted successfully by heating oil and pitch until it was very hot, and pouring it down on those who were attacking the wall, and the whole population joined in, hurling stones upon them, and thus came not very far from repelling the danger. But finally the barbarians overwhelmed them by the multitude of their missiles, and forced them to abandon the battlements, whereupon they placed ladders against the fortifications, and so captured the city by storm. Then they slew all the men immediately, to the number of 15,000, took all the valuables as plunder, and reduced the children and women to slavery. Before this, however, they had spared no age, but both these and the other group, since the time when they fell upon the land of the Romans, had been killing all who fell in their way, young and old alike, so that the whole land inhabited by the Illyrians and Thracians came to be everywhere filled with unburied corpses. Now they killed their victims, not with sword or spear, nor in any other accustomed manner, but by planting very firmly in the earth stakes, which they had made exceedingly sharp, and seating the poor wretches on these with great violence, drove the point of the stakes between the buttocks, and pulled it up into the intestines. Thus did they see fit to destroy them. These barbarians also had a way of planting 4 thick stakes very deep in the ground, and after binding the feet and hands of the captives to these, they would then assiduously beat them over the head with clubs, killing them like dogs or snakes or any other animal. Others they would imprison in their huts, together with their cattle and sheep, those, of course, which they were utterly unable to take with them to their native haunts, and then they would set fire to the huts without mercy. Thus did the Sclavani consistently destroy those who fell in their way. But from this time onwards, both these and those of the other group, being as it were drunk with the great quantity of blood they had shed, saw fit to make prisoners of some who fell into their hands, and consequently they were taking with them countless thousands of prisoners, when they all departed on the homeward way. After this the Goths assaulted the fortress of Rhegium, but the besieged continued to defend themselves very vigorously, and so repulsed them, and Thurimuth was always conspicuous for the deeds of heroism which he performed in fighting them. But Totila discovered that the besieged were in want of provisions, and so he contented himself with leaving a portion of his army there to keep guard, in order of course that the enemy might not carry in anything thereafter, but might be compelled by lack of necessities to surrender themselves and the fortress to the Goths. He himself meanwhile crossed over to Sicily with the rest of the army, and delivered an attack on the wall of Messana. And Dementiolus, the nephew of Buses, who was in command of the Romans there, encountered him before the fortifications, and in the engagement which followed he was not unsuccessful, but he went back into the city and remained quiet, spending the time guarding the place. The Goths, however, since no one came out against them, plundered practically the whole of Sicily, and the Romans besieged in Rhegium, commanded by Thurimuth and Himerus, as I have said, seeing their provisions had failed completely, came to terms and surrendered themselves and the fortress to the enemy. When the emperor heard of these things, he gathered a fleet and embarked on these ships a very considerable army formed from infantry detachments, and appointing Liberius commander over them, ordered him to sail with all speed for Sicily, and to put forth all his power to save the island. But he very speedily repented having appointed Liberius commander of the fleet, for he was an extremely old man and without experience in deeds of war. Then he absolved Artabanes from all the charges against him, and appointing him general of the forces in Thrace, straightway sent him to Sicily, providing him with an army of no great size, but instructing him to take over the fleet commanded by Liberius, since he was summoning Liberius to Byzantium. But as commander-in-chief in the war against Totila and the Goths, he appointed Germanus, his own nephew. To him he gave an army of no great size, but he provided him with a considerable amount of money, and directed him to gather a very formidable army from Thrace and Illyricum, and then to set forth with great speed for Italy. And he further instructed him to take with him to Italy both Philomath and Eurilion, with his troops, and his own son-in-law John, the nephew of Vitilian, for John, as general of the forces in Illyricum, was stationed there. There a great ambition took possession of Germanus to achieve for himself the overthrow of the Goths, in order that it might be his fortune to recover for the Roman Empire both Libya and Italy. For in the case of Libya, at any rate, he had been sent there by the emperor at the time when Stotzas had established his tyranny, and was already holding the power of Libya more securely, and he had exceeded all expectations by defeating the rebels in battle, put an end to the tyranny, and once more recovered Libya for the Roman Empire, as I have recounted in the preceding narrative. And now that the affairs of Italy had come to such a pass as I have just described, he naturally wished to win for himself great glory in that field, by showing himself able to recover this too for the emperor. Now his first move, made possible by the fact that his wife, who was named Passara, had died long before, was to marry Matasuntha, the daughter of Amalsuntha, and granddaughter of Theodoric, since Witigis had already passed from the world. For he cherished the hope that, if the woman should be with him in the army, the Goths would probably be ashamed to take up arms against her, calling to mind the rule of Theodoric and Atalaric. Then, by expending great sums of money, part of which he furnished unstintingly from his own resources, he easily succeeded, contrary to expectations, in raising a great army out of very warlike men in a short space of time. For among the Romans, on the one hand, the experienced fighters in many cases ignored the officers to whom they belonged as spearmen and guards, and followed Germanus. These came not only from Byzantium, but also from the towns of Thrace and Illyricum as well, his sons Justinus and Justinian having displayed great zeal in this matter, for he had enrolled some from the cavalry detachments which were stationed in Thrace, with the emperor's permission. The barbarians also, on the other hand, who had their homes near the Ister River, kept coming in great numbers, attracted by the fame of Germanus, and upon receiving large sums of money, these mingled with the Roman army, and other barbarians too kept flocking to his standard, collected from the whole world. Furthermore, the ruler of the Lombards made ready 1,000 heavily armed soldiers, and promised to send them right speedily. When these things were reported in Italy, with such additions as rumour customarily makes as it spreads among men, the Goths were both frightened and perplexed at the same time, being faced as they were with the necessity of making war upon the race of Theodoric. But those Roman soldiers who chanced to be fighting unwillingly in the ranks of the Goths sent a messenger to Germanus, with orders to state to him that, as soon as they should see him arrive in Italy, and his army actually encamped, they too without any hesitation would certainly array themselves with his troops. All these things brought fresh courage to the detachments of the Emperor's army in Ravenna and whatever other cities chanced to be left in their hands, and being now filled with the highest hopes, they were determined to guard the towns rigorously for the Emperor. Nay, more, all those who under Verus or other leaders had previously engaged with the enemy and had escaped after being defeated in battle by their opponents, and were now dispersed and wandering about, each man wherever chance led him, all these, as soon as they learned that Germanus was on his way, gathered in a body in Istria, and there remained quiet, awaiting this army. Just at this time Totila sent to Centum Cellae, for the time agreed upon, as touching this town, had arrived, and commanded Diogenes to surrender the city in accordance with the agreement. Diogenes, however, said that he personally no longer had authority to do this, for he had heard that Germanus had been appointed commander-in-chief to carry on the war, and was not far away with his army. And he added that in regard to the hostages, it was his desire to receive back on the one hand their own, and on the other, to return those furnished by the Goths. Then, after dismissing the messengers, he turned his attention to the defences of the city, expecting Germanus and the army with him. Such was the course of these events, and the winter drew to its close, and the 15th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. But while Germanus was collecting and organising his army in Sardis, the city of Illyricum, and making all the necessary preparations for war, with the greatest of thoroughness, a throng of Sclaveni, such as never before was known, arrived on Roman soil, having crossed the Ister River and come to the vicinity of Nisus. Now some few of these had scattered from their army and, wandering about the country there alone, were captured by certain of the Romans and made prisoners, and the Romans questioning them as to why this particular army of the Sclaveni had crossed the Ister, and what they had in mind to accomplish, and they stoutly declared that they had come with the intention of capturing by siege both Thessalonica itself and the cities around it. When the emperor heard this, he was greatly agitated, and straightway wrote to Germanus directing him to postpone for the moment his expedition to Italy, and defend Thessalonica and the other cities, and to repel the invasion of the Sclaveni with all his power. So Germanus, for his part, devoted himself to this problem, but the Sclaveni, upon learning definitely from their captives that Germanus was in Sardis, began to be afraid, for Germanus had a great reputation among these particular barbarians for the following reason. During the reign of Justinian, the uncle of Germanus, the Ante, who dwell close to the Sclaveni, had crossed the Ister River with a great army and invaded the Roman domain. Now the emperor had not long before this, as it happened, appointed Germanus general of all Thrace. He accordingly engaged with the hostile army, defeated them decisively in battle, and killed practically all of them. And Germanus, as a result of this achievement, had covered himself with great glory in the estimation of all men, including these same barbarians. Consequently, on account of their dread of him, as I have said, and also because they supposed that he was conducting a very formidable force, seeing that he was being sent by the emperor against Totilia and the Goths, the Sclaveni immediately turned aside from their march on Thessalonica, and no longer dared to descend to the plain, but they crossed over all the mountain ranges of Illyricum and so came into Dalmatia. Germanus accordingly paid no further attention to them, and issued orders to the entire army to prepare for marching, intending to commence the journey thence to Italy in 2 days. But by some chance it so befell that he was taken sick and abruptly reached the term of life. Thus did Germanus suddenly pass away, a man endowed with the finest qualities and remarkable for his activity. For in war, on the one hand, he was not only a most able general, but also resourceful and independent in action, while in peace and prosperity, on the other hand, as well, he understood how to uphold with all firmness both the laws and the institutions of the state. As a judge he was conspicuously upright, while in private life he made loans of large sums of money to all who requested it, never so much as speaking of taking interest from them. Both in the palace and in the marketplace he was a man of very impressive personality and exceedingly serious demeanour, while in his daily home life he was a pleasant, open-hearted and charming host. He would not permit, as far as his strength allowed, any offence in the palace against established laws, nor did he ever share either in the purpose or in the conversations of the conspirators in Byzantium, though many even of those in power went so far in their unnatural conduct. Such then was the course of these events. The emperor was deeply moved by this misfortune, and commanded John, the nephew of Vitilian, and son-in-law of Germanus, in company with Justinian, one of the 2 sons of that man to lead this army into Italy. So they set out on the way to Dalmatia, intending to pass the winter in Salone, since it seemed to them impossible at that season to make the circuit of the Gulf, as they would be obliged to do in travelling into Italy, for it was impossible for them to ferry across since they had no ships. Meanwhile, Liberius, not having as yet learned anything of the Emperor's change of purpose regarding the fleet he commanded, put in at Syracuse while it was under siege by the enemy, and he forced his way through the barbarian lines, sailed into the harbour, and so got inside the fortifications with the whole fleet. Now Artabanes not long after this reached Cephallenia, and finding that Liberius and his army had already put out to sea and departed thence on the way to Sicily, he immediately set out from there and crossed the so-called Adriatic Sea. But when he came near Calabria, he was assailed by a terrific storm, and a head of wind extraordinarily violent, and it so fell out that all the ships were scattered so completely that it appeared that the most of them had been driven on the shore of Calabria and fallen into the hands of the enemy. This, however, was not the case, but they had first been driven apart by the great violence of the wind, then had turned about, heavily buffeted meanwhile by the sea, and had reached the Peloponnese again. As for the other ships, some were lost, and some were saved, according to where chance carried them, but one ship, that in which Artabanes himself was sailing, had its mast broken off by the heavy sea, and yet, after coming to such a degree of danger, was carried by the surge and followed the swell until it came to land at the island of Melita. Thus did it come about, contrary to expectations, that Artabanes was saved. Liberius now found himself unable to make sallies against the besiegers or to fight a decisive battle against them, while at the same time their provisions could not possibly suffice for any considerable time, seeing they were a large force, and so he set sail from there with his troops, and eluding the enemy, withdrew to Panormus. Totila and the Goths meanwhile had plundered practically the whole land of Sicily. They had collected as booty a vast number of horses and other animals, and had stripped the island of grain and all its other crops. These, together with all the treasure, which amounted to a great sum indeed, they loaded on their ships, and then suddenly abandoned the island and returned to Italy, being impelled to do so for the following reason. Not long before this, as it happened, Totila had appointed one of the Romans, Spinus by name, a native of Spoletum, to be his personal adviser. This man was staying in Catana, which was an unwalled town, and by some chance it came about that he fell into the hands of the enemy there. Now Totila, being eager to rescue this man, wished to release to the Romans in his stead a notable's wife, who was his prisoner. But the Romans would not consent to accept a woman in exchange for a man holding the position of questor, as it is called. The man consequently became fearful that he would be destroyed while in hostile hands, and so promised the Romans that he would persuade Totila to depart immediately from Sicily, and cross over to Italy with the whole Gothic army. So they first bound him over by oaths to carry out this promise, and then gave him up to the Goths, receiving the woman in return. He then went before Totila and asserted that the Goths were not consulting their own interests, now that they had plundered practically the whole of Sicily, in remaining there for a few insignificant fortresses, for he declared that he had recently heard, while he was among the enemy, that Germanus, the emperor's nephew, had passed from the world, and that John, his son-in-law, and Justinian, his son, with the whole army collected by Germanus, were already in Dalmatia and would move on from there, after completing their preparations in the briefest time, straight for Liguria, in order obviously to descend suddenly upon the Goths, and make slaves of their women and children, and to plunder all their valuables. And it would be better for the Goths, he said, to be there to meet them, passing the winter meanwhile in safety in the company of their families. For, he went on, If we do this, it will be possible for us at the opening of spring to renew our operations against Sicily free from anxiety and with no thought of an enemy on our minds. Totila was convinced by this suggestion, and so, leaving guards in 4 strongholds, he himself, taking with him the entire booty, crossed over with all the rest of the army to Italy. Such was the course of these events. Now John and the Emperor's army, upon reaching Dalmatia, decided to pass the winter in Salones, purposing to march from there straight to Ravenna after the winter season. But the Sclaveni now reappeared, both those who had previously come into the Emperor's land, as I have recounted above, and others who had crossed the Ister not long afterwards, and joined the first, and they began to overrun the Roman domain with complete freedom. And some indeed entertained the suspicion that Totila had bribed these very barbarians with large gifts of money, and so set them upon the Romans there, with the definite purpose of making it impossible for the Emperor to manage the war against the Goths, because of his preoccupation with these barbarians. But as to whether the Sclaveni were conferring a favour upon Totila, or whether they came there without invitation, I am unable to say. These barbarians did in any case divide themselves into 3 groups and wrought irreparable damage in all Europe, not merely plundering the country by sudden raids, but actually spending the winter as if in their own land, and having no fear of the enemy. Afterwards, however, the Emperor Justinian sent a very considerable army against them, which was led by a number of commanders, including Constantianus, Arratius, Narses, Justinus the son of Germanus, and John, who bore the epithet of the Glutton, but he placed in supreme command over all of them Scholasticus, one of the eunuchs of the palace. This army came upon a part of the barbarians near Adrianople, which is situated in the interior of Thrace, 5 days' journey distant from Byzantium, and the barbarians were unable to proceed further, for they were taking with them a booty which surpassed all reckoning, consisting of men and animals and valuables of every description, so they remained there, eager to come to an engagement with the enemy, but without letting this be known to them in any way. Now the Sclaveni were encamped on the hill which raises there, while the Romans were in the plain not far away. And since a long time was consumed in thus blocking the enemy, the soldiers began to be resentful, and made a great to-do, laying against the generals the charge that while they themselves as commanders of the Roman army had all provisions in abundance, they were paying no heed to the soldiers, to whom the want of absolute necessities was causing hardship, and who were unwilling to engage with the enemy. By these remonstrances, the generals were compelled to join battle with the enemy, and the battle which followed was a fierce one, but the Romans were decisively vanquished. In that battle, many of the best soldiers perished, and the generals came within a little of falling into the hands of the enemy, succeeding only with difficulty in making their escape, with the remnant of the army, and thus saving themselves each as best he could. The standard of Constantianus was also captured by the barbarians, who now moved forward heedless of the Roman army, and they plundered the land of Asiatica, as it is called, without let or hindrance, a place which had not been ravaged since ancient times, and for this reason it turned out that they found there an enormous booty. Thus they devastated a wide expanse of country and came as far as the Long Walls, which are a little more than 1 day's journey distant from Byzantium. But not long afterwards the Roman army, in following up these barbarians, came upon a portion of their force, engaged them suddenly, and turned them to flight. And they not only slew many of the enemy, but also rescued a vast number of Roman captives, and they also found and recovered the standards of Constantianus. But the rest of the barbarians departed on the homeward way with the other booty. The narrative which I have written up to this point has been composed as far as possible on the principle of separating the material into parts which relate severally to the countries in which the different wars took place, and have appeared in every corner of the Roman Empire, but from this point onwards I shall no longer follow this principle of arrangement. For after my writings had appeared before the public, I was no longer able to add to each the events which happened afterwards, but all the later developments in these wars, in the war against the Persians as well, now that I have published the previous parts, will be written down in full in this present narrative, and this, the record which I shall make of these events, will of necessity be composite. Now, all that took place up to the 4th year of the 5-year truce which was made between the Romans and the Persians has already been recounted by me in the previous books. But in the succeeding year, a Persian army in vast numbers invaded the land of Colchis. In command of this army was a Persian, Corianes by name, a man of wide experience in many wars, and a large number of barbarians of the tribe of the Alani followed him as allies. When this army had come to a part of Lazica which is called Mocharesis, they made camp in a suitable position, and remained there. Now there is a river in that place, the Hippis, not a large or navigable stream, but actually passable for both horsemen and foot soldiers, and it was on the right of this that they made their encampment, not along the bank, but at a considerable distance from it. At this point in my narrative, it has seemed to me not impossible to pause for a moment, in order that the geography of Lazica may be clear to those who read this history, and they may know what races of men inhabit that region, so that they may not be compelled to discuss matters which are obscure to them, like men fighting shadows. I shall therefore give an account of the distribution of the peoples who live about the Euxine Sea, as it is called. Not that I am ignorant of these things, being written down by some of the men of earlier times also, but because I believe that not all their statements are accurate. Some of these writers, for example, have stated that the territory of the Trapezuntines is adjoined either by the Sani, who at the present day are called the Tazani, or by the Colchians, calling another people Lazi, who are actually addressed by this name at the present day, and yet neither of these statements is true. For in the first place, the Tazani live at a very great distance from the coast, as neighbours of the Armenians in the interior, and many mountains stand between, which are thoroughly impassable and altogether precipitous, and there is an extensive area always devoid of human habitation, from which it is impossible to climb out, forested heights, and impassable chasms. All these prevent the Tazani from being on the sea. In the second place, it is impossible that the Lazi should not be the Colchians, because they inhabit the banks of the Phasis River, and the Colchians have merely changed their name at the present time to Lazi, just as nations of men and many other things do. But apart from this, a long period of time has elapsed since these accounts, and has brought about constant changes along with the march of events, with the result that many of the conditions which formerly obtained have been replaced by new conditions, because of the migration of nations and successive changes of rulers and of names. These things it has seemed to me very necessary to investigate, not relating the mythological tales about them, nor other antiquated material, nor even telling in what part of the Euxine Sea the poets say Prometheus was bound, for I consider that history is very widely separated from mythology, but stating accurately and in order both the names of each of these places and the facts that apply to them at the present day. The Pontus, then, begins from Byzantium and Chalcedon, and ends at the land of the Colchians. And as one sails into it, the land on the right is inhabited by the Bithynians, and next to them by the Honoritae and the Paphlagonians, who have beside other towns the coast cities of Heraclea and Amastris. Beyond them are the people called Pontici, as far as the city of Trapezus as its boundaries. In that region are a number of towns on the coast, among which are Sinope and Amissus, and close to Amissus is the town called Themyscira, and the river Thermodon, which they say the army of the Amazons originated in. But concerning the Amazons I shall write a little later. From here the territory of the Trapezuntines extends to the village of Susamena, and the place called Rhysium, which is 2 days' journey distant from Trapezus, as one goes towards Lazica along the coast. But now that I have mentioned Trapezus, I must not omit the very strange thing which takes place there, for the honey which is produced in all the places around Trapezus is bitter, this being the only place where it is at variance with its established reputation. On the right of these places rises all the mountains of Tesanica, and beyond them are the Armenians, who are subject to the Romans. Now from these mountains of Tesanica the Boas River descends, a stream which, after passing into innumerable jungles and traversing a mountainous region, flows along by the land of Lazica, and empties into the Euxine Sea, as it is called, but no longer keeping the name of Boas. For when it gets near the sea it loses this name, and thereafter bears another, which it acquires from the character which it now displays. This name, which the natives apply to it for the rest of the course, is a Campsis, and they so name it obviously because it is impossible to force a way through it after it has entered the sea, since it discharges its stream with such force and swiftness, causing a great disturbance of the water before it, that it goes out for a very great distance into the sea, and makes it impossible to coast along at that point. And those who are navigating in that part of the Pontus, whether sailing towards Lazica or even putting out from there, are not able to hold a straight course in their voyage, for they are quite unable to push through the river's current, but they must needs put out to a very great distance into the sea there, going somewhere near the middle of the Pontus, and only in this way can they escape the force of the river's discharge. So much then may be said regarding the Boas River. Beyond Rhysium there is found a territory occupied by independent peoples who live between the Romans and the Lazi, and there is a certain village there named Athenae, not as some suppose because colonists from Athens settled there, but because a certain woman named Athena in early times ruled over the land, and the tomb of this woman is there even to this day. By Athena are Arcabidis and Apsurus, an action city which is about 3 days' journey from Rhysium. This was called Apsurtus in ancient times, having come to be named after the man on account of his catastrophe. For in that place the natives say that Apsyrtus was removed from the world by the plot of Medea and Jason, and that from this circumstance the place received its name, for he died on that spot, and the place was named after him. But an extremely long time has elapsed since these events, while countless generations of men have flourished, and the mere passage of time has thus availed to efface from memory the succession of incidents from which this name arose, and to transform the name of the place to the form in which it appears in the present. There is also a tomb of this Apsyrtus to the east of the city. This was a populous city in ancient times, and a great expanse of wall surrounded it, while it was adorned with a theatre and a hippodrome, and all the rest of those things by which the size of a city is commonly indicated. But at the present time, nothing of these is left, except the foundations of the buildings. It is now clear that one might with good reason wonder at those who assert that the Colchians are adjacent to the Trapezuntines. For on this hypothesis it would appear that after Jason in company with Medea had captured the fleece, he actually did not flee towards Hellas and his own land, but backwards to the Phasis river, and the barbarians in the most remote interior. Now they say that in the time of the Roman Emperor Trajan, detachments of Roman soldiers were stationed there, and as far as the Lazi and Saguenay. But at the present time people live there who are neither subjects of the Romans nor of the king of the Lazi, except indeed that the bishop of the Lazi appoints their priests, seeing that they are Christians, and wishing as they do to live in peace and friendship with both peoples, they have made a permanent agreement to provide an escort for those who from time to time travel from the one country to the other, and it appears that they have been doing this even down to my time, for they escort the messengers dispatched from the one king to the other, sailing in boats of their own. However, they have become in no way tributary down to the present time. On the right of these places, very abrupt mountains tower overhead, and a barren land extends to an indefinite distance. And beyond this, the so-called Perse-Armenians dwell, as well as the Armenians, who are subject of the Romans, extending as far as the confines of Iberia. From the city of Apsurus to Petra, and the boundary of Lazica, where the Euxine Sea reaches its limit, is a journey of 1 day. Now as this sea comes to an end here, its coast takes the form of a crescent, and the distance across this crescent amounts to about 550 stades, while the entire country behind it is Lazica, and is known under this name. Behind them, in the interior, are Skimnia and Suania. These nations happen to be subjects of the Lazi, indeed, although these peoples do have magistrates of their own blood still. Whenever any of the magistrates reaches the end of his life, it is always customary for another one to be appointed in his place by the king of the Lazi. At the side of this land, and bordering upon Iberia proper, for the most part dwell the Mesci, who have been from ancient times subjects of the Iberians, having their dwellings on the mountains. But the mountains of the Mesci are not rough nor unproductive of crops, but they abound in all good things, since the Mesci for their part are skilful farmers, and they are actually able to plant vineyards in their country. However, this land is hemmed in by mountains which are very lofty, and covered with forests, so that they are exceedingly difficult to pass through, and these mountains extend as far as the Caucasus, while beyond them, towards the east, is Iberia, extending as far as Perse-Armenia. Now through the mountains which rise here, the Phasis River emerges, having its source in the Caucasus, and its mountains at the middle of the crescent of the Pontus. Because of this, some consider that it forms the boundary between the two continents, for the land on the left as one goes down this stream is Asia, and that on the right is named Europe. Now it so happens that all the inhabitants of the Lazi are on the European side, while on the opposite side there is neither fortress nor stronghold, nor any village of consequence held by the Lazi, except indeed the city of Petra, which the Romans built there in earlier times. It was somewhere in this part of Lazica, as the inhabitants say, that the famous fleece was placed for safekeeping, that fleece on account of which, as the poets tell the tale, the Argo was fashioned. But in saying this, they are in my opinion not telling the truth at all, for I think that Jason would not have eluded Aetes, and got away from there with the fleece in company of Medea, unless both the palace and the other dwellings of the Colchians had been separated by the Phasis River from the place in which that fleece was lying. Indeed, the poets who have recorded the story imply that this was the case. So the Phasis, flowing as I have said, empties into the Euxine Sea, approximately at the very point where it comes to an end. Now, at the one end of the crescent, that namely which is in Asia, was the city of Petra, while on the opposite coast, which forms a part of Epirot territory, is held by the Apsili. These Apsili are subjects of the Lazi and have been Christians from ancient times, just as all the other nations which I have mentioned up to this point in my narrative are. Above and beyond this country are the mountains of the Caucasus. This mountain range which composes the Caucasus rises to such a great height that its summits are in fact never touched either by rain or by snow, for they are indeed above the clouds. But the middle slopes are continually filled with snow down to the very base, and from this it may be inferred that the foothills are extremely high, being in no way inferior to the principal ridges of other mountains. Now the spurs of the Caucasus range extend in one direction to the north and west, and continue into Illyricum and Thrace, while in the other direction they extend east and reach as far as those very passes which provide entrance for the Hunnic nations inhabiting that region into both Persian and Roman territory. One of these passes is called Tazur, while the other has been named the Caspian Gates from ancient times. But this country, which extends from the Caucasus range as far as the Caspian Gates, is held by the Alani, an autonomous nation, who are for the most part allied with the Persians and march against the Romans and their other enemies. So much then may be said regarding the Caucasus. The Huns, who are called the Sibiri, dwell in that region, as well as certain other Hunnic tribes. And they say that the Amazons really originated there, and afterwards established their camp near Themyscira on the Thermodon River, as I have stated above, at the place where the city of Amiscus is at the present time. But today, nowhere in the vicinity of the Caucasus range is any memory of the Amazons preserved or any name connected with them, although much has been written about them both by Strabo and by some others. But it seems to me that those have spoken the truth about the Amazons at any rate better than any others, who have stated that there never was a race of women endowed with the qualities of men, and that human nature did not depart from its established norm in the mountains of the Caucasus alone. But the fact was that barbarians from these regions, together with their own women, made an invasion of Asia with a great army, established a camp at the river Thermodon, and left their women there. Then, while they themselves were overrunning the greater part of the land of Asia, they were encountered by the inhabitants of the land and utterly destroyed, and not a man of them returned to the women's encampment, and thereafter these within, through fear of the people dwelling around about, and constrained by the failure of their supplies, put on manly valour, not at all of their own free will, and taking up the equipment of arms and armour left by the men in the camp, and arming themselves in excellent fashion with this, they made a display of manly valour, being driven to do this by sheer necessity, until they were all destroyed. That this is about what happened, and that the Amazons did make an expedition with their husbands, I too believe, basing my judgment on what has actually taken place within my time. For customs which are handed down to remote descendants give a picture of the character of former generations. I mean this, that on many occasions when Huns have made raids into Roman domains and have engaged in battle with those who encountered them, some of course have fallen there, and after the departure of the barbarians and Romans, in searching the bodies of the fallen, have actually found women among them. No other army of women, however, has made its appearance in any locality of Asia or Europe. On the other hand, we have no tradition that the mountains of the Caucasus were ever devoid of men. Concerning the Amazons, then, let this suffice. Beyond the Apsili, and on the other end of the crescent, the Absci dwell along the coast, and their country extends as far as the mountains of the Caucasus. Now the Absci have been found from ancient times to be the subjects of the Lazi, but they have always had two rulers of their own blood. One of these resided in the western part of their country, the other in the eastern part. And these barbarians, even down to my time, have worshipped groves and forests, for with a sort of barbarian simplicity they suppose the trees were gods. But they have suffered most cruelly at the hands of their rulers owing to the excessive avarice displayed by them, for both their kings used to take such boys of the nation as they noted having comely features and fine bodies, and dragging them away from their parents without the least hesitation, they would make them eunuchs, and then sell them at high prices to any persons in the Roman territory who wished to buy them. They also killed the fathers of these boys immediately, in order to prevent any of them from attempting some kind of vengeance against the king for the wrongdoing done to the boys, and also that there might be in the country no subjects suspected by the kings. And thus the physical beauty of their sons was resulting in their destruction, for the poor wretches were being destroyed through the misfortune of fatal comeliness in their children. And it was in consequence of this that the most of the eunuchs among the Romans, and particularly at the emperor's court, happened to be Abagassi by birth. But during the reign of the present Emperor Justinian, the Abagassi have changed everything and adopted a more civilized standard of life. For not only have they espoused the Christian doctrine, but the Emperor Justinian also sent them one of the eunuchs from the palace, an Abscus by birth, named Euphrates, and through him commanded their kings in explicit terms not to mutilate their males thereafter in this way, doing violence to nature with the knife. This the Abasci heard gladly, and taking courage now, because of the decree of the Roman Emperor, they began to strive with all their might to put an end to this practice. It was at this same time that the Emperor Justinian also built a sanctuary of the Virgin in their land, and appointed priests for them, and thus brought it about that they learned thoroughly all the observances of the Christians, and the Abasci immediately dethroned both their kings, and seemed to be living in a state of freedom. Thus, then, did these things take place. Beyond the confines of the Abasci, along the Caucasus range, dwell the Bruci, who are between the Abasci and the Alani, while along the coast of the Euxine Sea, the Zeki have their habitation. Now, in ancient times, the Roman Emperor used to appoint a king over the Zeki, but at present these barbarians are in no way subject to the Romans. Beyond these dwell the Sigynnae, and the Romans had held a portion of their coast from ancient times, and they had constructed 2 fortresses on the coast, Sebastopolis and Pitius, 2 days' journey apart, and maintained in them garrisons of soldiers from the first. For though in earlier times detachments of Roman soldiers held all the towns on the coast from the limits of Trapezus as far as Saginae, as previously stated, it finally came about that these 2 fortresses were the only ones left. And here they actually maintained their garrisons up to my day, but no longer, for Khosroes, the Persian king, having been brought in by invitation of the Lazi to Petra, made haste to send an army of Persians there, who were to take possession of these fortresses, and settle down to garrison duty within them. But the Roman soldiers succeeded in learning this in advance, and so anticipating them, they fired the houses and razed the walls to the ground, and then, with no hesitation, embarked on small boats and made their way immediately to the city of Trapezus on the opposite mainland. Thus, while they did penalise the Roman Empire by the destruction of the fortress, they at the same time gained for it a great advantage, in that the enemy did not become masters of the land, for as far as a result of their action, the Persians returned baffled to Petra. Thus then did this take place. Above the Saginae are settled numerous Hunnic tribes, and from these onward the country has received the name Eulesia, and barbarian peoples hold both the coast and the interior of this land, as far as the so-called Maeotic Lake and the Tanas River, which empties into the lake. And this lake has its outlet on the coast of the Euxine Sea. Now, the people who are settled there were named in ancient times Cimmerians, but now they are called Eutigers, and above them to the north, the countless tribes of the Antae are settled. But beside the exact point where the outlet of the lake commences dwell the Goths, who are called the Tetraxitae, a people who are not very numerous, but they reverence and observe the rites of the Christians as carefully as do any other people. The inhabitants indeed give the name Tanias also to this outlet, which starts from the Maeotic Lake and extends to the Euxine Sea, a distance, he says, of 20 days' journey, and they also call the wind which blows from there the Taniatis. Now, as to whether these Goths were once of the Aryan belief, as the other Gothic nations are, or whether the faith as practised by them has shown some other peculiarity, I am unable to say, for they themselves are entirely ignorant on this subject. But at the present time, they honour the faith in a spirit of complete simplicity, and with no vain questioning. This people a short time ago, when namely the Emperor Justinian was in the 21st year of his reign, sent 4 envoys to Byzantium, begging him to give them a bishop. For the one who had been their priest had died not long before, and they had learned that the emperor had actually sent a priest to the Abasci, and the Emperor Justinian very willingly complied with their request before dismissing them. Now, these envoys were moved by fear of the Eutiger Huns in making the public declaration of the object of their coming, for there were many who heard their speeches, and so they made no statement whatever to the emperor openly except regarding the matter of the priest, but meeting him with the greatest possible secrecy, they declared everything, showing how it would benefit the Roman Empire if the barbarians who were their neighbours should be always on hostile terms with one another. Now, as to the manner in which the Tetraxitae settled there, and whence they migrated, I shall now proceed to tell. In ancient times a vast throng of the Huns, who were then called the Cimmerians, ranged over the region which I have just mentioned, and one king had authority over them all, and at one time the power was secured by a certain man, to whom 2 sons were born, one of whom was named Eutiger, and the other Cutriger. These 2 sons, when their father came to the end of his life, divided the power between them, and each gave his own name to his subjects. For the one group has been called Eutigers, and the other Cutigers, even to my time. All these now continued to live in this region, associating freely in all the business of life, but not mingling with the people who were settled on the other side of the lake and its outlet, for they never crossed these waters at any time, nor did they suspect that they could be crossed, being fearful of that which was really easy, simply because they had never even attempted to cross them, and they remained utterly ignorant of the possibility. Now, beyond the Maeotic Lake, and the outlet flowing from it, the first people were the Goths called Tetraxitae, whom I have just mentioned, who in ancient times lived close along the shore of this strait. But the Goths and the Visigoths and the Vandals were located far away from them, as were the other Gothic nations. These Tetraxitae were called also Scythians in ancient times, because all the nations who held these regions are called in general Scythians, while a few of them had an additional designation, such as Saramati, or Melanklani, or something else. But as time went on, they say, if indeed the story is sound, some youths of the Cimmerians were engaged in hunting, and a single doe, which was fleeing before them, leapt into these waters, and the youths, either moved by a thirst for glory or in some other competition, or perhaps it was really some deity which constrained them, followed after this doe, and refused absolutely to let her go, until they came with her to the opposite shore. And then the quarry, whatever it was, immediately disappeared from sight, for in my opinion it appeared there for no other purpose than that evil might befall the barbarians who lived in that region. Thus, while the youths did fail in their hunt, they found an incentive to battle and plunder, for they returned as fast as they could to their own land, and thus made it clear to all the Cimmerians that these waters could be crossed by them. Accordingly, they immediately took up arms as a nation, and making the crossing with no delay, got to the opposite mainland. This was at a time when the Vandals had already migrated from there and established themselves in Libya, while the Visigoths had taken up their abode in Spain. So they suddenly fell upon the Goths who inhabited these plains, and slew many of them, and turned the rest to flight. And as many as succeeded in escaping them migrated thence with their children and wives, leaving their ancestral abodes, and by ferrying across the Ister River, they came into the land of the Romans. And at first they committed many other outrages against the inhabitants of that region, but later, with the Emperor's permission, they settled in Thrace. And during part of this time they were fighting on the side of the Romans, receiving pay from the Emperor every year, just as the other soldiers did, and being called Federati. Also did the Romans at that time call them in the Latin tongue, meaning to show, I suppose, that the Goths had not been defeated by them in war, but had come into peaceful relations on the basis of some treaty. For the Latins called treaties in war federata, as I have explained in the previous narrative. But during the rest of the time they were actually waging war against the Romans for no good reason, until they went off to Italy under the leadership of Theodoric. Thus then did the Goths fare. But the Huns, after killing some of them and driving out the others, took possession of the land, and the Cutrigers, on the one hand, summoned their children and wives and settled there in the very place where they have dwelt even to my time. And although they received from the Emperor many gifts every year, they still crossed the Ister River continually and overrun the Emperor's land, being both at peace and at war with the Romans. The Utigers, however, departed homeward with their leader, being destined to live alone in that land thereafter. Now when these Huns came near the Maeotic Lake, they chanced upon the Goths there, who are called Tetraxitae. And at first the Goths formed a barrier with their shields, and made a stand against their assailants in their own defence, trusting both in their own strength and the advantage of their position, for they are the most stalwart of all the barbarians of that region. Now the head of the outlet of the Maeotic Lake, where the Tetraxitae Goths were then settled, forms a crescent-shaped bay, by which they were almost completely surrounded, so that only one approach, and that not a very wide one, was open to those who attacked them. But afterwards, seeing that the Huns were unwilling to waste any time there, and the Goths were quite hopeless of holding out for a long time against the throng of their enemy, they came to an understanding with each other, agreeing that they should join forces and make the crossing in common, and that the Goths should settle on the opposite mainland, principally along the bank of the outlet, where they are actually settled at the present time, and that they should continue to be thereafter friends and allies of the Utigers, and live forever on terms of complete equality with them. Thus it was that these Goths settled here, and the Cutigers, as I have said, being left behind in the land on the other side of the lake, the Utigers alone possessed the land, making no trouble at all for the Romans, because they do not even dwell near them, but being separated by many nations which lie between them, they are forced by no will of their own not to meddle with them. West of the Maeotic Lake, then, and the Tanias River, the Cutiger Huns established their homes over the greater part of the plains of that region, as I have said, and beyond them, Scythians and Taurians hold the entire country, a certain part of which is even now called Tarisa. And this is the place where they say the temple of Artemis was, over which Agamemnon's daughter Iphigenia once presided. The Armenians, however, claim that this site was in the part of their land called Selesine, and that at that period all the peoples of this region were called Scythians, citing as evidence the story of Orostes and the city of Comana, related by me in that part of my narrative. But as regards these matters, let each one speak according to his wish, for many things which happened elsewhere, or which perhaps never really happened at all, men are wont to appropriate to their own country, being indignant if all do not follow their opinion. Beyond these nations, there is an inhabited city on the coast, Bosphorus by name, which became subject to the Romans not long ago. From this city of Bosphorus to the city of Kherson, which is situated on the coast and has likewise been subject to the Romans from of old, all between is held by barbarians, Hunnic nations, and two other towns near Kherson, named Kepi and Phanaguris, have been subject to the Romans from ancient times and even to my day. But these, not long ago, were captured by some of the neighbouring barbarians and razed to the ground. From the city of Kherson to the mouth of the Ister River, which is also called the Danube River, is a journey of 10 days, and barbarians hold that whole region. Now the Ister River rises in the Celtic mountains, skirts the boundaries of Italy, blows into the lands of Dacia, Illyricum, and Thrace, and finally empties into the Euxine Sea. From that point, all the territory as far as Byzantium is under the power of the Roman Emperor. Such is the circuit of the Euxine Sea, from Chalcedon to Byzantium. As to the length of this circuit, however, I am unable to speak accurately regarding all portions of it, since such vast numbers of barbarians as stated above dwell along its shores, and the Romans have no intercourse at all with any of them except for an occasional interchange of embassies. Indeed, those who have attempted herefore to ascertain these measurements have not been able to make any definitive statement. This, however, is clear, that the right side of the Euxine Sea from Chalcedon to the Phasis River is a journey of 52 days for an unencumbered traveller. From this fact one could not unreasonably draw the conclusion that the length of the other side of the Pontus likewise is not far from this. Since we have now reached an appropriate point in the narrative, it has seemed to me not out of place to mention the opinions concerning the boundaries of Asia and Europe which are debated among those who are experts in these matters. For on the one hand, some of them say that these two continents are separated by the Tanias River, stoutly maintaining first of all that the division must be a natural one, and further supporting their claim by the fact that, while the sea extends from the west towards the east, the Tanias River flows from the north towards the south, between the two continents. Similarly, they say, the Egyptian Nile proceeds in the opposite direction, from the south to the north, and flows between Asia and Libya. On the other hand, others taking issue directly with them maintain that their reasoning is not sound. For they say that these two continents are divided originally by the strait at Gadara, which issues from the ocean, and by the sea which extends from that point, and that the land on the right of the strait and the sea received the names of Libya and Asia, while everything on the left was called Europe, approximately as far as the end of the so-called Euxine Sea. But on this hypothesis, the Tanias River rises within the limits of Europe and empties into the Maeotic Lake, which in turn discharges its water into the Euxine Sea, neither at its end, nor even at its middle, but actually beyond it. Yet, the land on the left of this same sea is counted as a portion of Asia. But apart from this, the river Tanias rises in the so-called Rippian Mountains, which are in the land of Europe, as, in fact, those who have written of these matters from ancient times agree. Now, the ocean is very far removed from these Rippian Mountains, consequently all the land beyond them and the Tanias River in both directions must necessarily be European. Just at what point, then, the Tanias River begins to divide the two continents, it is not easy to say. But if any river must be said to divide the two continents, that river would surely be the Phasis, for it flows in a direction opposite to that of the Strait of Gadara, and so passes between the two continents. For while the strait, coming out the ocean and forming this sea, has these two continents, one on either side, the Phasis River flows almost at the end of the Euxine Sea and empties into the middle of the crescent, obviously continuing the division of the land heretofore made by the sea. These, then, are the arguments which the two sides put forth as they wrangle over the question. But not only the former argument, but also that which I have just stated, can boast, as I shall show, of high antiquity, and the support of some men of very ancient times. For I am aware that, as a general thing, all men, if they first discover an ancient argument, are no longer willing to devote themselves to the labour involved in the search for truth, nor to learn instead some later theory about the matter in hand. But the more ancient view also seems to them sound and worthy of honour, while contemporary opinions are considered negligible and are classed as absurd. Furthermore, in the present case, the investigation is not concerned with any matter to be grasped only by the mind or the intellect, or that is in any other way obscure, but with rivers and lands. These are things which time has not been able either to change or to conceal in any way. For the test is near at hand, and vision can provide most satisfactory evidence, and I think no obstacle will be placed in the way of those eager to discover the truth. To proceed then, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, in the 4th book of his history, says that the entire earth is one, but is considered to be divided into 3 parts, having 3 separate titles, Libya, Asia and Europe, and between 2 of them, on the one hand Libya and Asia namely, flows the Egyptian Nile, while Asia and Europe on the other hand are divided by the Colchian Phasis. But knowing, as he did, that some thought that the Tanias River performed this function, he mentions this view also afterwards, and it has seemed to me not inappropriate to insert in my narrative the actual language of Herodotus, which is as follows. Nor am I able to conjecture for what reason it is that, though the earth is one, 3 names are applied to it, which are women's names, and its lines of division have been established as the Egyptian Nile and the Colchian Phasis, but others name the Tanias River, which empties into the Maeotic Lake, and the Cimmerian Strait. Also, the tragic poet Aeschylus, in the Prometheus Unbound, at the very beginning of the tragedy, calls the Phasis River the limit of the land of both Asia and Europe. At this point I shall also mention the fact that some of those who are versed in such matters think that the Maeotic Lake forms the Euxine Sea, and that it spreads out from this lake partly to the right and partly to the left, this being the reason why the lake is called the Mother of the Pontus, and they make this statement on the basis of the observation that from the place called Hyrona, the outlet of this sea flows down towards Byzantium just as if it were a river, and consequently they consider this to be the limit of the Pontus. But those who oppose this view explain that the entire sea is of course one, coming from the ocean and without any other ending extending to the land of the Lazi, unless indeed, they say, anyone considers the mere change of name to constitute a real difference, seeing that the sea is called Pontus beyond a certain point. But if the current does flow down from the place called Hieronob to Byzantium, this has nothing to do with the matter, for the phenomenon which are exhibited in all straits appeared to be susceptible of no explanation, nor has anyone ever shown himself able to account for them. Indeed, it was this question which led Aristotle of Stagira, a man prominent among all others as a philosopher, to go to Chalkis on Euboea, where he observed the strait which they call Euripus, in an effort to discover by careful investigation the physical reason why it is and in what manner it comes about, that sometimes the current of the strait flows from the west, but at other times from the east, and the sailing of all boats there is governed by this fact. Whenever, for example, the current is running from the east and the mariners have begun to sail their boats from that direction, following the inflow of the water, as they are accustomed to do, if then the current turns upon itself, a thing which is wont to happen there many a time, it immediately turns them boats back in the direction from which they have started, while the other boats sail from the west to the opposite end, even though no wind has blown upon them in the least, but deep calm prevails there, with all winds absent. All this the Stagirite observed and pondered for a long time, until he worried himself to death with anxious thoughts, and so reached the term of his life. But this is not an isolated case, for in the strait also, which separates Italy from Sicily, nature plays many strange tricks. For it appears that the current runs into this strait from the sea called the Adriatic, and this in spite of the fact that the forward movement of the sea takes place from the ocean and Gadara. But there are also numerous whirlpools which appear there suddenly from no cause apparent to us and destroy the ships. It is on account of this that the poets say that the boats are gulped down by Charybdis when any chance to be in this strait at that time. But the advocates of the second view think that all these exceedingly strange phenomena which present themselves in all straits come about in consequence of the two sides coming very close to each other, for the water, he says, they say, being constrained by the limited space, is subject to some strange and unaccountable compulsion. Consequently, if the current does actually seem to flow from the place called Hieron to Byzantium, no one could reasonably maintain that the sea and the Euxine end at that point, for this view rests upon no solid basis of nature, but here again the narrowness of the channel must be considered the determining factor. Indeed, not even this is all that happens here, for the fishermen of the towns on the Bosphorus say that the whole stream does not flow in the direction of Byzantium, but while the upper current, which we can see plainly, does flow in this direction, the deep water of the abyss, as it is called, moves in a direction exactly opposite to that of the upper current, and so flows continually against the current which is seen. Consequently, whenever in going after a catch of fish they cast their nets there anywhere, these are always carried by the force of the current in the direction of Hieron. But at Lazica, the land checks the advance of the sea on all sides and puts a stop to its course. and thus makes its first and only ending at that point, the creator obviously having set bounds there for sea and land. But when the sea encounters that beach, it neither advances further nor does it rise to any higher level, although it is constantly receiving the inflow of countless rivers of extraordinary size which empty into it from all sides. But it falls back and retains again and again, and thus, while making the beach of normal width, it preserves the boundary set by the land as if fearing some law, and, through the necessity prescribed by this, checking itself with precision and taking care not to be found to have transgressed the covenant in any way. For all the other shores of the sea do not face it, but lie along its side. But concerning these matters let each man form his decision and speak as he wishes. Now the reason why Chosroes was eager to get possession of Lazica has already been stated by me in a previous passage, but that particular consideration which above everything else impelled him and the Persians to desire this, I shall here set forth, now that I have given a description of this whole country and so made clear my statements of this matter. Many times these barbarians under the leadership of Chosroes had invaded the Roman domain with a mighty army, and while they had inflicted upon their enemy sufferings not easy to describe, as has been told by me in the books on this subject, still they gained from these invasions no advantage whatsoever, and had also to bear the loss of both treasure and lives, for they always departed from the Roman domain having lost many men. Consequently, after they had returned to their own land, they would very privately rail against Chosroes and call him the destroyer of the Persian nation. And on one such occasion, when they had returned from Lazica, seeing that they had suffered terrible losses there, they were actually on the point of combining openly against him and doing away with him by a most cruel death, and would have done so had he not learned in advance and guarded against it by winning over the most notable of them by assiduous wheedling. As a result of this incident, he wished to remove the sting from the accusation, and to this end was eager to gain some great advantage for the Persian Empire. He accordingly made an attempt upon the city of Daras, but met with reverses there, as I have told, and came to a state of utter despair regarding the capture of the place, for neither could he thereafter capture it by a surprise assault, seeing that the guards of the city were so alert, nor indeed did he entertain the hope that he would by any device get the better of them in a siege. For there is always an abundant supply of all manner of provisions in the city of Daras, stored away against a siege, so that it may last for a great length of time, and close by there is a spring, placed by nature among precipices, forming a large river which flows straight towards the city, and those who seek to interfere with it are unable to turn it to any other course, or otherwise do violence to it on account of the rough character of the terrain. But as soon as this river gets inside the circuit wall, it flows about the entire city, filling its cisterns, and then flows out, and very close to the circuit wall it falls into a chasm where it is lost to sight, and where it emerges from there has become known to no man up to this time. Now this chasm was not there in ancient times, but a long time after the Emperor Anastasius built this city, and unaided nature fashioned and placed it there. And for this reason it comes about that these desiring to draw a siege about the city of Daras are very hard pressed by a scarcity of water. So Chosroes, having failed in this attempt, as I have said, came to the conclusion that, even if he should be able to gain some other Roman city, he would still never be able to establish himself in the midst of the Romans while many strongholds were left behind in the hands of the enemy. Indeed, it was for this reason that he raided Antioch and razed it to the ground when he captured it, and so departed from the Roman soil. Consequently, his thoughts soared aloft and were carried towards more distant hopes as he sought after impossible things, for having learned by report how those barbarians on the left of the Euxine Sea who dwelt about the Maeotic Lake overrun fearlessly the Roman domain. He kept saying that it would be possible for the Persians, if they held Lazica, to go wherever they wished, straight to Byzantium with no trouble, and without crossing the sea at all, just as the other barbarian nations who are settled in that region are constantly doing. For this reason, then, the Persians are trying to gain Lazica, but I shall return to the point where I made this digression from the narrative. Corianes, then, and the Median army had made their camp near the Hippus River, and when Galbazes, the Colchian king, and Dagistheus, who commanded the Roman army, learned this, they formed a common plan, and led forth the Roman and Lazic army against the enemy. And when they had come to the opposite side of the Hippus River, and had made their camp there, they began to consider the situation, debating whether it would be more to their advantage to wait there and receive the enemy's attack, or whether they should advance upon their enemy, in order of course that by displaying their daring to the Persians, and by making it obvious to their opponents that they were willing to be filled with contempt as they went against them, they might, by assuming the offensive in the combat, be able to humble the spirit of the men arrayed against them. And since the opinion of those prevailed who urged an advance upon the enemy, the whole army straightway hastened towards them. Thereupon the Lazi would no longer consent to fight beside the Romans, putting forth the objection that the Romans, on the one hand, in entering the struggle, were not risking their lives from their fatherland or their most precious possessions, while for them the danger involved their children and their wives and their ancestral land, so that they would have to blush before their own women, if it should so fall out that they were defeated by their opponents. Indeed, they imagined that under this stress they would improvise the valour which was not in them, and they were filled with zeal to engage with the enemy by themselves first, so that the Romans might not throw them into confusion during the action through not having the same zeal as they had in meeting the danger. After the Lazi had begun to show this spirit of bravado, Galbazes became well pleased, and calling them together a little apart from the Romans, he exhorted them as follows: "Fellow men, I know not whether it is necessary to address any exhortation to you to impel you to be of good courage, for those men whom enthusiasm is upheld by the necessity of circumstances would, I think, need no further exhortation, and this is the case with us, in the present crisis at any rate, for it is your women and children, and your ancestral land, and to speak plainly, your all, which is involved in this danger, for it is to secure these that the Persians are coming upon us. For no one in the whole world gives way to those who are seeking by violence to rob him of any of his possessions, for nature compels him to fight for his property. And you are not ignorant that nothing stops the avarice of the Persians when they have come to have power in their grasp, and if at the present time they prevail over us in the war, they will not stop with simply ruling over us or imposing taxes or treating us in other manners as subjects, a statement with which we can test by our own memory of what Chosroes attempted upon us not long ago. But let me not even so much as mention the experience we have had with the Persians, and let not the name of the Lazi come to an end. And the struggle against the Medes, my fellow man, is not a hard one for us, who have many times grappled with them and prevailed over them in the fight. For a task which has become thoroughly familiar entails no difficulty whatever, the necessity of labour having been previously expended in practice and experience. Consequently, we shall be obliged, because of this fact, actually to despise the enemy as having been defeated in previous combats, and having no such ground for courage as you have. For when the spirit has been humbled, it is by no means wont to mount again. Holding these thoughts, then, before your minds, advance with high hopes to close with the enemy. After making such a speak, Galbazes led out the army of the Lazi as they arrayed themselves as follows. As a vanguard, the cavalry of the Lazi advanced in order against the foe, while the Roman cavalry followed them, not at a short interval, but very far in the rear. This particular Roman force was under the leadership of Philogagus, a Gepid by birth, and an energetic man, and of John the Armenian, son of Thomas, an exceptionally able warrior, who was known by the surname Gauzes, and who has been mentioned already in the previous narrative. Behind these followed Galbazes, the king of the Lazi, and Dagistheus, the general of the Romans, with the infantry of both armies reasoning that, should it come about that the cavalry were routed, they would be saved very easily by falling back on them. So the Romans and the Lazi arrayed themselves in this manner. Chosroes meanwhile selected from his army 1,000 men equipped with the corslet and in all other respects most thoroughly armed, and sent them forward as a scouting party, while he himself with all the rest of the army marched in the rear, leaving behind in the camp a garrison of only a few men. Now the cavalry of the Lazi, which had gone ahead, showed in what they did scant regard for their professions, denouncing by their actions the hopes which they had previously aroused. For when they came suddenly upon the advance party of the enemy, they did not bear the sight of them, but straightway wheeled their horses and began to gallop back to the rear in complete disorder, and proceeding onwards they mingled with the Romans, not declining to take refuge with the very men beside whom they had previously been unwilling to array themselves. But when the two forces came close to each other, neither side at first opened the attack or joined battle, but each army drew back as their opponents advanced, and in turn followed them as they retired, and they consumed much time in retreats and counter-pursuits, and swiftly executed changes of front. But there was a certain Artabanes in the Roman army, a Perse-Armenian by birth, who had, as it happened, deserted long before to the Armenians, who are subject to the Romans, not as a simple deserter, however, but by the slaughter of 120 Persian warriors he had given the Romans as a pledge of his loyalty to them. For he had come before Valerian, who at that time was a general in Armenia, and requested him to give him 50 Romans, and upon getting what he wished, he proceeded to a fortress situated in Perse-Armenia. There a garrison of 120 Persians received him with his company into the fortress, it not being as yet clear that he had changed his allegiance and gone over to the enemy. He then slew the 120 men and plundered all the money in the fortress, and there was an enormous amount of it, and so came to Valerian and the Roman army, and having thus proved himself faithful to them, he thereafter marched with the Romans. This Artabanes in the present battle placed himself in the space between the armies, taking with him 2 of the Roman soldiers, and thither came some of the enemy also. Artabanes charged these men, and engaging with one of the Persians, who was a man of high valour and great bodily prowess, he straightway slew him with his spear, and throwing him from his horse, brought him down to the ground. And one of the barbarians standing beside the fallen man smote Artabanes in the head with a sword, but not with a mortal stroke. Then one of the followers of Artabanes, a Goth by birth, attacked this man, and while he still held his hand at Artabanes' head, smote him with a well-directed blow in the left flank, and laid him low. Thereupon the 1,000, being terrified at what had taken place, began to withdraw to the rear, where they awaited Chosroes and the rest of the army of Persians and Alani, and in a short time mingled with them. By this time the infantry under Galbazes and Dagistheus also came up with their cavalry, and both armies closed to hand combat. At this point Philogagus and John, thinking they were too few to bear the onset of the barbarian horse, particularly because they had no confidence in the power of the Lazi, leapt from their horses and compelled all to do the same, both Roman and Lazi. They then arrayed themselves on foot in a very deep phalanx, and all stood with a front facing the enemy and thrusting out their spears against them. But the barbarians knew not what to make of it, for they were neither able to charge their opponents, who were now on foot, nor could they break up their phalanx, because the horses, annoyed by the points of the spears and the clashing of the shields, balked. And so they all resorted to the bows, emboldened by the hope that by a multitude of missiles they would very easily turn their enemy to flight. The Romans likewise and all the Lazi began to do exactly the same thing, so from each side the arrows were flying in a great number into both armies, and on both sides many men were falling. Now the Persians and Alani were discharging their missiles at practically a continuous stream, and much faster than their opponents. However, the Roman shields checked the most of them. In the course of the battle, Corianes, the commander of the Persians, happened to be hit, but by whom this man was wounded was not clear to anyone, for some chance guided the shaft as it came out of a crowded mass of men, fastened itself into the man's neck and killed him outright, and by one man's death the battle was inclined and victory fell to the Romans. For as he fell from his horse to the ground on his face, and lay there, the barbarians went in a wild rush to their stockade, while the Romans with the Lazi followed upon their heels and slew many, hoping to capture in one rush the camp of their opponents. But one of the Alani, who was a man of great courage and bodily strength, and who knew unusually well how to shoot rapidly to either side, took his stand on the end of the stockade, which was very narrow, and unexpectedly blocked the way for the oncoming Romans for a long time. But John the son of Thomas approached alone very close to him, and slew the man with a spear, and thus the Romans and Lazi captured the camp. And great numbers indeed of the barbarians were destroyed there, and the remainder betook themselves away to their native land, each one as he found it possible to get there. So this invasion of the Persians into the land of Colchis ended in this way. Meanwhile another Persian army, after fortifying the garrison at Petra with an abundance of provisions and all other supplies, had departed on their way. In the meantime, the following took place. The Lazi began to slander Dagistheus to the emperor, going to Byzantium to do so, charging him with treason, for they declared that he had yielded to the persuasion of the Persians in refusing to establish himself inside the fallen circuit wall of Petra, while the enemy in the interval had filled bags with sand and laid courses with them instead of stones, and thus had made secure such parts of the circuit wall as had fallen down. And they said that Dagistheus, whether impelled to do so by a bribe or through negligence, had postponed the attack to some other time, and had thus let slip for the moment the precious opportunity which, of course, they had never been able to grasp again. The emperor consequently confined him in the prison and kept him under guard. He then appointed Bessas, who had returned not long before from Italy, as general of Armenia, and sent him to Lazica with instructions to command the Roman army there. Vanillus, the brother of Buses, had also been sent there already with an army, as well as Odenaicus, Babus from Thrace, and Euligagus of the Aruli. Now Nabades had invaded Lazica with an army, but he accomplished nothing of consequence beyond spending time with this army among the Abasci, who had revolted from the Romans and the Lazi, and taking from them 60 children of the notables as hostages. It was at that time that Nabades, as an incident of his journey, captured Theodora, the consort of Opsites. He was uncle of Galbardes and the king of the Lazi, finding her among the Apsili, and he carried her off to the land of Persia. Now this woman happened to be a Roman by birth, for the king of the Lazi from ancient times had been sending to Byzantium, and with the consent of the emperor arranging marriages with some of the senators and taking home their wives from there. In fact, Galbardes was sprung from a Roman family on his mother's side. Now the reason why these Abasci turned to revolt I shall now set forth. When they had removed from power their own kings, as has been told by me above, Roman soldiers sent by the emperor began to be quartered among them very generally, and they sought to annex the land to their Roman Empire, imposing certain new regulations upon them, but because these were rather severe, the Abasci became exceedingly wroth. Fearing consequently that they would be mere slaves of the Romans thereafter, they again put their rulers in power, one named Opsites in the eastern part of the country, and Sceparnas in the western part. Thus, because they had fallen into despair of good things, they naturally enough sought to regain the status which had previously seemed to them grievous in place of the later estate, seeing this had been worse, and in consequence of this change they were in fear of the power of the Romans, and as secretly as possible went over to the Persians. When the Emperor Justinian heard this, he commanded Bessas to send a strong army against them. He accordingly selected a large number of the Roman army, appointed to command them Euligagus and John the son of Thomas, and immediately sent them against the Abagaci. Now it happened that one of the rulers of the Abasci, the one named Sceparnes, was away for some reason among the Persians, for he had gone under summons not long before to Khosroes. But the other ruler, learning of the inroad of the Romans, mustered all the Abasci and made haste to encounter them. Now there is a place beyond the boundary of Apsilia on the road to Abascia of the following description. A lofty ridge runs out from the Caucasus and gradually sinks, as it runs along, to a lower level, resembling in a way a ladder, until it comes to the end of the Euxine Sea. And the Abasci, in ancient times, built an exceedingly strong fortress of very considerable size on the lower slope of this mountain. Here they always take refuge and repel inroads of their enemies, who are in no way able to storm this difficult position. Indeed, there is only one path leading to the fortress and to the rest of the land of the Abasci, and this happens to be impassable for men marching by twos, for there is no possibility of getting along there except in single file and on foot, and that with difficulty. Above this path rises the side of an exceedingly rough gorge, which extends from the fortress to the sea. And the place bears a name worthy of the gorge, for the inhabitants call it Trachea, using a Greek word. So the Roman fleet put it between the boundaries of the Abasci and the Apsili, and John and Euligagus disembarked their troops and proceeded on foot, while the sailors followed the army along the coast with their boats. And when they came close to Trachea, they beheld the entire force of the Abasci fully armed and standing in order along the whole gorge, above the path which I have just mentioned, whereupon they fell into great perplexity, because they were quite unable to handle the situation before them, until John, after reasoning with himself, discovered a remedy for the trouble. For leaving Euligagus there with half of the army, he himself took the others and manned the boats, and by rowing around the place where Trachea was, he passed it entirely, and thus got to the rear of the enemy. Thereupon the Romans raised their standards and advanced. The Abasci then, seeing their enemy pressing upon them from both sides, no longer offered resistance nor even kept their ranks, but turning to withdraw in a very disorderly retreat, they kept moving forward, but so impeded were they by their fear and the helplessness resulting therefrom that they were no longer able to find their way about the rough terrain of their native haunts, nor could they easily get away from the place. The Romans meanwhile were following them up from either side, and caught and killed many, and they reached the fortress on the run together with the fugitives, and found the small gate there still open, for the guards could by no means shut the gates, since they were still taking in the fugitives. So pursued and pursuers mingled together, and were all reaching towards the gate, the former eager to save themselves, the latter to capture the fortress. Finding then the gates open, they charged through them together, for the gatekeepers were neither able to distinguish the Abasci from the enemy, nor to shut the gates to them with the throng overpowering them, and the Abasci for their part, though feeling relief at getting inside the fortress, were actually being captured within the fortress, while the Romans, thinking they had mastered their opponents, found themselves involved there in a more difficult struggle. For the houses were numerous, and not very far apart from each other. Indeed, they were even crowded close enough together, so that they resembled a wall all round, and the Abasci mounted them, and defended themselves with all their strength, by hurling mills upon the heads of their enemy, struggling with might and main, and filled with terror and with pity for their children and women, and consequently overcome with despair, until it occurred to the Romans to fire the houses. They accordingly set fire to them on all sides, and thus were completely victorious in this struggle. Now Opsites, the ruler of the Abasci, succeeded in making his escape with only a few men, and withdrew to the neighbouring Huns and the Caucasus Mountains, but the others were either charred and burned to ashes with their houses, or fell into the hands of their enemy. The Romans also captured the women of their rulers with all their offspring, razed the defences of the fortress to the ground, and rendered the land desolate for a great distance. For the Abasci, then, this was the result of their revolution. But among the Apsili, the following took place. The Apsili have been subjects of the Lazi from ancient times. Now there is in this country an exceedingly strong fortress, which the natives call Tzibel. But one among the notables of the Lazi, Tiridates by name, who held the office of Magister, as it is called, in this nation, had brought a falling out with Galbazes, the king of the Lazi, and was hostile to him. Accordingly, he secretly promised the Persians to hand over this particular fortress to them, and he came into Apsila, leading an army of Persians to accomplish this object. Then, when they came close to the fortress, he himself went ahead with the Lazic followers, and got inside the fortifications, because those keeping guard there could in no way disobey the commander of the Lazi, feeling as they did no suspicion of him. Thus when the Persian army arrived, Tiridates received it into the fortress. And as a result of this, the Medes considered that not Lazica alone, but also Apsila was held by them. Meanwhile, neither the Romans nor the Lazi were in a position to defend Apsili, being hard-pressed as they were by the task of dealing with Petra and the Median army. But there was a certain woman, who was the wife of the commandant of the garrison there, one of the Apsili, an exceedingly comely person to look upon. With this woman, the commander of the Persian army suddenly fell violently in love, and at first he began to make advances, but after that, since he met with no encouragement from the woman, he attempted with no hesitation to force her. At this the husband of the woman became exceedingly enraged, and at night he slew both the commander and all those who had entered the fortress with him, who thus became incidentally victims of their commander's actions, and he himself took charge of the fortress. On account of this, the Apsili revolted from the Colchians, alleging against them that whilst the Apsili were being oppressed by the Persians, they had been altogether unwilling to champion their cause. But Galbazes sent 1,000 Romans and John the son of Thomas, whom I have recently mentioned, against them. This man succeeded, after long efforts at conciliation, in winning them over without a fight, and made them once more subjects of the Lazi. Such was the story of the Apsili and the fortress of Tizibal. At about this time, it came about that Chosroes, through his inhumanity, did not remain unscathed even as regards his own offspring. For the eldest of his sons, named Anasozadas, this means in the Persian tongue immortal, chanced to have a falling out with him, having been guilty of many breaches of conduct, and in particular having consorted with the wives of his father without the least hesitation. At first Chosroes punished his son by banishment. Now there is a certain land in Persia called Vazain, an exceedingly good country, in which the city named Balapaton is situated, 7 days' journey distant from Ctesiphon. There at the command of his father, this Anasozidas was living. But at that time it so fell out that Chosroes became violently ill, so that it was actually said that he had passed from the world, for Chosroes was by nature of a sickly disposition. Certain it is that he often gathered around him physicians from all parts, among whom was the physician Tribunes, a Palestinian by birth. This Tribunes was a man of great learning and inferior to none in medical skill, and was furthermore a temperate and God-fearing man of the highest worth. On one occasion he had cured Chosroes of a serious illness, and when he departed from the land of the Persians, he carried with him many notable gifts from his patient. When accordingly the truce preceding the present one was made, Chosroes demanded of the Emperor Justinian that he give him this Tribunes to live with him for a year. This demand having been granted, as stated by me above, Chosroes bade Tribunes for whatever he wanted, and he asked for nothing else in the world except that Chosroes should release for him some of the Roman captives. So he released 3,000 for him, and beside these, all whom he requested by name as being notable men among the captives, and as a result of this incident Tribunes gained great renown among all men. Thus did these events take place. When Anasozidas learned of the disease which had fallen upon his father, he began to stir up a revolution by way of usurping the royal power. And though his father recovered, he nevertheless set the city in revolt himself, and taking up arms against him, went forth fully prepared for battle. When Chosroes heard this, he set against him an army with Fabrizus as general. So Fabrizus, having been victorious in this battle, made Anasozidas captive, and brought him before Chosroes not long afterwards. And he caused the eyes of his son to be disfigured, not destroying their sight, but distorting both the upper and lower lids in a very ugly fashion, for he heated a sort of iron needle in a fire, and with this seared the outside of his son's eyes when they were shut, thus marring the beauty of the lids. Now Chosroes did this with only one end in view, that his son's hope of achieving the royal power might be frustrated, for the law does not permit a man who has a disfigurement to become king over the Persians, as has been stated by me in the preceding narrative also. As for Anasozidas, then, his fortune and his character brought him to this. And when the 5th year of the truce had now come to an end, the Emperor Justinian sent Petrus, a patrician and holder of the office of Magister, to Chosroes, in order that they might arrange in every detail the treaty for the settlement of the East. But Chosroes sent him away, promising that after no long time he would be followed by the man who would arrange these matters in a manner advantageous to both parties. And not long afterwards he sent Isdigusnas for the second time, a man of pretentious demeanour and filled with a kind of unspeakable villainy, whose pompous puffing and blowing no one of the Romans could bear. And he brought with him his wife and daughters, and his brother, and was followed by a huge throng of retainers. One would have supposed that the good men were going out for battle. In his company also were two of the most notable men among the Persians, who actually wore golden diadems on their head. And it irritated the people of Byzantium that the Emperor Justinian did not receive him simply as an ambassador, but counted him worthy of much more friendly attention and magnificence. But Braducius did not come again with him to Byzantium, for they say that Chosroes had removed him from the world, laying no other charge against the man than that he had been a table companion of the Roman Emperor, for, he said, as a mere interpreter, he would not have achieved such high honour from the Emperor unless he had betrayed the cause of the Persians. But some say that Isdigusnas slandered him, asserting that he had conversed secretly with the Romans. Now, when the ambassador met with the emperor for the first time, he spoke no word either small or great about peace, but he made the charge that the Romans had violated the truce, alleging that Arethas and the Saracens, who were allies of the Romans, had outraged Alamanduras in time of peace, and advancing other charges of no consequence, which it had seemed to me not at all necessary to mention. While these negotiations were going on in Byzantium, Bessas with the whole Roman army was entering upon the siege of Petra. First the Romans dug a trench along the wall just where Dagistheus had made his ditch when he pulled the wall down there. Now the reason why they dug in the same place I shall explain. Those who built this city originally placed the foundations of the circuit wall for the most part upon rock, but here and there they were led to rest upon earth, and there was such a portion of the wall on the west side of the city of no great extent, on either side of which they had constructed the foundations of the circuit wall upon hard, unyielding rock. This was the portion which Dagistheus on the previous occasion and now Bessus likewise undermined, the character of the ground not permitting them to go further, but quite naturally determining the length of the trenches for them and controlling it naturally. Consequently, when the Persians, after the withdrawal of Dagistheus, wished to build up this part of the wall which had fallen down, they did not follow the previous plan in construction, but did as follows. Filling the excavated place with gravel, they laid upon it heavy timbers which they had planned very thoroughly, making them entirely smooth by planing, and then they bound them together so as to cover a wide space. These then they used as a base instead of foundation stones, and upon them were skilfully carried out the construction of the circuit wall. This was not understood by the Romans, and they thought they were making their ditch under the foundations, but by excavating the entire space under the timbers which I have just mentioned and carrying their work across most of the ground, they did succeed in damaging the wall seriously, and a portion of it had actually dropped down suddenly, but nevertheless this fallen part did not incline at all to either side, nor was one of the courses of stone deranged, but the whole section descended intact in a direct line, as if let down by a machine into the excavated space, and stopped there, keeping its proper position, though not with the same height as before, but somewhat less. So when the whole space under the timbers had been excavated, it came about that they settled into the entire wall on them. But even so, this wall did not become accessible to the Romans, for when Murmeros had come there with his great throng of Persians, they had added a great deal to the earlier masonry, and so built the circuit wall exceedingly high. So the Romans, when they saw that part of the wall which had been shaken down still standing, were at a loss and found themselves involved in great perplexity, for neither could they mine any longer, seeing their digging had brought such a result, nor were they able at all to employ the ram, for they were fighting against a wall on a slope, and this engine cannot be brought up to a wall except on smooth and flat ground. Now, by some chance, it so fell out that there were in this Roman army a small number of the barbarians called Sabiri, for the following reason. The Sabiri are a Hunnic nation that live in the region of the Caucasus, being a very numerous people and properly divided among many different rulers, and some of the rulers from ancient times have had relations with the Roman Emperor and others with the King of Persia, and each of these two sovereigns was accustomed to pay a fixed amount of gold to those in alliance with him, not annually, however, but only as need impelled him to do so. At that time, accordingly, the Emperor Justinian, by way of inviting those of the Sabiri who were friendly to him into a fighting alliance, had sent a man who was to convey the money to them. But this man, seeing that with enemies between, he could in no wise travel in safety into the Caucasus region, particularly when carrying money, went only as far as Bessas and the Roman army that was engaged in besieging Petra, and from there he sent to the Sabiri, bidding some of them who were to receive the money to come to him with all speed, whereupon the Sabiri selected 3 of their leading men and straightway sent them with a small escort into Lazica. These then were the men who, upon arrival there, had entered into the attack on the wall with the Roman army. Now, when the Sabiri saw that the Romans were in despair, and at a loss as to how to handle the situation, they devised a contrivance such as had never been conceived by anyone else of the Romans or of the Persians, since men have existed, although there have always been and now are great numbers of engineers in both countries, and though both nations have often been in need of this device throughout their history in storming the walls of fortresses situated on any rough and difficult ground, yet not a single one of them has come to this idea, which now occurred to these barbarians. Thus, as time goes on, human ingenuity is ever wont to keep pace with it by discovering new devices, for these Sabiri improvised a ram, not in the customary form, but using a new method which was their innovation. They did not put any beams into the engine, either upright or transverse, but they bound together some rather thick ones and fitted them in place everywhere instead of the beams. So they covered the entire engine with hides, and so kept the shape of a ram, and hung a sailing beam by loose chains, as is customary, in the centre of the engine, and the head of this, having been made sharp and covered over with iron like the barb of a missile, was intended to deal repeated blows to the circuit wall, and they made the engine so light that it was no longer necessary that it be dragged or pushed along by the men inside, but 40 men, who were also destined to draw back the beam and thrust it forward against the wall, being inside the engine and concealed by the hides, could carry the ram upon their shoulders with no difficulty. These barbarians made 3 such engines, taking the beams with their iron heads from the rams which the Romans had in readiness but were unable to draw up to the wall, and Roman soldiers chosen for their valour in groups of not less than 40 went inside each one of them, and set them down very close to the wall, and others were standing on either side of each engine armed with the corslets and having their heads carefully covered by helmets and carrying poles, the ends of which were fitted with hook-shaped irons. Now the purpose for which these has been provided was this, that as soon as the impact of the ram on the wall should break up the course of the stones, they might be able with these poles to loosen and pull down such stones as were dislodged. So the Romans set to work, and the wall was already being shaken by frequent blows using their hooked poles, which were able to pull down the stones as they were dislodged from the setting in the masonry. and it seemed that the city would be captured instantly, but the Persians hit on the following plan. They placed on top of the circuit wall a wooden tower which had been made ready by them long before, filling it with the most warlike men, who had their heads and the rest of their bodies protected by iron nails and corslets, and they had filled pots with sulphur and bitumen and the substance which the Persians call naphtha and the Greeks Medea's oil, and they now set fire to these and commenced to throw them upon the sheds of the rams, and they came within a little of burning them all. But the men standing beside them, as I have said, by means of the pole which I have just mentioned, kept removing these missiles with the great determination, and clearing them off, so that they hurled everything down to the ground from the engines as soon as it fell. But they could not expect to hold out long in this work, for the fire kindled instantly whatever it touched, unless it was immediately thrown off. Such then was the course of events here. But Bessus, who had himself donned his corslet and put his whole army under arms, began to move forward many ladders to the part of the wall which had sunk in. And after stirring their courage with a speech of only such length as not to blunt the point of the opportunity, he devoted the remainder of his exhortation to action. For though he was a man of more than 70 years and already well past his prime, he was the first to mount the ladder. There a battle took place, and a display of valour by the Romans and Persians, such as I, at least, believe has never been seen in these times. For while the number of the barbarians amounted to 2,300, the Romans counted many as 6,000, and practically all those on both sides who were not killed received wounds, and it proved true that exceedingly few survived with their bodies intact. So the Romans, for their part, were struggling with all their strength to force the ascent, while the Persians on their side were beating them back with the greatest vigour. Thus, many were being slain on both sides, and the Persians were not far from repelling the danger. For at the top of the ladders a violent struggle for position took place, and many of the Romans, fighting as they were with an enemy above them, were being slain, and Bessus the general also fell to the ground and lay there. And at that point a tremendous shout arose from both armies as the barbarians rushed together from all sides, and shot at him, and his bodyguard gathered hastily about him, all of them having helmets on their heads, and wearing corslets, and by holding their shields close together over their heads, and crowding in so as to touch one another, they made a sort of ruff over him, and concealed their general in special safety, and kept him fending off the missiles with all of their strength. And a great din arose from the missiles, which were thrown continually and blunted on the shields and other armour, and at the same time each man was shouting and panting and exerting himself to the utmost. Meanwhile all the Romans, in their eagerness to defend their general, were shooting at the wall, stopping not for an instant, seeking thus to check the enemy. In this crisis Bessus distinguished himself, though he could not get to his feet on account of the impediment of his armour, and also because his body was not nimble, for the man was fleshy and, as said, very old. Still, he did not yield to helpless despair, even when he had come into such great danger, but formed a plan on the spur of the moment, by which he succeeded in saving both himself and his cause. For he directed his bodyguards to drag him by the foot and thus pull him very far from the wall, and they carried out this order. And also, while some were dragging him, others were retreating with him, holding their shields above him, and toward each other, and walking at the same speed as he was being dragged, so that he might not, through becoming uncovered, be hit by the enemy. Then as soon as Bessus had reached safety, he got on his feet and, urging his men forward, went toward the wall. And setting foot on the ladder once more, they hastened to mount it. And all the Romans following behind him made a display of real heroism against the enemy. Then the Persians became terrified, and begged their opponent to give them some time, in order that they might pack up and get out of the way when they handed over the city. But Bessus suspected that they had contrived some trickery, to the end that in the interval they might increase the strength of the circuit wall, and so he said that he was unable to put a stop to the fighting, but those who wished to meet him to discuss terms could, while the armies were fighting, nevertheless proceed with him to another part of the wall, and he designated a certain spot to them. This proposal, however, was not accepted by them, and once more fierce fighting commenced, involving a violent tussle. But while the conflict was still indecisive, it so fell out that the wall at another point, where the Romans had previously undermined it, suddenly toppled over. Consequently, many from both armies rushed together at that spot, and now the Romans showed their great numerical superiority over the enemy, though they were divided into two parts, and they kept pressing the battle against their opponents, shooting faster than ever, and pushing forward with the greatest force. The Persians, on the other hand, no longer resisted with the same strength as before, assailed violently as they were at both points, and the smallness of their numbers thus divided between two fronts was conspicuous. Now, while both the armies were still struggling thus, and the Persians on the one hand could not repulse the enemy as they pressed upon them, and the Romans on the other hand were unable completely to force their entrance, a young man of the Armenian race called John, son of Thomas, whom they were wont to call Gauzes, abandoned the downfallen part of the circuit wall and the struggle there, and taking with him some few of his Armenian followers, ascended by the precipice, where all considered the city to be impregnable, having overpowered the guards at that point. Then, after getting on the parapet, he slew with his spear one of the Persian defenders there, who appeared to be the most warlike. In this manner, an entry was made possible for the Romans. Now the Persians, who were posted in the wooden tower, had kindled a huge number of fire-bearing pots in order that they might be able to, by the very number of their missiles, burn up the engines, men and all, their defenders being unable to push them all aside with their poles. But suddenly there sprang up from the south a wind of extraordinary violence, and blew against them with a great roar, and in some way or other it set fire to one of the planks of the tower. But the Persians there did not immediately comprehend this, for they were every man of them working and shouting immoderately, being filled with fear, and in the midst of wild confusion, and the urgency of the moment had robbed them of their senses, so the flame rising little by little, fed by the oil which bears Medea's name, and all the other things with which the tower was supplied, consumed the whole tower and the Persians who were in it. These were all burned to death, and their charred bodies fell, some inside the wall, others outside where the engines stood, with the Romans about them. The other Romans also who were fighting at the fallen part of the wall, since the enemy were giving way before them in utter despair and strove no longer to resist, got inside the fortifications, and Petra was captured completely. So about 500 of the Persians ran up to the Acropolis, and seizing the stronghold there remained quiet, but the Romans made prisoners of all the others, such as they had not slain in the fighting, amounting to about 730, and among these they found only 18 unhurt, all the rest having been wounded. There fell too many of the best of the Romans, and among them John the son of Thomas, who, while entering the city, was hit on the head by a stone thrown by one of the barbarians, but only after he had made a display of marvellous deeds against the enemy. On the following day the Romans, while besieging those barbarians who had seized the Acropolis, made a proposal, offering them personal safety and promising to give them pledges to that effect, thinking that the Persians would submit on that basis. But they did not receive the suggestion and prepared to resist, not thinking that they would hold out long in their desperate situation, but courting a heroic death. But Bessus, wishing to dissuade them from this, and to turn them instead to a longing for safety, commanded one of the Roman soldiers to go up as close as he could to them and make a kind of exhortation to the men. He stated what he wished him to say to them. This man, then, came up as close to the fortress as possible and spoke as follows: "Most noble Persians, what has come over you, that you are stubbornly holding to the course of destruction, bending your energies with unreasonable zeal to accomplish a certain death, and conspicuously dishonouring the practice of valour? For it is not a manly thing to array oneself against the inevitable, nor a wise thing to refuse to bow to those who have won the mastery. Nor, on the other hand, is it inglorious to live by falling in with the situation chance has brought. For men in the grip of necessity, which is relieved by no hope of rescue, is thereby justly acquitted of the charge of dishonour, even if he is involved in the most shameful actions, for evil, when it is unavoidable, is naturally followed by forgiveness. Do not therefore emulate madmen in the midst of obvious danger, and do not barter your safety for wanton folly, but rather call to mind that it is impossible for the dead to come to life, while the living can destroy themselves at a later time, if indeed this seems best. Make then your final deliberation and consider well your interest, recalling the fact that those decisions would be best in which reversal shall still be within the power of those who have made the decision. For we, on our part, do pity you, though you are fighting against your own friends, and spare you when you are courting death. And we expect, as is customary for Christian Romans, to feel compassion for you, though you throw your life to the winds, and look upon it as a trivial matter. And the result for you will be simply this, that by shifting your citizenship for the better, you will have Justinian instead of Chosroes as master. Indeed, we agree to give you pledges to make this promise binding. Do not then destroy yourselves when it is possible to be saved. For it is not a glorious thing to linger fondly in danger for no advantage whatsoever, since this is not playing the part of a brave man, but simply suicide. But noble is he who steels himself to endure the most severe fortune, when he can anticipate from it some benefit. For men do not applaud voluntary death in a situation where even the surrounding danger gives ground for so strong hope. But a useless destruction of life is downright folly, and senseless daring which leads to death, when held out as a pretence of high seriousness, merits no praise, at least in the judgment of thinking men. Furthermore, you are bound also to take into consideration that you may seem to be showing some ingratitude towards heaven. For if God wished to destroy you, my men, he would not, I think, have put you into the hands of those who are striving to preserve you. Seeing then that such is our stand in this matter, it will clearly be for you to decide what is fitting should befall you. Such was the exhortation. The Persians, however, were unwilling even to listen to the discourse, but wonderfully shutting their ears, pretended that they did not understand. Then finally, at the command of the general, the Romans hurled fire into the Acropolis, thinking that in this way the enemy would be constrained to surrender themselves. Then as the flames spread in great volume, the barbarians, with disaster before their eyes, and knowing full well that they would speedily be burnt to ashes, and having no hope, nor yet seeing any possibility of saving themselves by fighting, still even in that situation would not consent to fall into the power of the enemy. But they were immediately burnt to death, every man of them, together with the Acropolis, while the Roman army marvelled at what was taking place. and at that time it became manifest how much importance Chosroes placed upon Lazica, for he had chosen out of the most notable of all his soldiers, and assigned them the garrison of Petra, and deposited there such an abundance of weapons that when the Romans took possession of them as plunder, 5 men's equipment fell to each soldier, and this too in spite of the fact that many weapons had been burned on the Acropolis. There was also found a vast quantity of grain and of cured meat, as well as all other provisions, which were indeed sufficient to keep all the besieged adequately supplied for 5 years. But the Persians had not, as it happened, stored wine there, other than sour wine, but they had brought in an ample supply of beans. But when the Romans actually found water there, flowing from the aqueduct, they were greatly astonished and perplexed until they learned the whole truth about the concealed pipes. And I shall now explain what these were. At the time when Chosroes established the garrison in Petra after capturing it, knowing well, as he did, that the Romans would assail it with every means in their power, and would straightway attempt without a moment's hesitation to cut the aqueduct, he contrived the following plan. The water which was being carried into the city he divided into 3 parts, and had a very deep trench dug, in which he constructed 3 pipelines, one laying on top of the other. At the very bottom of the trench he constructed a pipe, and this he covered with mud and stones up to the middle of the trench. At this point he concealed the 2nd pipeline, and above it he built the 3rd, which was above ground and visible to all, so the piping was on 3 levels, but this fact was concealed. This the Romans at the beginning of the siege did not understand, and so, after they had cut the obvious pipeline, they did not carry forward their work on the trench, but gave up the labour before the next pipeline was destroyed, and thought that the besieged were in want of water, their minds being deceived by their own slipshod methods. But as the siege was prolonged, the Romans, by capturing some of the enemy, learned that the besieged were drawing water from the aqueduct. Accordingly, they dug down into the ground and found there the 2nd pipeline, which they cut immediately, and they thought that they had thus crippled the enemy completely, not having learned even the 2nd time from the lesson before them the real meaning of their previous experience. But when they had captured the city and saw, as I have said, the water flowing in from the pipe, they began to marvel, and were greatly perplexed. And hearing from their captives what had been done, they came to realize after the event the care shown by the enemy in their work, and the futility of their own feeble efforts. Bessas now straightway sent all the prisoners to the emperor, and raised the circuit wall of Petra to the ground, in order that the enemy might not again make trouble for them. And the emperor praised him particularly for the valour he had displayed, and for his wisdom in tearing down the whole wall. Thus Bessas became once more, both because of the good fortune he had enjoyed, and also because of the valour he had displayed, an object of respectful admiration among all men. For previously, when he was appointed to command the garrison of Rome, the Romans had great hope of him, since before that time he had constantly shown himself a man of the highest courage. But when it came about that he met with ill fortune there, Rome being captured as it was by the Goths, as I have recounted in my previous narrative, and the race of the Romans being in large part destroyed, still the Emperor Justinian, when he returned after this to Byzantium, appointed him general against the Persians. Now practically everyone bitterly criticised this act and scoffed at the Emperor's decision, if he was going to entrust the Medic War to this Bessus in his closing years, after he had already been defeated decisively by the Goths, and had now become a doddering old man. But although this was the feeling of practically all men, it actually did fall out that this general met with the good fortune, and displayed the valour which I have described. Thus it is that human affairs proceed not according to the judgment of men, but are subject to the power and authority of God, which men are wont to call fortune, knowing not why in the world events proceed in the manner in which they manifest themselves to. for the name of fortune is wont to attach to that which appears to be contrary to reason. But as regards this matter, let each man think as he wishes. Now, murmur rose, fearing that in the course of a long time some mishap should befall Petra and the Persians left there, had set his whole army in motion and marched in that direction, being further influenced to do so by the season, seeing it was now past winter. Now in the course of this journey he learned all that had happened and abandoned this march entirely, knowing well that the Lazi had no fortress beyond the Phasis river, excepting only the one at Petra. He then returned and seized the passes from Iberia into the land of Colchis, where the Phasis can be forded, and he not only crossed this river on foot, but also another river of no less difficulty, named the Rion, which is likewise not navigable there, and thus, getting on the right of the Phasis, he led his army forward against a city named Archaeopolis, which is the first and greatest city in Lazica. Now this army, apart from a few men, was all cavalry, and they had with them 8 elephants, upon which the Persians were to stand and shoot down upon the heads of the enemy, just as from towers. Indeed, one might be led with good reason to marvel at the assiduity and resourcefulness of the Persians in the prosecution of their wars, for it was they who took in hand the road leading from Iberia into Colchis, when was everywhere impeded by precipitous ravines and difficult ground covered with bush, and concealed by forests of wide-spreading trees, so that even for an unencumbered traveller the way had seemed impassable previously, and they made it so smooth that not only did their entire cavalry pass that way with no difficulty, but they also actually marched over that road, taking with them as many of their elephants as they wished, and Huns also came to them as allies from the nation of the Sabiri, as they are called, to the number of 12,000. But murmur rose, fearing lest these barbarians, being in such numbers, would not only be altogether unwilling to obey his commands, but would actually do some terrible thing to the Persian army, permitted only 4,000 to march with him, while he sent all the rest away to their homes after making them a generous present of money. Now the Roman army numbered 12,000. They were not, however, all concentrated in one place, for there were only 3,000 in the garrison at Archaeopolis, under the command of Odenaicus and Barbas, both able warriors, while all the rest were waiting in camp on the other side of the Phasis river, having in mind that, if the enemy's army should make an attack at any point, they themselves would move out from there and go to the rescue in full force. These were commanded by Venilus and Uligargus, and Varazes, the Persarmenian, was also with them, having recently returned from Italy, and having 800 Tazani under his command. As for Bessas, as soon as he had captured Petra, he was quite unwilling to continue the struggle, but withdrew to the Pontici and the Armenians, and was giving the closest possible attention to the revenues from his territory, and by this niggardly policy he again wrecked the cause of the Romans. For if, straightway after that victory which I have described and his capture of Petra, he had gone to the boundaries of Lazica and Iberia, and barricaded the passes there, never again, as it seemed to me, would a Persian army have entered Lazica, but in fact this general, by slighting this task, all but surrendered Lazica to the enemy with his own hand, paying little heed to the emperor's wrath, For the Emperor Justinian was accustomed to condone for the most part the mistakes of his commanders, and consequently they were found very generally to be guilty of offences both in private life and against the state. Now, there were two fortresses of the Lazi almost exactly on the boundary of Iberia, Scanda and Serapenis. These, being situated in extremely rugged and difficult country, were extraordinarily hard of access. They used to be garrisoned by the Lazi in ancient times with great difficulty, for no food at all grows there, and supplies had to be brought in by men who carried them on their shoulders. But the Emperor Justinian at the beginning of this war had removed the Lazi from these fortresses and substituted a garrison of Roman soldiers. These soldiers then, not long afterwards, being hard-pressed by the lack of necessary supplies, abandoned these fortresses because they were quite unable to live for any considerable time on millet, as the Colchians did, since it was not familiar to them, and the Lazi no longer preserved in travelling the long journey to bring them all their supplies. Whereupon the Persians occupied and held them, but in the treaty with the Romans got them back in exchange for the fortress of Bolum and Ferrangum, as I have told in detail in the preceding narrative. The Lazi accordingly razed these fortresses to the ground in order that the Persians might not hold them as outposts against them. But the Persians rebuilt them, and held the one of the two, which they call Scanda, and Murmeros led the Medic army forward. There had been a city in the plain called Rhodopolis, which lay first in the way of those invading Colchis from Iberia, so situated as to be easily accessible and altogether open to attack. For this reason the Lazi had long before, in fear of the Persian invasion, razed it to the ground. When the Persians learned this, they proceeded straight away for Archaeopolis, but Murmeros learned that the enemy was encamped near the mouth of the Phasis River, and he advanced upon them, for it seemed to him better first to capture this force and then to undertake the siege of Archaeopolis, in order that they might not come from the rear and do harm to the Persian army. And he went close by the fortifications of Archaeopolis and gave a mocking salute to the Romans there, and with something of a swagger said that he would come back to them at the earliest moment. For, said he wished to address his greetings to the other Romans first, who were encamped near the Phasis River. And the Romans by way of answer bade him go wherever he wished, but they declared that if he came upon the Romans there, he would never return to them. When the commanders of the Roman army learned this, they became thoroughly frightened, and thinking themselves too few to withstand the force of their assailants, embarked on the boats which they had ready and ferried across the Phasis River, every man of them, placing their supplies of provisions on the boats, as much at least as they were able to carry, and throwing the rest of it into the river in order that the enemy might not be able to steal their supplies. So when Murmeros arrived there with his whole army not long afterwards, and saw the enemy's camp entirely abandoned, he was vexed and filled with resentment at the baffling situation. He then fired the Roman stockade, and, boiling with fury, turned back immediately and led his army against Archaeopolis. The city of Archaeopolis is situated on an exceedingly rugged hill, and a river flows by, coming down from the mountains which are above the city, and it has two gates, one of which is below, opening on the base of the hill, but this one is not inaccessible, except in so far that the ascent to it from the plain is not smooth. But the upper gate leads out to the steep slope and is extremely difficult to approach, for the ground before this gate is covered with brush which extends to an indefinite distance. And since the inhabitants of this city can get no other water, those who built it constructed two walls which extend from the city all the way to the river, in order that it might be possible for them to draw water from it in safety. Murmeros consequently being eager and determined to assault the wall there with his whole strength, did as follows. He first commanded the Sibari to build a great number of rams of the sort which men would be able to carry on their shoulders, because he was quite unable to bring up the customary engines to the circuit wall of Archaeopolis, lying as it did along the lower slope of the hill. For he had heard what had been achieved by the Sibari, who were allies of the Romans, at the wall of Petra not long before, and he sought by following out the method discovered by them to reap the advantage of their experience. And they carried out his orders, constructing immediately a large number of rams, such as I have said were recently made for Romans by the Sibari. Next, he sent the Dolomites, as they are called, to the precipitous parts of the city, directing them to harass the enemy there with all their strength. These Dolomites are barbarians who live indeed in the middle of Persia, but have never become subject to the king of the Persians, for their abode is on sheer mountainsides which are altogether inaccessible, and so they have continued to be autonomous from ancient times down to the present day. But they always march with the Persians as mercenaries when they go against their enemies, and they are all foot soldiers, each man carrying a sword and shield and 3 javelins each. But they show extraordinary nimbleness in running over cliffs and peaks of mountains, just as on level plains. For this reason, Murmeros assigned them to attack the wall there, while he with the rest of the army went against the lower gate, bringing up the rams and the elephants. So then the Persians and Sibari together, by shooting rapidly at the wall, so that they filled the air round about it with their arrows, came not far from compelling the Romans there to abandon the parapet, and the Dolomites, hurling in their javelins from the crags outside the circuit wall, were inflicting still more harm upon the Romans facing them. On every side, indeed, the situation of the Romans had become bad and full of danger, for they were in an extremely evil plight. At that point, Odenaicus and Barbus, either as making a display of valour or studying to test the soldiers, or it may even be that some divine influence moved them, left only a few of the soldiers where they were, directing them to ward off the assailants of the wall from the parapet, and meanwhile called together the greater part of them, and made a short exhortation, speaking as follows: "Fellow soldiers, you perceive the danger which is upon us, and the necessity in which we are involved, but it is incumbent upon us not to yield in the least to these evils, for those who come into a situation where safety is despaired of could be saved only by not courting safety, for a fondness for life is wont in most cases to be followed by destruction, and you will be obliged to consider this fact also in our present stress, that by simply warding off the enemy for this parapet, your safety will by no means be firmly established, even though we carry forward the struggle with the greatest zeal, for a battle which is waged between armies standing apart gives no one opportunity to show himself a brave man, but the issue as a general thing is determined by chance. If, however, the conflict becomes a hand-to-hand struggle, enthusiasm will in most cases prevail, and victory will appear where valour lies. And apart from this, even in the case of success in the conflict, men fighting from the wall will reap no great benefit from this success, because while they have for the moment succeeded in repulsing the enemy, the danger will again be acute of the next morrow, and on the other hand, if they fail even by a little, they are naturally destroyed along with their defences. But once having conquered their opponents in hand-to-hand combat, they will thereafter have their safety assured. Let us then, with these thoughts in mind, advance against the enemy with all zeal, calling to our aid the assistance from above, and with our hopes raised high by the desperate situation which has now fallen to us. For God is ever wont to save those men above all others who find no hope of safety in themselves. After Odenaccus and Barbus had thus encouraged the soldiers, they opened the gates and led the army forth on the run, leaving a few men behind for the following reason. One of the Lazi, who was a man of note in this nation, an inhabitant of Archaeopolis, had on the previous day negotiated with Murmeros for the betrayal of his native land. Now Murmeros had sent word to him to render the Persians only this service, that whenever they began the assault on the wall, he should secretly set fire to the buildings where the grain and the rest of the provisions were stored. And he directed him to do this, reasoning that one of two things would happen. Either that the Romans, being concerned about this fire, and devoting their attention to it, would give his men opportunity to scale the circuit wall unmolested, or that in their eagerness to repulse the Persians storming the wall, they would pay no attention to these buildings, and if in this way the grain and other provisions were burned, he would with no difficulty capture Archaeopolis in a short time. With such purpose did Murmeros give these instructions to this Lazi, and he for his part agreed to carry out the order when he saw the storming of the wall at its height, by setting fire as secretly as possible to these buildings. And when the Romans saw the flames rising suddenly, some few of them went to the rescue and with great difficulty quenched the fire, which had done a certain amount of damage, but all the rest, as stated, went forth against the enemy. This force, by falling upon them suddenly and terrifying them by the unexpectedness of their attack, slew many, for the Persians offered no resistance. Indeed, they did not even dare raise a hand against them. This was because the Persians, having no expectation that their enemy, who were few in number, would make a sally against them, had taken up positions apart from one another with a view to storming the wall, and so were not in battle array. And those who were carrying the rams upon their shoulders were quite naturally both unarmed and unprepared for battle, while the others, with only string bows in their hands, were entirely unable to ward off an enemy pressing upon them in close array. Thus the Romans, slashing and turning from side to side, kept destroying them. At that moment also it so happened that one of the elephants, because he was wounded, some say, or simply because he became excited, wheeled around out of control and reared up, thus throwing his rider and breaking up the lines of the others. As a result of this, the barbarians began to retreat, while the Romans continued without fear to destroy those who from time to time fell in their way. And one might wonder at this point that the Romans, though knowing well by what means they ought to repel a hostile attack by elephants, did none of the necessary things, being obviously confused by the situation, and yet this result was achieved without effort on their part. And what this is, I shall now make clear. When Khosroes and the Medic army were storming the fortifications of Edessa, one of the elephants, mounted by a great number of the most warlike men among the Persians, came close to the circuit wall and made it seem that in a short space of time he would overpower the men defending the tower at that point, seeing that they were exposed to missiles falling thickly from above, and would thus take the city. For it seemed that this was in fact an engine for the capture of cities. The Romans, however, by suspending a pig from the tower, escaped this peril. For as the pig was hanging there, he very naturally gave vent to sundry squeals, and this angered the elephant, so that he got out of control, and, stepping back little by little, moved off to the rear. Such was the outcome of that situation. But in the present case, the omission due to the thoughtlessness of the Romans was made good by chance. But now that I have mentioned Edessa, I shall not be silent as to the portent which appeared there before this present war. When Khosroes was about to break the so-called endless peace, a certain woman in the city gave birth to an infant which in other respects was a normally formed human being, but had two heads. and the meaning of this was made clear by the events which followed, for both Edessa and the Roman Empire to the north came to be fought for by two sovereigns. Thus did these things happen, but I shall return to the point from which I strayed. When confusion thus fell upon the Medic army, those stationed in the rear, seeing the confusion of those before them, but having no real knowledge of what had happened, became panic-stricken, and turned to retreat in great disorder. And the Dolomites also experienced a like panic, for they were fighting from the higher positions, and could see everything which transpired, and they too began to flee in a disgraceful manner, so that the rout became decisive. 4,000 of the barbarians fell there, among whom, as it happened, were 3 of the commanders, and the Romans captured 4 of the Persian standards, which they immediately sent to Byzantium for the emperor. They say, moreover, that not less than 20,000 of their horses perished, not from wounds inflicted by the enemy missiles or swords, but because in travelling a great distance they had become utterly exhausted, and had found no sufficiency of fodder since the time they had come into Lazica, and so, they say, under the stress of both starvation and weakness they succumbed. Having thus failed in this attempt, Murmurose withdrew with his whole army to Mocharesis, for even though they had failed of getting Archaeopolis, the Persians still held mastery of the greatest part of the rest of Lazica. Now, Mocharesis is 1 day's journey distant from Archaeopolis, a distance which includes many populous villages, and this is really the best land in Colchis, for both wine and the other good things are produced there, though the rest of Lazica, to be sure, is not of such a sort. Along by this district flows a river called Rhion, and on it the Colchians in ancient times built a fortress, and in later times they themselves razed the greater part of it to the ground, because, lying as it did in a very flat plain, it seemed to them easy of access. In these times the fortress was named Kotialion in the Greek language, but now the Lazi call it Cotius, having corrupted the true sound of the name because of their ignorance of the language, such is the account given by Arrian. But others say that the place was a city in ancient times and was called Kotion, and that Aetes was born there, and as a result of this, the poets both called him a Kotion and applied the same name to the land of Colchis. This place, Murmurose, was now eager to rebuild, but, since he had no equipment for the task, and because at the same time the winter was already setting in, he replaced with wood as quickly as possible such parts of the fortress as had fallen down, and remained there. But very close to Cotis is an exceedingly strong fortress, Euthymeros by name. In this the Lazi were maintaining strict guard, and a small number of Roman soldiers also were standing with them for the defence of the fortress. So Murmurose settled there with his whole army, holding the fairest part of the land of Colchis and preventing his opponents from carrying any provisions into the fortress of Euthymeros, or from going into the district of Suania and Skimnia, as it is called, though this was subject to them. For when an enemy is in Mocharesis, the road into this region is thereby cut off for both Lazi and Romans. Thus were the armies engaged in Lazica. In Byzantium, meanwhile, Khosrow's envoy Izdigouznas, in conferring with the Emperor Justinian regarding the peace, wasted a vast amount of time. And it was only after long continued debates that they finally reached an agreement that for 5 years the truce should be observed in the realms of both sovereigns, while envoys passed back and forth from each country to the other, fearlessly carrying on negotiations for peace during this period, until they should settle the points of disagreement regarding both Lazica and the Saracens. It was further agreed that the Persians received from the Romans for this 5-year truce 20 centenaria of gold, and for 18 months, which had elapsed between the expiration of the former truce and the time when they had commenced negotiations with each other in the present case, 6 centenaria more, for the Persians declared that only on this understanding had they permitted negotiations for the treaty to proceed. Isdiguznaz further demanded that he should receive these 20 centenaria on the spot, but the emperor wished to give 4 each year, his purpose, of course, being that he might have surety that Khosroes would not violate the agreement. Later, however, the Romans gave the Persians outright the entire amount of gold agreed upon in order not to appear to be paying them tribute each year, for it is the disgraceful name and not the fact, which men are wont as a general thing to be ashamed of. Now there was a certain man among the Persians named Bursabus, a person of a special note and a very close friend of King Khosroes. Valerian had once happened upon this man in a battle in Armenia and had took him prisoner and immediately sent him to the emperor at Byzantium, and a long time passed while he was being kept under guard there. Now Khosroes was willing to advance a great amount of money for him in order that he might see Bursabus returned to the land of Persia. But on the present occasion the Emperor Justinian released the man at the request of Isdiguznaz, for this ambassador promised the emperor to persuade Khosroes to remove the Persian army from Lazica. Thus this armistice was arranged by the Romans and Persians in the 25th year of the reign of the Emperor Justinian. Now the majority of the Romans were thoroughly displeased with this treaty, but whether the reproach they made was in some measure justified or as unreasonable as the complaints of subjects commonly are, I am unable to say. These objectors kept saying that this peace had been made while Lazica was most firmly in the power of the Persians, whose purpose was that for 5 years no one might molest them, but that during this time they might be able, without fear or hardship, to occupy all the fairest parts of the land of Colchis, and the Romans thereafter would be utterly unable to dislodge them from there in all time, but thenceforth Byzantium itself would be easily accessible to the Persians from that point. Such was the general view, and the people were consequently vexed and irritated and utterly pessimistic. They were also moved by the fact that the very thing which the Persians had been striving for from ancient times, but which had seemed impossible of achievement either by war or by other means, that is to say, having the Romans subject to payment of tribute to them, this had been most firmly achieved at the present juncture in the name of an armistice. For Khosroes, by imposing upon the Romans an annual tribute of 4 centenaria, the very thing he had clearly been bent upon having from the first, has up to the present time in a space of 11 years and 6 months spaciously gathered in 46 centenaria on the pretext of the armistice, giving to the tribute the name of treaty, although in the meantime he has, as stated, been carrying on a campaign of violence and war in Lazica. From this plight the Romans had not the least hope of rescuing themselves in the future, but they perceived that they had in no hidden sense become tributaries to the Persians. Thus were these things done. But Isdiguznaz, in possession of money such as no envoy ever carried, and having become, I suppose, the wealthiest of all the Persians, departed on the homeward way, for the Emperor Justinian had honoured him in a single manner, and presented him with huge sums of money before his dismissal. And this man, unlike all other ambassadors, did not have the experience of being under guard in any sense, but both he himself and all who followed him, and they were an exceedingly numerous company, enjoyed complete freedom for a long period of time in meeting and associating with whom they wished, walking about in every part of the city, buying and selling whatever they pleased, and carrying on all manner of transactions and devoting themselves with complete unconcern to the business connected therewith, just as they would in a city of their own, with not a Roman following or accompanying them at all, or deigning to watch them, as is customary. At this time an event occurred, which has never happened before, as far, at least, as we know. For though the season of the year was late autumn, there was a very remarkable period of drought and hot weather as in the middle of summer, so that a great quantity of roses actually came out, as if it were spring, differing in no way at all from ordinary roses, and practically all the trees brought forth new fruit again, while the clusters likewise appeared on the vines, although the vintage had already been gathered not many days before. From these things, those that are clever in such matters drew sundry conclusions, saying that some great and unexpected thing would take place, some that it would be good, and others the opposite. But I for my part think that this was the result of a sort of coincidence, the usual south winds having prevailed for a very long period, and great heat having consequently come upon the land beyond what is customary, and not in keeping with the seasons. But if it really does, as they say, indicate that some unexpected event will happen, we shall know most certainly from the future outcome. While these negotiations were taking place in Byzantium between the Romans and Persians regarding the treaty, in the meantime, the following took place in Lazica. Galbases, the king of the Lazi, was well disposed towards the Romans, for he perceived that Chosroes, as I have stated in the previous narrative, was plotting his death. But the most of the other Lazi, being subjected to outrageous treatment at the hands of the Roman soldiers, and being particularly angry with the commanders of the army, began to favour the Medes as a general thing, and not because they preferred the cause of the Persians, but because they wished to be rid of the Roman rule, and preferred those difficulties which were not for the moment present. Now there was a man of no mean station among the Lazi, Theophobus by name, who conferred very secretly with Murmeros, and promised to put the fortress of Euthymeros into his hands. And he filled the man with great hope, and urged him to accomplish this, declaring that as a result of this deed he would not only be a very close friend of King Chosroes, but would also be inscribed by the Persians as a benefactor for all time, and consequently would become great in renown and in wealth and in power. Theophobus was elated by these promises, and kept working still more eagerly for the accomplishment of his purpose. Now there was at that time no free movement of the Romans and Lazi, but, while the Persians were going about everywhere in that country with complete liberty, some of the Romans and Lazi were hiding by the Phasis river, while others had seized Archaeopolis, or some other one of the strongholds there, and were concealing themselves therein. Meanwhile, Galbases himself, the king of the Lazi, was remaining quietly at the summit of the mountain. Consequently, Theophobus was able with no difficulty to make good his promise to Murmeros, for he went inside the fortress and stated to the Lazi and Romans who were keeping guard there that the whole Roman army had perished, that the cause of King Galbases and all of the Lazi about him had been utterly lost, and that all Colchis was held by the Persians, and there was not one single hope for the Romans or Galbases ever to win back the rule of the land. For formerly, he pointed out, Murmeros had accomplished this alone, bringing with him more than 70,000 fighting men of the Persians and vast numbers of barbarian Sabiri. But now, he said, King Khosroes himself had actually come there with an unnumbered host, and suddenly joined forces with them, and henceforth not even the whole land of the Colchians would suffice for this army. With these high-flown words, Procopius reduced the guards there to a state of terror and helplessness, and they besought him with entreaties in the name of their ancestral god to use all his powers to turn the present situation to their advantage. He then promised them that he would bring from Khosroes pledges for their safety, on condition that they surrendered the fortress to the Persians. The men were delighted with these terms, and he immediately departed from the place, and coming again before Murmeros explained everything. Then Murmeros selected the most notable men of the Persians and sent them with him to Euthymeros for the purpose of arranging pledges both for the money and for the lives of the guards of the place, and so taking possession of the fortress. Thus did the Persians gain the fortress of Euthymeros, and thereby secured the mastery of Lazica most firmly. But not only did the Persians bring this land of Lazica under their sway, but also Skimnia and Suania, and in this way the whole territory from Mocharesis as far as Iberia became inaccessible to the Romans and the king of the Lazi, and neither the Romans nor the Lazi were able to ward off the enemy, for they did not even dare to descend from the mountains or their strongholds, nor to make any advances against the enemy. Murmeros, as the winter season came on, built a wooden wall at Kotais, and established there a guard of warlike Persians no less than 3,000 strong, and he also left a sufficient force of men in Euthymeros. And he also built up the other fortress of the Lazi, which they call Sarapanis, situated at the very limit of the territory of Lazica, and remained there. But later, upon learning that the Romans and Lazi were gathering and making camp at the mouth of the Phasis river, he moved against them with his whole army. When Galbazes and the commanders of the Roman army learned this, refusing to withstand the enemy's attacks, they dispersed and saved themselves as each found it possible. As for Galbazes, he ran up to the summit of the mountains, and there proceeded to pass the winter along with his children and his wife and those particularly intimate with him, putting up with the rigours of winter because of the hopelessness of his present evil situation, but confident of the future because of his hope in Byzantium, and in this way finding consolation for the fortune then present, as men are wont to do, looking for a better day. And the rest of the Lazi, likewise ashamed to be outdone by King Galbazes, were passing the winter as well as he among the crags, fearing indeed no difficulty from the enemy there, for these mountains are at all times impracticable, and wholly inaccessible for an attacking force, and particularly during the winter, but forced to endure mortal suffering through hunger, cold, and the other hardships. Meanwhile, Murmeros at his leisure built many houses in the villages throughout Mocharesis, and established stores of supplies everywhere among these places. Then by sending some of the deserters to the heights of the mountains and offering pledges, he succeeded in winning over many. These were naturally in want of provisions, and he supplied them in generous measure, and cared for them as his own. Indeed, he carried on the whole administration with an air of complete security, as having become lord of the land. And he wrote the following letter to Galbazes: 2 things there are which harmonize the lives of men, power and wisdom, For some who, by reason of their power, are superior to their neighbours, both live themselves according to their own desires, and never fail to lead where they wish those less powerful than themselves, while others, though enslaved to the stronger through their weakness, can still remedy their impotence by discretion and by courting the powerful with flattery. They are still able to live with their own possessions, enjoying by means of their conciliatory attitude everything of which they are deprived by their weakness, and this does not hold only for some of the nations of men, while it is otherwise in other nations, but one might say that this is implanted in human nature universally in every part of the inhabited world, like any other natural characteristic. Do you accordingly, my dear Galbazes, if you think you are going to overcome the Persians in this war, neither hesitate nor let anything stand in your way, for you will find us in any part of Lazica you may choose ready to meet you for attack, and prepared in battle array to fight for this land with all our might, so that in waging a decisive struggle you will have the opportunity to display your valour against us. If, however, when you yourself realise it is that you are unable to array yourself against the might of the Persians, then do you, good sir, take the second alternative, and know thyself, and bow down before your master Chosroes as king and victor and lord, and beg that he be merciful to you in spite of your acts, in order that you may be able henceforth to escape the evils which harass you. For I personally promise that King Chosroes will be merciful to you, and will give pledges furnishing you as hostages sons of the notable rulers in Persia, and you will have your safety and your kingdom and everything else in security for all time. But if neither of these things meets your wish, do you at least go off to some other land, and thus grant to the Lazi, who have been reduced to wretchedness through your folly, recovery at length and respite from the difficulties which press upon them, and do not wish to inflict upon them this lingering destruction, which carried on by a deceptive hope, by which I mean assistance from the Romans, for they will never be able to defend you, just as they have not been able up to the present day. Thus wrote Murmeros. But even so, he did not persuade Galbades, who remained among the summits of the mountains, awaiting the assistance to come from the Romans, and, by reason of his hostility to Chosroes, absolutely unwilling to incline to despair of the Romans. For men as a general thing adapt their decisions to the dictates of their desire, and while on the one hand they incline towards the argument which pleases them and espouse all its consequences, not investigating to see whether it may be false, they on the other hand are outraged by the one which annoys them, and they distrust it, never searching out to see whether it may not be true. At about this time, certain monks, coming from India and learning that the Emperor Justinian entertained the desire that the Romans should no longer purchase their silk from the Persians, came before the Emperor and promised so to settle the silk question, that the Romans would no longer purchase this article from their enemies, the Persians, nor indeed from any other nation, for they had, they said, spent a long time in the country situated north of the numerous nations of India, a country called Serinda, and there they had learned accurately by what means it was possible for silk to be produced in the land of the Romans. Whereupon the Emperor made very diligent inquiries and asked them many questions, to see whether their statements were true, and the monks explained to him that certain worms are the manufacturers of silk, nature being their teacher, and compelling them to work continually. And while it was impossible to convey the worms thither alive, it was still practicable and altogether easy to convey their offspring. Now the offspring of these worms, they said, consisted of innumerable eggs, from each one, and men bury these eggs long after the time when they are produced in dung, and after thus heating them for a sufficient time, they bring forth the living creatures. After they had thus spoken, the emperor promised to reward them with large gifts, and urged them confirm their account in action. They then once more went to Cerinda and brought back the eggs to Byzantium and, in the manner described, caused them to be transformed into worms, which they fed on the leaves of the mulberry bush, and thus they made possible for the Romans from that time forth to produce silk in the land of the Romans. At that time, then, matters stood thus between the Romans and the Persians, both as touching the war and in regards to silk. After the winter season, Izdeguznaz arrived at the court of Khosroes with the money, and announced the terms agreed upon by them, and Khosroes, upon receiving the money, confirmed the armistice without any hesitation, but he was utterly unwilling to relinquish Lazica. In fact, he actually used this money to purchase the alliance of a vast horde of Sabiri Huns, and he sent them immediately with some Persians to Murmeros, whom he directed to pursue his task with all the power at his disposal, and he sent him furthermore a large number of elephants. Murmeros accordingly, accompanied by the whole army of the Persians and Huns, departed from Mocharesis, and moved against the strongholds of the Lazi, taking the elephants with him. The Romans, however, offered no resistance whatsoever, but under the leadership of Martinus, they made themselves as secure as possible in a naturally strong position near the mouth of the Phasis river, and there remained quiet, and Galbazes, the king of the Lazi, was also with them, but the Medic army, because of a certain chance which befell it, did no harm to anyone either of the Romans or of the Lazi. For in the first place Murmeros, learning that the sister of Galbazes was in a certain fortress, led his army against this, with the intent of capturing it at all hazards. But because the guards of that place offered a most valiant resistance, and also because the naturally strong position gave them material assistance, the barbarians were repulsed from the town without accomplishing their purpose, and withdrew, whereupon they hastily directed their course against the Abusci. But the Romans, keeping guard in Tusbil, seized the pass, which was very narrow and precipitous, as I have stated previously, and quite impossible to force, and thus they blocked their way. Consequently Murmeros, having no means of dislodging his opponents by force, led his army back and straightway moved on Archaeopolis, with the purpose of besieging it, but upon making trial of the circuit wall, he made no success, and consequently turned back again. But the Romans followed up the retreating enemy, and in a dangerous pass began to slay many of them, among those who fell being, as it chanced, the commander of the Sabiri. And a fierce battle taking place over the corpse, the Persians finally at dusk forced back their opponents and routed them, after which they retired to Kotais and Mocharesis. Such, then, were the fortunes of the Romans and the Persians. In Libya, on the other hand, affairs had taken an altogether favourable turn for the Romans. For it so fell out that John, whom the Emperor Justinian had appointed general there, met with a number of incredible pieces of good fortune, since after securing the alliance of one of the Moorish rulers, Cutsinaz by name, he first defeated the others in battle, and not long afterwards reduced to subjugation Antalas and Laudas, who held the sovereignty over the Moors of Byzacium and Numidia, and they joined his train in the position of slaves. And as a result of this, the Romans had, for the time, no enemy in Libya at any rate, but by reason of the previous wars and insurrections, the land remained for the most part destitute of human habitation. While these events were taking place as described meanwhile, the following transpired in Europe. The Gepides had in the first place, as I have stated in the previous narrative, confirmed a treaty with the enemies of theirs, the Lombards. But being utterly unable to compose their differences with them, they decided, not much later, that they must make war. So the Gepides and the Lombards advanced in full force against one another, both being fully prepared for the war, and the commanders were, on the side of the Gepides, Thoricin, and on that of the Lombards, Orduin, each of them being followed by many myriads of men. Now they had already come close to one another, but the two armies could not yet see each other. But that fright which is called panic suddenly fell upon both armies and carried the men all backwards in a flight which had no real cause, only the commanders being left where they were with a small number of men. And though they strove to draw their men back and check the retreat, they could accomplish nothing either by the use of abject entreaty or by fearful threats. So Orduin became thoroughly frightened at seeing the men taking to their heels in this disorderly manner, for he did not know that the enemy had shared the same fate, and straightway sent some of his followers on an embassy to his opponent to beg for peace. But these men, when they came to Thorcin, the commander of the Gepides, and observed what was taking place, and under from their own experience what had befallen their enemies, inquired of Thoricin when they came into his presence, where in the world the host of his subjects was, and he for his part, without making any denial of what had happened, said, "They are fleeing, though no man pursues." Thereupon the envoy said to him in reply, "This is the very thing which has happened to the Lombards also, for seeing that you speak the truth, O king, we shall conceal nothing on our side. Accordingly, since it is not at all the will of God that these nations should utterly perish, and since for this reason he dissolved the battle lines, smiting both armies with a saving fear, come now, let us too yield to the will of God by putting an end to the war." "Very well, let it be so," said Thoricin. Thus they made a 2 years' truce, to the end that by maintaining diplomatic relations with one another in the interval, they might make a thorough settlement of all their differences. So at the time they each withdrew with this understanding, but finding themselves unable during this truce to come to such terms with each other as to reach a settlement of the disputed points, they were once more on the point of resorting to warfare. But the Gepides, fearing the Roman power, for it was expected that the Romans would array themselves with the Lombards, were purposing to invite some of the Huns to an offensive and defensive alliance. They sent accordingly to the rulers of the Cutrigars, who live on the western side of the Maeotic Lake, and begged them to assist them in carrying on the war against the Lombards. And these Huns straightway sent them 12,000 men under different commanders, among whom was Cinialon, an especially capable warrior. But the Gepides were for the moment embarrassed by the presence of these barbarians, since the time had not yet arrived when a battle could be fought, for the truce still had a year to run, and so they persuaded them to overrun the emperor's land in the interval, thus turning their embarrassment to their profit by delivering this attack on the Romans. But since the Romans were guarding carefully the crossing of the Ister River both in Illyricum and in the land of Thrace, they themselves ferried these Huns across the Ister at the point where their own territory touched the river, and turned them loose in the Roman domain. And they indeed plundered practically the whole country there, when the Emperor Justinian hit upon the following plan. Sending to the rulers of the Utica Huns, who live on the eastern side of the Maeotic Lake, he reproached them and branded as unjust their inactivity with regard to the Cutrigars, if indeed one ought to consider the act of watching without protest the destruction of one's friends as the height of injustice. For the Cutrigars, he said, paying no heed to their neighbours, the Utigars, and that too, though they receive great sums of money every year from Byzantium, are unwilling in any degree to cease from their injustice towards the Romans. but they are every day raiding and plundering them for no good reason. And though the Utigars themselves gain no portion of the plunder nor share in the booty with the Catrigars, they are not taking the side of the Romans who are being wronged, though they have been on terms of close friendship with them from ancient times. Thus the Emperor Justinian, by sending this message to the Utigars, and not only making a gift of money to them, but also reminding them of all the gifts they had previously received from him on many occasions, persuaded them immediately to make an attack upon those of the Catrigars who had been left behind. So they first drew into alliance with them 2,000 of the Goths called Tetraxitae, who are their neighbours, and then crossed the Tanais River in full force. And they were commanded by Sandil, a man of the greatest cleverness and experienced in many wars, and one moreover well endowed with prowess and fortitude. So after they had made the crossing of the river, they engaged with a large number of the Catrigars, who disputed their advance. And since this force offered a most vigorous resistance to their assailants, the battle continued for a very long time, but finally the Utigars routed their opponents and slew many, and only a small number of them, by fleeing wherever each man found it possible, saved themselves. Then their enemy made slaves of their women and children, and so departed on their homeward way, while these barbarians were fighting it out with each other in the manner described. And when the struggle was now at the most violent point, it so fell out that good fortune came to the Romans. For all those Romans who chanced to be among the Catrigars in the state of slaves during this struggle departed hastily from there without being detected, and, since no one followed them up, they reached their native land, thus profiting by another nation's victory at the time of their sorest need. The Emperor Justinian now sent to Cinialon and the other Huns the general Arretius, bidding him announce to them what had befallen in their own land, and, by offering them money, persuaded them to depart with all possible speed from the territory of the Romans. So these Huns, upon learning the inroad of the Utigars and receiving at the same time a large sum of money from Arretius, made an agreement that they would commit no further bloodshed nor enslave any one of the Romans nor do any other harm, but would make their withdrawal, treating the people on the way as friends. And this also was agreed upon, that if, on the one hand, these barbarians should be able to return and settle in their own country, they would both remain there and hold fast for the future their alliance to the Romans, but if, on the other hand, it should be impossible for them to remain in that land, they were to return once more to Roman territory, and the emperor would confer upon them some district in Thrace, to the end that they should establish their houses there, and be for ever at peace with the Romans, while they assisted in guarding the land carefully against all barbarians. By this time, 2,000 of the Huns, who had been defeated in the battle and escaped the Utigars, had entered the Roman Empire, bringing their wives and children, and among their several leaders was Simeon, who long before had marched with Belisarius against Gelimer and the Vandals, and they now made themselves supplicants of the Emperor Justinian. But when Sandil, the king of the Utigars, learned this, he was exasperated and filled with anger, seeing that, while he himself, by way of punishing the Catigars, who were his kinsmen, for the wrong they had done the Romans, had driven them from their ancestral abode, They, for their part, had been received by the emperor, and had settled in the land of the Romans, and were going to live much more comfortably. He accordingly sent envoys to the emperor to remonstrate at what had been done, not putting any letter into their hands, for the Huns are unacquainted with writing and unskilled in it up to the present time, and they neither have any writing master, nor do the children among them toil over their letters as they grow up, but instructing them rather to deliver by word of mouth in the barbarian fashion everything which he enjoined upon them. So when these envoys came into the presence of the Emperor Justinian, they stated that their king Sandil spoke through them as by a letter, as follows. I know a certain proverb, which I have heard from my boyhood, and if I have not forgotten it, the proverb runs somewhat as follows. That wild beast, the wolf, might, they say, possibly not be unable actually to change in some degree the colour of his fur, but his character he doth not transform, nature not permitting him to change this. This proverb, says Sandil, have I heard from my elders, who thus hinted at the ways of men by means of a dark saying. And I know something also which I have learned from experience, one of those things which it would be natural that a rough barbarian should learn, that shepherds take dogs when they are still suckling, and rear them with no lack of care in the house, and the dog is an animal grateful to those who feed it and most mindful of kindness. Now this is obviously done by the shepherds with this purpose, that when the wolves attack the flock at any time, the dogs may check their attacks, standing over the sheep as guardians and saviours, and I think this takes place throughout the whole world, for no man in the world has at any time seen dogs attacking a flock nor wolves defending it, but nature as a lawmaker has established this as a kind of ordinance, as it were, for dogs and sheep and wolves. And I think that even in your empire, where practically everything is found in abundance, including doubtless even impossible things, there is not the slightest variation from this rule. Otherwise make a demonstration to my envoys, in order that on the threshold of old age we may actually learn something to our experience. But if these things are by nature everywhere fixed, it is not, I think, a fair thing for you to receive hospitably the nation of the Kutrigars, inviting in a foul set of neighbours, and making people at home with you now whom you have not endured beyond your boundaries. For they will, after no long delay, show their own true character towards the Romans, and apart from this, neither will an enemy be lacking who will prey upon the Roman domain in the hopes that if defeated he will be better off at your hands, nor will a friend be left to the Romans who some day will stand in the way of those who would overrun your land, through fear lest, when he gains the mastery by the gift of fortune, he may see the vanquished faring more splendidly than himself at your hands, seeing that while we eke out our existence in a deserted and thoroughly unproductive land, the Kutigars are at liberty to traffic in corn and to revel in their wine cellars and live on the fat of the land, and doubtless they have access to baths too, and are wearing gold, the vagabonds, and have no lack of fine clothes embroidered and overlaid with gold. And another point, the Kutigars had previously enslaved thousands of Romans and carried them off to their own land, and these cursed rascals have been at no slight pains to impose all the indignities of slavery upon these victims, for they were doubtless ever ready even to apply the lash to those who had done no wrong, or to put them to death, and they practised such other cruelties as natural inclination and opportunity suggests to a barbarian master. We, on the other hand, by our struggles and perils, which involved our lives in danger, delivered them from this fate, which then enchained them, and restored them to their parents, so that they came to represent for us the object, it proves, of all our labours in the war. And for these things, we and they have each of us received from you, for these different actions, rewards of an opposite nature. If it is true that we, on the one hand, still partake of our ancestral woes, but they are allotted an equal share in the land of those who, by our valour, escaped from being their slaves. Thus spoke the envoys of the Utigars. But the emperor, after wheedling them with many words and comforting them with a quantity of gifts, sent them away not long afterwards. Such was the course of these events. At about this time, war and fighting sprang up between the nation of the Varni and soldiers who live on the island called Britta, and it came about from the following cause. The Varni dwell beyond the Ista River, and extend as far as the Northern Ocean along the Rhine River, which separates them from the Franks and the other nations who dwell in that region. Now among all these nations, which in ancient times dwelt on both sides of the Rhine River, each people had his own particular name, but the whole group was called in common the Germans. The island of Britia lies in this part of the ocean not far from the coast, being about 200 stades off and approximately opposite the mouth of the Rhine and between the island of Britain and Thule. For while Britain lies to the west, in line with the extreme end of Spain, separated from the continent by a distance which, at the least, is about 400 stades, Britia is towards the rear of Gaul, that side namely which faces the ocean, being, that is, to the north of both Spain and Britain, and Thule, as far as men know at any rate, is situated towards the extremity of the Northern Ocean. But the description of Britain and Thule have been set down by me in the preceding narrative. The island of Britia is inhabited by 3 very numerous nations, each having one king over it, and the names of these nations are Angli, Frisones, and Britones, the last being named from the island itself. And so great appears to be the population of these nations that every year they emigrate thence in large companies with their women and children and go to the land of the Franks, and the Franks allow them to settle in the part of their land which appears to be more deserted, and by this means they say they are winning over the island. Thus it actually happened that not long ago the king of the Franks, in sending some of his intimates on an embassy to the Emperor Justinian in Byzantium, sent with them some of the Angli, thus seeking to establish his claim that this island was ruled by him. Such then are the facts relating to the island that is called Britta. Then the Varni, not long ago, were ruled by a man named Hermegisculus. He, being eager to strengthen his kingdom, had made the sister of Theudebert, ruler of the Franks, his wedded wife. For his previous wife had died recently, having been the mother of one child, Radagis by name, whom she left to his father, and he sought a marriage for this child with a maiden born in Britia, whose brother was then king of the nation of the Angli, and had given her a large sum of money because of his wooing. Now this man, while riding with the most notable of the Varni in a certain place, saw a bird sitting in a tree, and croaking loudly, and whether he really comprehended the bird's voice, or, possessing some other knowledge, simply made a mysterious pretence of comprehending the bird's prophecy, he at any rate immediately told those with him that he would die 40 days later. For this, he said, was revealed to him by the pronouncement of the bird. Now I, he said, making provision that you should live most securely and at your ease, have related myself with the Franks by taking from their country the wife who is now my consort, and I have bestowed Britia upon my son by betrothal. But now, since I expect to die very shortly, and as far as this wife is concerned I am without issue male or female, and my son furthermore is still unwed and without his bride, come now, let me communicate my thoughts to you, and if it should seem to you not without some profit, do you, as soon as I reach the term of my life, put upon it the seal of your approval and execute it. I think, then, that it will be more to the advantage of the Varni to make the alliance by marriage with the Franks than with the islanders. For the men of Brittia, on the one hand, are not even able to join forces with you except over a long and difficult journey, while the Varni and the Franks, on the other hand, have only yonder water of the Rhine between them, and that they, being very close neighbours to you and having achieved an enormous power, have the means ready at hand both to help you and to harm you, whenever they wish, and they will undoubtedly harm you if the said marriage alliance shall not prevent them. For men naturally find a neighbouring state's power, when it surpasses their own, grievous and a most ready cause of injustice, for a powerful neighbour may with comparative ease secure causes of war against his neighbours who are doing no wrong. Since then the facts are these: let the island girl who has been wooed for this boy be given up by you, and all the money which she has received from us for this purpose let her retain as remuneration for the indignity, as the common law of mankind has it. But let my son Radagis be married to his own stepmother henceforth, just as our own ancestral law permits us. So he spoke, and on the 40th day from the pronouncement he fell sick and fulfilled his destiny. Then the son of Hermogisculus, after taking over the kingdom of the Varni by the will of the notable men among these barbarians, carried out the counsel of the dead king, and straightway renouncing his marriage with his betrothed, became wedded to his stepmother. But when the betrothed of Radagis learned this, she could not bear the indignity of her position, and undertook to secure revenge upon him for his insult to her. For so high is virtue regarded among these barbarians that when merely the name of marriage has been mentioned among them, though the fact has not been accomplished, the woman is considered to have lost her maidenhood. First, then, she sent an embassy to him of some of her kinsmen, and inquired for what reason he had insulted her, though she had neither been unfaithful nor done him any wrong. But since she was unable to accomplish anything by this means, she took up the duties of a man and proceeded to deeds of war. She accordingly collected 400 ships immediately, and put on board them an army of not fewer than 100,000 fighting men, and she in person led forth this expedition against the Varni. And she also took with her one of her brothers, who was to assist her in settling the situation, not that he was holding the kingship, for he was still living in the position of a private citizen. Now these islanders are valiant beyond any of the barbarians we know, and they enter battle on foot. And this is not merely because they are unpractised in horsemanship, but the fact is that they do not even know what a horse is, since they never see so much as a picture of a horse on that island, for it is clear that this animal has in no time lived in Brittia. And whenever it happens that some of them on an embassy or some other mission make a visit among the Romans or the Franks, or any other nation which has horses, and they are there constrained to ride on horseback, they are altogether unable to leap on to their backs, but other men lift them in the air and thus mount them on the horses, and when they wish to get off, they are again lifted and placed on the ground. Nor in fact are the Varni horsemen either, but they too all march on foot. Such then are these barbarians, and there were no supernumeraries in this fleet, for all the men rowed with their own hands. Nor do these islanders have sails, as it happens, but they always navigate by rowing alone. When they came to land on the continent, the maiden who commanded them, having established a strong stockade close by the mouth of the Rhine river, remained there with a small number, but commanded her brother to lead forward all the rest of the army against the enemy. Now the Varni at this time were encamped not far from the shore of the ocean and the mouth of the Rhine. So when the Angeli reached that place, marching swiftly, the two armies engaged in combat with one another, and the Varni were defeated decisively, and many of them fell in this struggle, while the entire number of those remaining together with the king turned to retreat, and the Angeli, after keeping up the pursuit for only a short distance, as is customary for infantry, retired to their camp. But the maiden rebuked them when they returned to her, and inveighed most vehemently against her brother, declaring that nothing worthy of mention had been achieved by the army, because they had not brought her Radagis alive. She then selected the most warlike men among them and sent them off straight away, instructing them to bring the man captive without fail. Then, by way of carrying out her mission, these men went about searching the whole country thoroughly, until they found Radagis hiding in a dense wood. Then they bound him, and took him back to the girl. So he stood before her eyes, trembling and expecting to die instantly by the most cruel death. She, however, contrary to his expectations, neither killed him nor inflicted any other harm upon him, but by way of reproaching him for his insult to her, inquired of the fellow why in the world he had made light of the agreement and allied himself to another woman, and that too, though his betrothed had not been unfaithful. And he, seeking to defend himself against the charge, brought forward the commands of his father, and the zeal of his subjects, and he uttered words of supplication, and mingled many prayers with his defence, excusing his action by the stress of necessity. And if it was her will that they should be married, he promised that what he had done unjustly in the past would be repaired by his subsequent conduct. Now, when this was approved by the girl and Radagis had been released from his bonds and received kind treatment in all other matters, he straightway dismissed the sister of Theudebert and wedded the girl from Brittia. Thus did these events take place. Now, in this island of Brittia, the men of ancient times built a long wall, cutting off a large part of it, and the climate and the soil and everything else is not alike on the two sides of it. For to the east of the wall there is a salubrious air, changing with the seasons, being moderately warm in summer and cool in winter, and many people dwell there, living in the same fashion as other men, and the trees abound with fruits which ripen at the fitting season, and the cornlands flourish as abundantly as any. Furthermore, the land seems to display a genuine pride in an abundance of springs of water. But on the west side, everything is the reverse of this, so that it is actually impossible for a man to survive there, even a half hour. But countless snakes and serpents and every other kind of wild creature occupy this area as their own, and strangest of all, the inhabitants say that if any man crosses this wall and goes to the other side, he dies straight away, being quite unable to support the pestilential air of that region, and wild animals likewise, which go there are instantly met and taken by death. Since I have reached this point in my history, it is necessary for me to record a story which bears a very close resemblance to mythology, a story which did not indeed seem to me at all trustworthy, although it was constantly being published by countless persons who maintained that they had done the thing with their own hands, and had heard the words with their own ears, and yet it cannot be altogether passed over, lest in writing an account of the island of Brittia, I gain a lasting reputation for ignorance of what takes place there. They say, then, that the souls of men who die are always conveyed to this place, and as to the manner in which this is done, I shall presently explain, having many a time heard the people there most earnestly describe it, though I have come to the conclusion that the tales they tell are to be attributed to some power of dreams. Along the coast of the ocean, which lies opposite the island of Brittia, there are numerous villages. These are inhabited by men who fish with nets, or till the soil, or carry on a sea trade with the island, being in other respects subject to the Franks, but never making them any payment of tribute, that burden having been remitted to them from ancient times on account, as they say, of a certain service, which will here be described by me. The men of this place say that the conduct of souls is laid upon them in turn. So the men who on the following night must go to do this work, relieving others in the service, as soon as darkness comes on, retire to their own houses and sleep, awaiting him who is to assemble them for the enterprise. And at a late hour of the night they are conscious of a knocking at their door, and hear an indistinct voice calling them together for this task. And they with no hesitation rise from their beds and walk to the shore, not understanding what necessity leads them to do this, but compelled nevertheless. There they see skiffs in readiness, with no men at all in them, not their own skiffs, however, but a different kind, in which they embark and lay hold of the oars, and they are aware that the boats are burdened with a large number of passengers, and are wet by the waves to the edge of the planks and the oarlocks, having not so much as 1 finger's breadth above the water. They themselves, however, see no one, but after rowing a single hour they put in at Brittia, and yet when they make the voyage in their own skiffs, not using sails but rowing, they with difficulty make this passage in a night and a day. Then, when they have reached the island and have been relieved of their burden, they depart with all speed, their boats now becoming light and rising above the waves, for they sink no further in the water than the keel itself. And they, for their part, neither see any man either sitting in the boat with them, or departing from the boat, but they say they hear a kind of voice from the island, which seems to make announcement to those who take the souls in charge, as each name is called of the passengers who have come over with them, telling over the positions of honour which they formerly held, and calling out their fathers' names with their own, and if women also happen to be among those who have been ferried over, they utter the names of the men to whom they were married in life. This, then, is what the men of this country say takes place, but I shall return to my previous narrative. Such was the progress of the wars in each land, and the Gothic War continued as follows. After the emperor had summoned Belisarius to Byzantium, as stated in the preceding narrative, he held him in honour, and not even at the death of Germanus did he purpose to send him to Italy, but he actually appointed him commander of the imperial guards, as being general of the East, and detained him there. And Belisarius was first of all the Romans in dignity, although some of them had been enrolled before him among the patricians, and had actually ascended to the seat of the consuls. But even so, they all yielded first place to him, being ashamed, in view of his achievements, to take advantage of the law, and to claim the right which it conferred, a circumstance which pleased the emperor exceedingly. Meanwhile, John, the nephew of Vitilium, was passing the winter in Salones, and during all this time the commanders of the Roman army, expecting him in Italy, remained inactive, and the winter drew to its close, and the 16th year ended in this Gothic war, the history of which Procopius has written. When the following year opened, John was minded to depart from Salones and lead his army as quickly as possible against Totilia and the Goths. But the emperor prevented him, bidding him remain there until Narses the eunuch should arrive, for he had decided to appoint him commander-in-chief for this war. But the reason why this was the wish of the emperor was explicitly evident to no one in the world, for it is impossible that an emperor's purpose be discovered except by his own will. But the surmise which people expressed I shall here set down. The thought has occurred to the Emperor Justinian that the other commanders of the Roman army would be quite unwilling to take orders from John, not consenting to be in any way inferior to him in rank, and consequently he feared lest by being at cross purposes or by playing the coward through envy they might make havoc of their operations. And I also heard the following account of the matter given by a Roman gentleman when I was sojourning in Rome, and this man was a member of the Senate. This Roman said that once, during the time when Atalaric, the grandson of Theodoric, ruled Italy, a herd of cattle came into Rome in the late evening from the country through the Forum, which the Romans call the Forum of Peace, for in that place has been situated from ancient times the Temple of Peace, which was struck by lightning. And there is a certain ancient fountain before this Forum, and a bronze bull stands by it, the work, I think, of Phidias the Athenian, or of Lysippus. For there are many statues in this quarter which are the work of these two men. Here, for example, is another statue which is certainly the work of Phidias, for the inscription on the statue says this. There, too, is the calf of Myron, for the ancient Romans took great pains to make all the finest things of Greece adornments of Rome. And he said that one of the cattle them passing by, a steer, left the herd, and mounting this fountain, stood over the brazen bull. And by some chance a certain man of Tuscan birth was passing by, one who appeared to be a very rustic fellow, and he understood the scene which was being enacted, and said, for the Tuscans even down to my day are gifted with prophecy, that one day a eunuch would undo the ruler of Rome. And then indeed that Tuscan and the words he uttered earned only laughter. For before actual experience comes, men are ever wont to mock prophecies, whilst proof does not upset them, because the events have not come about, and the tale of them is not credible, but seems akin to some ridiculous myth. And now all men, yielding to the arguments of actual evidence, marvel at this sign. And it was perhaps for this reason that Narses marched as general against Totila, the emperor's judgment penetrating the future, or chance ordaining the inevitable thing. So Narses, receiving a notable army and great sums of money from the emperor, set forth. But when he came with his command to the midst of Thrace, he spent some time at Philippopolis, having been cut off from his road. For an army of Huns was making a descent upon the Roman domain, and were plundering and pillaging everything, with no man to stand in their way. But after some of them had advanced against Thessalonica, and the rest took the road to Byzantium, Narses finally departed thence, and marched forward. Now, while John, on the one hand, was at Salones awaiting Narses, and Narses on the other, was travelling rather slowly, being hindered by the inroad of the Huns. In the meantime, Totila, while awaiting the army of Narses, was engaged as follows. He placed a part of the Romans and some of the members of the Senate in Rome, leaving the rest in Campania, and he commanded them to look after the city as well as they could, showing plainly thereby that he felt repentance for what he had done to Rome previously, for he had, as it happened, burned large parts of it, particularly on the further side of the Tiber River. But these Romans, being reduced to the state of slaves, and stripped of all their money, were not only unable to lay claim to the public funds, but could not even secure those which belonged to them personally. Yet the Romans love their city above all the men we know, and they are eager to protect all their ancestral treasures and to preserve them, so that nothing of the ancient glory of Rome may be obliterated. For even though they were for a long period under barbarian sway, they preserved the buildings of the city and the most of its adornments, such as they could, though the excellence of their workmanship did not withstand so long a lapse of time and such neglect. Furthermore, all such memorials of the race as were still left are preserved even to this day, and among them the ship of Aeneas, the founder of the city, an altogether incredible sight. For they built a ship house in the middle of the city, on the bank of the Tiber, and depositing it there, they have preserved it from that time. And I shall now explain what sort of ship this is, having seen it myself. The ship is one with a single bank of oars, and is very long, being 120 feet in length and 25 feet wide, and its height is all that it can be without becoming impossible to row. But there is nowhere in the boat any piecing together of timbers at all, nor are the timbers fastened together by any device of iron, but all the timbers are of one piece, a thing strange and unheard of, and true only as far as we know of this one boat. For the keel, which is a single piece, extends from the extreme stern to the bow, gradually sinking to the middle of the ship in a remarkable way, and then rising again, thence properly and in due order until it stands upright and rigid. And all the heavy timbers which fit into the keel, these the poets call oak stays, but others call them shepherds, extend each and every one from one side all the way to the other side of the ship. These two, sinking from either end, form a remarkably shapely bend, in order that the ship may be fashioned with a very wide hull, whether nature, under the constraint of their future use, originally carved out the timbers and fashioned this arch, or the sweep of the ribs was properly adjusted by craftsman's skill and other devices. Each plank furthermore extends from the very stern to the other end of the ship, being of one piece, and pierced by iron spikes, only for this purpose, that by being fastened to the timbers they may form the side of the ship. This ship thus constructed makes an impression when seen which transcends all description, for the nature of things always makes those works which are most cunningly built not easy for men to describe, but by means of her innovations so prevails over our usual habits of mind as to check even our power of speech. Now, none of these timbers has either rotted or given the least indication of being unsound, but the ship, intact throughout, just as if newly constructed by the hand of the builder, whoever he was, has preserved its strength in a marvellous way, even to my time. Such are the facts relating to the ship of Aeneas. Totilia now manned with the Goths as many as 300 ships of war, and ordered them to go to Greece, instructing them to make every effort to capture those who fell in their way. But this fleet, as far as the land of the Phaeacians, which is now called Cercera, was able to do no damage. For it so happened that there is no inhabited island in that part of the sea which extends from the Strait of Charybdis as far as Cercera, so that many a time in passing that way I have been at a loss to know where in the world the island of Calypso was. For nowhere in that sea have I seen an island with the exception of 3 not far from Phaeacia, and only about 300 stades distant, huddled close together, and very small, and having no habitations either of men or animals or anything else at all. These islands are now called Othone. And one might say that Calypso lived there, and that Odysseus consequently, being not far from the land of Phaeacia, ferried himself over from there on a raft, as Homer says, or by some other means without any ship. But let this be ventured by us only as a possible interpretation. For it is not easy for us to reconcile the actual facts precisely with the very ancient records, since the long passage of time is wont very generally to change the names of places and the beliefs concerning them. Such is the case of the ship which stands by the shore of the island in the land of the Phaeacians, made of white stone and supposed by some to be the very one which carried Odysseus to Ithaca at the time when he had the fortune to be entertained in Phaeacia. And yet this boat is not a monolith, but is composed of a very great number of stones. And an inscription has been cut in it and cries aloud that some merchant in earlier times set this offering up to Zeus Cassius, for the men of this place once honoured Zeus Cassius, since the very city in which this boat stands is called up to the present time Cassope. In the same manner, that ship is made of many stones, which Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, set up to Artemis at Gerastus in Euboea, seeking even in this way to blot out the insult to her, at the time when, through the suffering of Iphigenia, Artemis permitted the Greeks to set sail. This is declared by an inscription on this boat in hexameters, which was engraved either then or later. And though the most of it has disappeared because of the passage of time, the first verses are discernible even to the present, and run as follows. Here on this spot Agamemnon did set me a ship of marble, a sign of the fleet of the Greeks sailing to Troy, ere to be. and at the end it has the words, made by Tynicus to Artemis Belosia, for thus they used to name Elithuia in former times, because they called the plains of travail Bole. But I must return to my point from which I have strayed. When this Gothic expedition reached Cercera, they plundered it thoroughly in a sudden raid, and also the other islands called Cybote, which lie near it. Then, suddenly crossing over to the mainland also, they plundered the whole country around Dodona, and particularly Nicopolis and Anchialus, where the natives say Anchises, the father of Aeneas, passed from the world, while he was sailing from captured Troy with his son, and thus gave the place its name. And going about the whole coast and meeting many Roman ships, they captured every one of them, cargoes and all. Among these happened to be also some of the ships which were carrying provisions from Greece to the army of Narses. Thus then did these events take place. Long before this, Totila had sent an army of Goths into Picenum in order to capture Ancon, and he appointed as commanders over this army the most notable men among the Goths, Scipiour and Gibel and Gundulf, the last named having once been a guardsman of Belisarius, and some called him Indulf. And he gave them also 47 ships of war, in order that, in besieging the fortress by land and sea, they might make the overmastery of it easier and less laborious. And after this siege had been continued for a long time, it came about that the besieged were hard pressed by the scarcity of provisions. When this was learned by Valerian, who was waiting at Ravenna, being unable single-handedly to succour the Romans in Ancon, he sent a message to John the nephew of Vitellion, who was at Salones, with the following letter. Ancon is the only city left us to the south of the Gulf, as you yourself know, if indeed it is now still left us. For such is the situation of the Romans, who are being most closely besieged in this city, that I fear lest we be late with our assistance, showing zeal after the critical time, and displaying our enthusiasm for it a day too late. But I shall cease, for the constraint imposed upon the besieged does not permit my letter to be made longer, since it strictly appropriates the time to its own uses, while the danger demands assistance more swift than words. When John had read this letter, he dared, though it had been forbidden him by the emperor, to go on his own initiative, considering the straitened condition brought about by chance more weighty than the imperial commands. So selecting men whom he considered the most able fighters of all, and manning 38 ships of war with them, boats of great swiftness and built with all possible care for warfare on the sea, and putting a few of his provisions aboard, he set sail from Salones and put in at Scardon, and Valerian also came thither not long afterwards with 12 ships. And joining forces, they conferred with each other, and considered the plans which seemed to promise them the greatest advantage. Then they set sail from there, and upon reaching the opposite mainland anchored at a place which the Romans call Senogallia, not far away from Ancon. When the Gothic generals learned this, they too immediately manned with the notable Goths the ships of war, which they had with them, 47 in number, and leaving the rest of the army engaged in the siege of the fortress, they advanced straight against their enemy. Now, Scipiour, on the one hand, commanded those who remained to carry on the siege, and Gibel and Gundulf commanded the men on the ships. And when the two forces came near each other, both commanders stopped their ships and drew them close together, and made an exhortation to the soldiers. And John and Valerian spoke first as follows. Let not one of you, fellow soldiers, think that on the present occasion you are to struggle in behalf of this city of Ancon alone and the Romans besieged in it, nor that the result of this struggle will affect that matter only, but you must consider that the main issue of the whole war, to speak comprehensively, is here involved, and to whichever side the battle inclines, there will be bestowed also the final decision of fortune. For you should regard the present situation thus. War depends for its decision in large measure upon the commissary, and those in want of supplies are inevitably bound to be defeated by their enemy. For valour cannot dwell together with hunger, since nature will not permit a man to be starving and to be brave at the same time. This being the case, we have no other stronghold left to us from Dryas to Ravenna, where we can deposit the food supplies for ourselves and our horses, and the enemy are so thoroughly masters of the land that not a single town remains there friendly to us, from which we could even in small measure provide ourselves with supplies. And it is on Ancon alone that our whole expectation is based, that the army sailing in from the opposite mainland can land here and be in safety. Consequently, if we fare well in today's encounter and secure Ancon, as is probable, for the Emperor, we shall perhaps be in a position henceforth to hope that what remains of the Gothic war will likewise go well for us, if however we fail in this battle. But of further calamity we would not speak. Only may God grant for the Romans the lasting mastery of Italy. And this too is worthy of our consideration, that if we show ourselves cowards in the struggle, even flight will be impossible, for neither will you have the land, seeing it is held fast by our opponents, nor will you be able to sail the sea, since the enemy controls it, as they do. But it has come to this, that our hope of safety lies in our own strength alone, and will shape itself in accordance with our performance during the combat. Be valiant, then, as far as in you lies, laying to heart this one thought, that if, on the one hand, you are defeated on the present occasion, you will suffer your last defeat, but if on the other hand you are victorious, you will not only win glory, but will also be ranked with the very fortunate. Thus spoke John and Valerian, and the commanders of the Goths made the following exhortation. Since these accursed rascals, after being driven away from all of Italy, and hiding for a long time in we know not what corners of the earth or the sea, have now had the hardihood to engage with us, and have come against us with the purpose of renewing the fight, it is necessary to check with full determination the daring which their folly has engendered in them, so that it might not happen by reason of our giving way that the result of their madness grows to something great. For foolishness which is not checked in the beginning does mount up to boldness daring, but ends in irreparable calamity to those concerned. Show them therefore as quickly as possible that they are Greeklings and unmanly by nature, and merely putting on a bold front when defeated, and do not consent that this experiment of theirs proceed further. For cowardice, when merely despised, proceeds to flaunt itself still more, because rashness, just by continuing, comes to be devoid of fear. And do not by any means suppose that they will resist you long, if you play the part of brave men. For when a lofty spirit is not matched by a commensurate power on the part of those who indulge in it, though before the event it may appear exalted to the highest pitch, yet when the combat begins it is wont to ebb away. Seeing then that this is true, call to mind in what manner the enemy have fared on many occasions, when they have made trial of your valour, and consider that, in coming against you, they have not become better men on the spur of the moment, but showing merely a degree of daring similar to that on previous occasions, they will now also achieve the same fortune. After the Gothic commanders had made this exhortation, they confronted the enemy, and without delay came to close quarters with them, and the fighting was exceedingly fierce, and resembled a battle on land. For both sides set their ships head-on with the bows against those of their opponents, and discharged their arrows against each other, and all those who laid some claim to valour brought their ships close enough to touch one another, and thus engaged from the decks, fighting with sword and spear, just as if on a plain. Such was the opening stages of this encounter, but after this the barbarians, through lack of experience in sea fighting, began to carry on the combat with greater disorder, for some of them became so far separated from one another that they gave their enemy opportunity to ram them singly, while others drew together in large groups and were constantly hindered by one another because of the crowding of the boats. One would have thought that the decks of their boats were built together like a mat, and neither could they shoot their bows against those of their opponents who were at a distance except light and with difficulty, nor could they use sword or spear whenever they saw them bearing down upon them, but their attention was constantly engrossed by the shouting and crowding among themselves as they continually collided with each other and then pushed off again with their poles in a disorderly manner, sometimes pushing their prows into the crowded space, and sometimes backing off to a great distance, thus making trouble for their own side in either case, and each crew kept shouting orders and howling wildly to those nearest them, not to urge them against the enemy, but in order that their own ships might get the proper intervals from each other, and being thus preoccupied by their difficulty with each other, they themselves became the chief cause of victory for their enemy. The Romans, on the other hand, handled the fighting manfully, and their ships with skill, putting their boats head on, and neither separating far from one another, nor crowding together closer than was necessary, but always keeping their movements towards or from each other properly coordinated. And whenever they observed an enemy ship separated from the rest, they rammed and sank it with no difficulty, and whenever they saw some of the enemy in a confused mass, there they directed showers of arrows, and as soon as they fell upon them when in disorder and utterly exhausted by the labour which their confusion entailed, they would destroy them out of hand. So the barbarians, giving up the struggle against the adversities of fortune and the errors which they had made during the battle, knew not how they should continue to fight, for they neither continued the sea fight nor yet stood upon the decks as in a land battle, but abandoning the struggle they came to a perilous pause, having now left all to chance. Consequently, the Goths, in great disorder, turned to a disgraceful retreat, and they no longer thought of valour, or of orderly flight, nor of anything else which would ensure their safety, but scattered as they were for the most part among the enemy's ships, they were completely helpless, and some of them fled unobserved with 11 ships and were saved, but all the rest to a man fell into the hands of their enemy. Many of these the Romans slew with their own hands, and many others they destroyed by sinking them with their ships. And of the generals, Gundulf escaped unobserved with the 11 ships, but the other was captured by the Romans. After this, the men on the 11 ships disembarked on the land and immediately set the ships on fire, so that they might not fall into the hands of their enemy, while they themselves proceeded on foot to an army which was besieging the city of Ancon, and after they had announced to them what had taken place, they all made a hasty retreat together, abandoning their camp to the enemy, and ran as hard as they could, and in great confusion, up to the neighbouring city of Oximus. And the Romans, coming to Ancon not long afterwards, captured the enemy's camp without a man in it, and then, after carrying in provisions for those in the fortress, sailed away from there, and Valerian for his part proceeded to Ravenna, while John returned to Salones. This engagement especially broke the spirit and weakened the power of Totila and the Goths. At about the same time, Roman affairs stood as follows in Sicily. Liberius had been summoned from there by the emperor and had gone to Byzantium, while Artabanes, for thus the emperor had decided, commanded the whole Roman army in Sicily. He had laid siege to those Goths who had been left in the fortress of the island, a very small number indeed, and whenever they made sallies he had defeated them in battle, and had reduced them to a state of absolute destitution as regards the necessities of life, and finally, he had taken them all by surrender. All this the Goths became fearful at, being deeply moved by the outcome of the naval battle, so that they were beginning to despair of the war, having by now become utterly hopeless, for they reasoned that even in the existing circumstances they had been shamefully defeated by their enemy and completely demoralised, and if assistance should come to the Romans even in small measure, they would be unable by any means to hold out against them even for the least space of time, or to keep a foothold in Italy. Nor indeed had they any hope of accomplishing anything by negotiation with the emperor, for Totila had, as it happened, sent envoys to him often. These envoys had indeed come before Justinian, and explained that the Franks had occupied the greater part of Italy, while the rest of it had become, for the most part, deserted on account of the war. Yet the Goths were willing to retire in favour of the Romans from Sicily and Dalmatia, which alone had remained intact, and agreed to pay tribute and taxes for the abandoned land every year, and would fight as allies against whomsoever the emperor should wish, and would be in other respects subject to him. But the emperor would pay no attention to what they said, and dismissed the envoys one and all, hating as he did the Gothic name, and intending to drive it out absolutely from the Roman domain. Thus then did these events take place. But Theudebert, the ruler of the Franks, had not long before been taken from the world by disease, having without justification made some parts of Liguria and the Cottian Alps and the most of Venetia subject to the payment of tribute, for the Franks had treated the preoccupation of the warring nations as their own opportunity, and without danger were enriching themselves with the lands for which the combatants were fighting, and the Goths, indeed, had a few fortresses left in Venetia, while the Romans had the coast towns, but the Franks had brought all the others under their sway. Now, while the Romans and the Goths were waging this war against each other as I have described it, and were unable to take on new enemies in addition, the Goths and the Franks had negotiated with each other and come to an agreement that, as long as the Goths were waging war against the Romans, both of them should remain quiet, holding what they had secured, and there should be no hostilities between them. But if indeed Totila should ever have the fortune to overcome Justinian in the war, the Goths and the Franks should at such time settle these matters in such a way as should seem likely to benefit both of them. So much for this agreement. But Theudebert was succeeded by his son Theudebald, and the emperor sent Leontius, the son-in-law of Athanasius, a member of the Senate, as envoy to him, inviting him to an offensive alliance against Totila and the Goths, and demanding that he withdraw from the parts of Italy on which Theudebert had set his mind wrongfully to trespass. Now Leontius, upon coming before Theudebald, spoke as follows: "It may perhaps be true that on other occasions events have gone contrary to the expectations of men, but such a thing as has been done to the Romans in the present case by you has, I think, never happened to anyone else in the world. For the Emperor Justinian on his part did not enter into this war, nor did he let it appear that he was about to fight the Goths until the Franks, in the name of alliance and friendship, had received from him a great sum of money and agreed to assist him in the struggle. They, however, have not only seen fit to fulfill none of their promises, but have further wronged the Romans in a way which no one could have easily imagined. For your father Theudebert took to trespass upon territory to which he had no just claim, and which the emperor had mastered with great labour by the perils of war, and that too while all the Franks were standing out of the way. Consequently, I now come to you, not to reproach you or lay charges against you, but in order to make demands, and to counsel you as to what will be of advantage to you yourself. I say, then, that you, on the one hand, should preserve the prosperity which you now enjoy, and allow the Romans, on the other hand, to have that which is their own. For when a nation is possessed of great power, the unholy acquisition of even some trifling thing has many a time been of sufficient moment to rob it of the advantages it has enjoyed from of old, since prosperity is by no means wont to associate itself with injustice, and I demand, furthermore, that you join with us in carrying on the war against Totilia, thus fulfilling your father's agreement. For the conduct which above all others would become true-born sons is this: to correct whatever mistakes have been made by their parents, but to continue and confirm whatever deeds of excellence they have done. Indeed, this would be a thing most ardently prayed for by the most understanding of men, that their children might emulate the best of their activities, and that whatever has not been well done by them should be corrected by no one else than their children. In fact, you ought to have taken up this war with the Romans unsummoned. For our struggle is against the Goths, who have been from the beginning bitter enemies of the Franks, and altogether untrustworthy towards them, waging a truceless and implacable war upon them throughout all the ages. Of course, they do not hesitate now, through fear of us, to adopt a wheedling air towards you. But if ever they should get rid of us, they will at no distant time display their real attitude towards the Franks. For evil men cannot change their character either in prosperity or in adversity, though it is true as a general thing that during periods of ill fortune they are wont to conceal it, particularly when they need something from their neighbours, their need compelling them to cover up their baseness of heart. Call to mind these things, and renew, on the one hand, your friendship with the Emperor, and defend yourselves, on the other hand, against your ancient enemies with all your power. So spoke Leontius, and Theudebald replied as follows: You summon us in the first place to be allies against the Goths contrary to rectitude and justice, for it so happens that the Goths at the present time are our friends, and if the Franks should be unfaithful to them, neither will they ever be faithful to you. For men whose sentiments have once been seen to be base towards their friends are always of such a nature as to turn aside from the path of justice. And in the second place, as to the lands you have mentioned, we shall say only this, that my father Theudebert never set his mind upon doing violence to any one of his neighbours, or usurping the possessions of others. In proof of this, witness the fact that I am not rich. Consequently, he did not acquire these lands by robbing the Romans of them, but he took possession of them as a gift from Totilia, who already held them and expressly handed them over to him, and upon this the Emperor Justinian should certainly have congratulated the Franks. For he who sees men who have robbed him of some of his private possessions roughly handled by others would naturally rejoice, believing that those who wronged him have rightly and justly paid the penalty, except in case he be privately envious of those who have done the violence. For men feel that the appropriation by others of property which is claimed by an enemy tends as a general thing to envy. We are, however, able to leave to arbitrators the decision of these matters, with the understanding that if it becomes evident that my fathers robbed the Romans of anything, it shall be obligatory for us to restore this without delay. And envoys will be sent to Byzantium by us in regards to this matter not long hence. With which words he dismissed Leontius and dispatched Laudardus, a Frank, with 3 others to the Emperor Justinian, and upon their arrival at Byzantium they treated of the matters for which they had come. Totila was now eager to seize the islands which belonged to Libya. He accordingly gathered a fleet of ships immediately and put an adequate army on board, sent it to Corsica and Sardinia. This fleet first sailed off to Corsica and, finding no defenders, took the island and afterwards took possession of Sardinia likewise, and Totila made both of these islands subject to the payment of tribute. But when this was learned by John, who was commanding the Roman army in Libya, he sent a fleet of ships and a strong force of soldiers to Sardinia. And when they came close to the city of Carinalis, they made camp with the purpose of instituting a siege, for they did not consider themselves able to storm the walls, since the Goths had a sufficient garrison there. But when the barbarians learned this, they made a sally against them from the city, and falling suddenly upon the enemy, routed them with no difficulty, and slew many. And the rest saved themselves for the moment by fleeing to the ships. But a little later they cast off from there and went to Carthage with the whole fleet. There they remained through the winter, in order that at the opening of spring they might again make an expedition to Corsica and Sardinia with fuller preparation. Now the island of Sardinia was formerly called Sardo. In that place there grows a certain herb such that, if men taste it, a fatal convulsion immediately comes over them, and they die not long afterwards, having the appearance of laughing, as it were, as a result of the convulsion. This laughter they call sardonic, from the name of this place. But Corsica was called by men of ancient times Cyrnus. On that island are found apes just like men, and there is also a breed of horses only a little larger than sheep. So much for this. A great throng of Sclaveni now descended upon Illyricum, and inflicted sufferings that are not easy to describe, and the Emperor Justinian sent an army against them, commanded by the sons of Germanus with others. But since this army was far outnumbered by the enemy, it was quite unable to engage with them, but remained always in the rear, and cut down the stragglers left by the barbarians. And they slew many of them, but took some few prisoners, whom they sent to the emperor. But nevertheless these barbarians continued their work of devastation, and spending as they did a long time in the plundering expedition, they filled all the roads with corpses, and enslaved countless multitudes, and pillaged everything without meeting any opposition, and finally they departed on their homeward journey with all their plunder. Nor could the Romans ambuscade them while crossing the Ister River, or harm them in any other way, since the Gepides, having engaged their services, took them under their protection and ferried them across, receiving large payments for their labour, for the payment was at the rate of 1 gold starter per head, and the emperor was grievously vexed, seeing that for the future he had no possible means of checking the barbarians when crossing the Ister River to plunder the Roman domain, or when taking their departure from such expeditions with the booty they had gained, and he wished for these reasons to enter into some sort of treaty with the nation of the Gepides. Meanwhile the Gepides and the Lombards were once more moving against each other, determined to make war, but the Gepides, fearing the power of the Romans, for they had by no means failed to hear that the Emperor Justinian had made a sworn alliance for offence and defence with the Lombards, were eager to become friends and allies of the Romans. They accordingly straightway sent envoys to Byzantium, inviting the emperor to accept an offensive and defensive alliance with them also. So he, without any hesitation, gave them the pledges of alliance, and at the request of the same envoys, 12 members of the Senate also furnished them with a sworn statement concerning this treaty. But not long after this, when the Lombards, according to the terms of their alliance, requested an army to fight with them against the Gepides, the Emperor Justinian sent it, laying the charge against the Gepides that after the treaty they had transported certain of the Sclaveni across the Ister River to the detriment of the Romans. Now the leaders of the army were first Justinus and Justinian, the sons of Germanus, second Arratius, third Suartuus, who had previously been appointed by Justinian to be ruler over the Auruli. But when those who had come from the island of Fuel rose against him, as told by me in the previous narrative, he had returned in flight to the emperor and immediately become general of the Roman forces in Byzantium. And lastly, Amalfridus, a Goth, grandson of Amalfrida, the sister of Theodoric, king of the Goths, and son of Hermanfridus, the former ruler of the Varangians. This man had been brought by Belisarius to Byzantium with Witigis, and the emperor had appointed him a Roman commander and betrothed his sister to Orduin, the ruler of the Lombards. But not a man of that army reached the Lombards except this Amalfridus with his command, for the others by direction of the emperor stopped at the city of Ulpiana in Illyricum, since a civil war had arisen among the inhabitants of that place concerning those matters over which the Christians fight among themselves, as will be told by me in the treatise on this subject. So the Lombards in full force and accompanied by Amalfridus came into the lands of the Gepides, and when the Gepides encountered them, a fierce battle ensued, in which the Gepides were defeated, and they say that a vast number of them perished in this engagement. Whereupon Orduin, the king of the Lombards, sent some of his followers to Byzantium, first to announce the good news to the Emperor Justinian, since the enemy had been vanquished, and secondly to reproach him because the Emperor's army had not been present in accordance with the terms of their alliance, although such a host of Lombards had recently been sent to march with Narses against Totilia and the Goths. Such was the course of these events. It was at this time that extraordinary earthquakes occurred throughout Greece, both Boeotia and Achaea, and the country on the Chrysaean Gulf being badly shaken, and countless towns and 8 cities were levelled to the ground, among which were Chaeronea and Chaeronia and Patrae and all of Naupactus, where there was also great loss of life. And the earth was rent asunder in many places, and formed chasms. Now, some of these openings came together again, so that the earth presented the same form and appearance as before, but in other places they remained open, with the consequence that the people in such places are not able to intermingle with each other except by making use of many detours. But in the gulf between Thessaly and Boeotia there was a sudden influx of the sea at the city called Echinus, and at Scarphia in Boeotia, and advancing far over the land, it deluged towns and levelled them immediately, and for a long time the sea thus visited the mainland, so that for a very considerable period it was possible for men on foot to walk to the islands which are inside the gulf, since the water of the sea obviously had abandoned its proper place, and, strange to say, spread over the land as far as the mountains which rise there. But when the sea returned to its proper place, fish were left on the ground, and since their appearance was altogether unfamiliar to the people of the country, they seemed a kind of prodigy, and thinking them edible, they picked them up to boil them. But when the heat of the fire touched them, the whole body was reduced to a liquid putrefaction of an unbearable sort. But in that locality where the so-called cleft is located, there was a tremendous earthquake, which caused more loss of life than in all the rest of Greece, particularly on account of a certain festival, which they happened to be celebrating there, and for which many had gathered in that place from all of Greece. In Italy, the following took place. The people of Croton and the soldiers who constituted the garrison there, commanded by Pallidus, were being very closely besieged by the Goths, and hard pressed as they were by scarcity of provisions. They had many times sent to Sicily without being detected by the enemy, calling to witness the commanders of the Roman army there, especially Artabanes, and saying that if they did not relieve them at the earliest possible moment, they would, little as they wished it, surrender themselves and the city to the enemy not long thereafter. But no one came from there to assist them. And the winter drew to a close, and the 17th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. But the emperor, learning of the situation at Croton, sent to Greece and ordered the garrison of Thermopylae to sail with all speed to Italy and bring all the assistance in their power to the besieged in Croton, and they acted accordingly, setting sail with great haste, and chancing to find a favouring wind, they put in unexpectedly at the harbour of Croton, and the barbarians, upon seeing the fleet, all of a sudden, were plunged immediately into great fear, and in wild confusion broke up the siege. Now some of them made their escape by ship to the harbour of Tarentum, while others, going by land, withdrew to Mount Scylium. And this event humbled the spirit of the Goths still more. In consequence of this, Ragnaris, a Goth of very great note, who commanded the garrison at Tarentum, and Moras, the commander of the guards at Acherontia, opened negotiations, by the wish of their soldiers, with Pacorus, the son of Peranius, commander of the Romans in Dryas, and agreed that on condition they should receive pledges for their safety from the Emperor Justinian, they would surrender themselves with their commands to the Romans, together with the strongholds they had been sent to guard. In order, then, to confirm this agreement, Pacorus journeyed to Byzantium. Narses now set out from Salonis, and moved against Totila and the Goths, with the whole Roman army, which was an extraordinarily large one, for he had received from the emperor an exceedingly large sum of money, with which he was first to gather a very formidable army and meet the other requirements of the war, and, after that, to pay the soldiers in Italy all the money which was due to them from the past, for the emperor had been delinquent in this matter for a long time, since the soldiers were not receiving from the public treasury, as was usual, the pay assigned to them. Furthermore, he was to bring pressure to bear also upon those soldiers who had deserted to Totilia, so that they would be rendered tractable by this money, and reverse their choice of allegiance. Indeed, though the Emperor Justinian had previously conducted this war very negligently, he made the most notable preparations for it at the last. For when Narses saw that he urgently desired him to lead an expedition against Italy, he displayed an ambition becoming a general, declaring that on no other occasion would he obey the emperor's command that he should take with him forces sufficient to the purpose. So by taking this position he obtained from the emperor money and men and arms in quantities worthy of the Roman Empire, and he himself displayed a most tireless enthusiasm, and so collected an adequate army, for he not only took with him a great number of Roman soldiers from Byzantium, but he also collected many from the lands of Thrace and Illyricum, and John too, with his own army, and that left by his father-in-law Germanus, accompanied him. Moreover, Alduin, ruler of the Lombards, having been won over by the Emperor Justinian by the use of much money, and in accordance with the Treaty of Alliance, selected 2,500 of his followers, who were capable warriors, and set them to fight with the Romans, and these were also attended by more than 3,000 fighting men as servants. and he also had with him more than 3,000 of the Arulian nation, all horsemen, commanded by Philomath and others, beside great numbers of Huns. Dagistheus, too, was there with the followers, having been released from prison for this purpose, also Cabades, with many Persian deserters. This man was the son of Zarmes and grandson of Cabades the Persian king, and had been mentioned in the previous narrative as having escaped from his uncle Chosroes by the efforts of the Chanaranges, and having come long before to the land of the Romans. There was also Asbaudes, a young man of the race of the Gepides, and an especially attractive man, having with him 400 men of his race who were capable warriors. Beside these, there was Arath, of the nation of the Aruli, who from boyhood had admired Roman ways, and had made the daughter of Maurice, son of Mundus, his married wife, being himself a most valiant fighter, and being with him a large number of Aruli, who were especially distinguished in the perils of war. Finally, there was John surnamed the Glutton, whom I have mentioned in the preceding narrative, bringing large forces of able Roman soldiers. Narses, for his part, was a man of princely generosity, and extraordinarily eager to help those who needed it, and being clothed with great power by the emperor, he exercised his judgment the more freely regarding those matters in which he was interested. Consequently, many commanders and soldiers as well had in former times experienced his generosity. Naturally, then, when he was appointed general against Totila and the Goths, each and every one desired most eagerly to serve under him, some wishing to repay him for old favours, and others probably expecting, as was natural, to receive gifts from his hand. But the Aruli and the other barbarians were particularly well disposed towards him, having been especially well treated by him. When they had reached a point very close to Venetia, he sent a messenger to the rulers of the Franks, who commanded the fortress there, demanding that they allow his army free passage, as being friends. But they said they would by no means concede this to Narses, not openly revealing the real reason, but with all possible care concealing the fact that it was in the interest of the Franks, or because of their goodwill towards the Goths, that they were barring the passage, and putting forward a kind of pretext which did not appear very plausible, by saying that he came bringing with him Lombards who were their bitterest enemies. Narses was at first puzzled by this, and inquired of the Italians who were with him what should be done. But some men brought the news that, even if the Franks permitted them to pass through this country, they would still be utterly unable to get on from there to Ravenna, nor could he march that way any further than the city of Verona, for Totila, they reported, had gathered whatever was notable in the Gothic army, and appointing as general over them Taias the Goth, a conspicuously able warrior, had sent him to the city of Verona, which was subject to the Goths, for the purpose of preventing, as far as in him lay, the Roman army from passing by. This was in fact the case. By the time Taias entered the city of Verona, he had shut off entirely the road by which his enemy must pass, having by artificial means made the land which borders the Po river such that it was altogether out of the question to travel in it, or through it, for he had in some places constructed brush entanglements and dispatches of ditches and gullies, and in others sloughs of the greatest depth, and certain expanses of swampy ground, while he himself with the Gothic army was maintaining close guard so as to engage with the Romans if they should make any attempt to pass by that road. Now Totila had devised these things with the idea that the Romans would never be able, on the one hand, to make the march along the coast of the Ionian Gulf, for a great number of navigable rivers have their mouths there, and make the route entirely impassable, and on the other hand, he thought that they certainly did not have ships in such numbers as to ferry the whole army in a body across the Ionian Gulf, while if they should sail in small groups, he himself with the remainder of the Gothic army would with no trouble stop the disembarkation on such occasions. Such was the purpose of Totila in giving these orders, which were being duly executed by Tyas. Narses thus found himself completely bewildered, but John, the nephew of Vitilian, being familiar with these regions, advised him to proceed with the whole army along the coast, the inhabitants of this district, as previously stated, being subject to them, while some of the ships and a large number of small boats accompanied them. For whenever they should come to the mouth of a river, they would throw a bridge of these boats across the river's current, and thus render the crossing comparatively easy. Such was the advice of John, and Narses was persuaded, and in this way made the journey to Ravenna with the whole army. While these things were going on as described, the following took place. Idigisal, the Lombard, has been mentioned in the preceding narrative as a personal enemy of Alduin, who was the ruler of these barbarians. Indeed, the kingship belonged to this man by birth, but Alduin had taken it from him by violent means. He now escaped from his native land and set out for Byzantium, and when he arrived there, the Emperor Justinian treated him with very particular consideration, and appointed him commander of one of the companies of guards assigned to the palace, which they call Scolae, and he was followed by no fewer than 300 able warriors of the Lombard nation, who at first lived together in Thrace. Alduin accordingly demanded Idigisil from the Emperor Justinian on the grounds that he was a friend and ally of the Romans, claiming as payment for his friendship the betrayal of the supplicant to him, but Justinian refused absolutely to give him up. Later on, however, Idigisal began to make the complaint that both his rank and the maintenance were not commensurate with his worth and the good name of the Romans, and appeared to be exceedingly dissatisfied. Now this was observed by a Goth who had long ago come there from Dalmatia as a captive taken in this war, at the time when Witigis, king of the Goths, was carrying on the war against the Romans, and being an impetuous and exceedingly active fellow, he was in constant rebellion against the fate which was upon him. But when the Goths, after the overthrow of Witigis, planned a revolution and took up arms against the emperor, he was clearly caught working against the state, and being condemned to exile, he proceeded to the city of Antiochus in Egypt, where he spent a long time under this punishment. But later the emperor, moved to pity, brought him back to Byzantium. This Gaul then, seeing Idigisal in a state of discontent, as I have said, kept after him without interruption and tried to persuade him to take to flight, promising that he would leave Byzantium with him. And since this plan pleased them, they fled suddenly with only a few followers, and upon reaching the Thracian city of April, they joined forces with the Lombards who were there. Next, they came by chance upon the imperial horse pastures, and took from them a great number of horses, which they took with them as they proceeded. But when the emperor learned of this, he sent into all Thrace and Illyricum, and instructed all commanders and soldiers to use every means in their power to check these runaways. And first of all, a small number of the Huns called Cutrigars, men who had migrated from their ancestral abodes, as I have stated not long since, and settled in Thrace with the emperor's permission, came to an engagement with these fugitives. But they were defeated in battle, and some of them fell, while the rest were routed and did not continue in the pursuit, but remained where they were. Thus Idigisal and Goa with their followers, passed through the whole of Thrace, not molested by anyone, but upon reaching Illyricum they found a Roman army carefully gathered to oppose them. Now this army was commanded by Arratius, Recithangus, Leonianus, Arimuth, and others, all of whom happened to have been riding the whole day, and upon reaching a wooded place about nightfall they stopped, intending to bivouac, and so passed the night there. So these commanders gave their soldiers the usual orders, instructing them to take care for their houses, and to refresh themselves beside the river which flowed by, thus repairing the fatigue of their journey. They themselves, meanwhile, took with them 3 or 4 bodyguards each, and in concealed places began to drink from the river, for they were naturally suffering from severe thirst. But the men of Goa and Idigisal, who were nearby, had sent out scouts and found this out. So falling unexpectedly upon them as they drank, they slew every man of them, and therefore they conducted their march as they pleased without further fear, for the soldiers, finding themselves without commanders, fell into a state of perplexity, and being completely at a loss, began to withdraw. So Goa and Idigisal made their escape in this way, and came to the Gepidæ. Now it so happened that a certain man named Ostrigothus had fled from the Gepidæ to the Lombards in the following circumstance. Elamundus, who had been king of the Gepidæ, had been taken from the world by disease not long before, this Ostrigothus being only his surviving child. But Thoricin had forced him to stand aside, for he was still a stripling, and had thus secured the power. Consequently, the boy, having no means of defending himself against the aggressor, departed from his native land and made off to the Lombards, who were then at war with the Gepidæ. But a little later a reconciliation was effected by the Gepidæ with both the Emperor Justinian and the Lombard nation, and they bound themselves by the most solemn oaths that from that time forth they would preserve an eternal friendship with each other, and as soon as the details of the agreement had been made firmly fixed, both the Emperor Justinian and Alduin, ruler of the Lombards, sent to Thorsin, the ruler of the Gepidæ, demanding the surrender of Idigisal as a common enemy, asking that he make the betrayal of his supplicant the first proof of his friendship to them. He then conferred on the situation with the notable men of the Gepidæ, and eagerly asked whether he was bound to fulfil the demand of the 2 sovereigns. And they forbade him absolutely to do so, firmly declaring that it was better for the nation of the Gepidæ to perish forthwith, their women and their whole stock, rather than to become polluted by such an impiety. Upon hearing this, Thorsin was plunged into uncertainty, for neither could he perform the deed against the will of his subjects, nor did he wish to revive once more a war against the Romans and the Lombards, which had been brought to an end with great labour and expenditure of time. Later, however, he thought of the following plan. He sent to Alduin and demanded the surrender of Ostrigothus, the son of Elamundus, urging him to commit a sin equal to the one urged upon himself, and inviting him to betray one supplicant in exchange for the other. In this way he hoped that he would frustrate their demand through dread of a similar transgression, and would immediately catch Auduin himself by the proposed illicit compact. So when they had reached these decisions, and understood clearly that neither the Lombards nor Gepidæ were willing to have any share in the pollution, they did nothing at all openly, but each of them put the enemy of the other to death by stealth. But as to how they did this I shall not undertake to tell, for the accounts of the matter do not agree with each other, but differ widely, as is natural in matters of a very secret nature. Such was the end of the story of Idigisil and Ostrigothus. When the forces of Narses reached the city of Ravenna, they were joined by the generals Valerian and Justinus, and whatever of the Roman army was left in that region. Now, when they had spent 9 days' time at Ravenna, Austrilas, a Goth, and an exceptionally capable warrior, commander of the garrison at Arminium, wrote to Valerian as follows: "Though you have filled the world with talk of you, and have already captivated the whole of Italy with the vision of your power, and have assumed an air of supercilious pride quite above the level of mortal men, and though you have in this way frightened the Goths, as you fondly imagine, you nevertheless now sit in Ravenna without at all showing your own forces to your enemy, though your policy of keeping hidden, no doubt as a way of guarding still this proud spirit of yours, but using a heterogeneous horde of barbarians with which to ruin the land which belongs to you in no sense whatsoever. But arise with all speed, and henceforth essay the deeds of war. Show yourself to the Goths, and do not tantalize us longer with mere hopes, since we have been awaiting the spectacle a long time." Such was the message of the letter. When this was brought to Narses, and seen by him, he laughed at the effrontery of the Goths, and immediately prepared his whole army for departure, leaving a garrison with Justinus at Ravenna. But when they came close to the city of Arminium, they found that the road from that point on was not easy, since the Goths had not long before damaged the bridge there, for the river which flows by Arminium is scarcely passable for a single unarmed man making his way on foot over the bridge with great labour and difficulty, and that too when no one is harassing him or disputing the passage. But for a large number of men, particularly when under arms, and above all when confronted by an enemy, it is impossible by any means whatever to make that crossing. Consequently, Narses went to the site of the bridge, accompanied by a few, and being thoroughly perplexed, he was considering carefully what solution he could possibly find for the difficulty. And Austrilas also came thither, bringing some of his horsemen, lest anything that was done should escape him. Then one of the followers of Narses drew his bow and shot at them, and he hit one of the horses and killed it outright. And the company of Austrilas, for the moment, departed from there in haste, and got inside the fortifications, but immediately rushed out against the Romans through another gate, bringing with them others of their most warlike men, in order to fall upon them unexpectedly and destroy Narses forthwith. For in reconnoitring the crossing of the army, he had already reached the other side of the river. But certain of the Auruli, by some chance, encountered them, and slew Austrilas, and since he was identified by a Roman, they cut off his head, and coming into the Roman camp, displayed it to Narses, and so strengthened the courage of all, for they inferred from what had happened that heaven was hostile to the Goths, and, seeing that in seeking to ambush the general of their enemy they themselves, not through any plot or preconceived plan, had suddenly lost their own commander. But Narses, in spite of the fall of Austrilas, commander of the garrison of Arminium, pushed forward with the army, for he did not wish to trouble Arminium nor any of the other places held by the enemy, in order that no time might be wasted by him in the accomplishment of the most important thing to be crowded out by that which was incidental to his task. The enemy, for their part, now that their commander had fallen, remained quiet and sought no longer to block his way, so that Narses, without a fear, spanned the river with a bridge and took the entire army across without any trouble. From there he left the Flaminian way and went to the left, for the place called Petra Petrusa, whose naturally strong fortress has been described by me in the previous narrative, had been occupied by his opponents long before, and consequently the road was closed to the Romans, and it was out of the question to pass through, as far at least as the Flaminian Way was concerned. Narses accordingly left the shorter road on this account, and went by the road which could be travelled. Such were the events of the march of the Roman army. Now Totila, having already learned what had taken place in Venetia, at first remained quietly in the vicinity of Rome, awaiting Taius and his army. But when they had come, and only 2,000 horsemen were still missing, Totila, without awaiting these, settled on the march with all the rest of the army in order to encounter the enemy in a suitable place. But he learned on this march both what had befallen Austrilas, and also that the enemy had passed by Arminium, whereupon he crossed the whole of Tuscany, and upon reaching the mountains called the Apennines, established his camp there, and remained close to a village which the inhabitants call Taginae. And the Roman army, led by Narses, also made camp on the Apennines not long afterwards, and remained in that position about 100 stadia distant from the camp of their opponents, in a place which is level but surrounded by many hills close by, the very place where once, they say, Camillus, as general of the Romans, defeated in battle and destroyed the host of the Gauls. And the place even to my day bears witness to this deed in its name, and preserves the memory of the disaster which befell the Gauls, being called Busta Gallorum, for the Latins call the remains of the funeral pyre Busta, and there are great numbers of mounded tombs of their bodies in this place. Now Narses immediately sent from there some of his associates, bidding them exhort Totila to lay aside warfare and at last make plans for peace, for he must realize that as ruler of only a small number of men recently banded together by no law, he would not be able to contend for very long with the whole Roman Empire. But he told them this also, that if they saw that Totila was determined to fight, they should immediately urge him to appoint a definite day for the battle. These envoys accordingly came before Totila and carried out their instructions. And he, in a spirit of bravado, began to boast that by all means they must fight. But the envoys rejoined quickly, "Very well, good sir, appoint some definite time for the engagement." Whereupon he immediately said, "At the end of 8 days, let us march and match our strength." So the envoys returned to Narses and reported their agreement, whereupon he, suspecting that Totila was planning treachery, made preparations to fight on the following day, and in fact he was right in his judgment of the purpose of the enemy. For on the succeeding day Totila was at hand, self-announced, with his whole army, and immediately the two armies took up position opposite one another, not more than 2 bowshots apart. Now, there was a small hill there, which both were eager to occupy, thinking that it was favourably situated for their purposes, both in order to shoot at their opponents with a high point of vantage, and also because the ground being hilly thereabout, as I have previously stated, it was impossible for anyone to encircle the Roman camp on that side and get behind it, except by following a single path which happened to skirt the hill. Consequently, both of them were bound to consider it of particular importance, the Goths in order that they might surround their enemy during the engagement, and so place them between 2 forces, and the Romans in order that they might not have this thing happen to them. But Narses had anticipated the Goths by choosing 50 infantrymen from a cohort and sending them at late night to occupy and hold the hill. And they, finding none of the enemy in their way, went there and remained quiet. Now there is a certain watercourse in front of the hill running along the path which I have just mentioned and opposite the spot where the Goths had made their camp, and it was at this point that the 50 took their position, standing shoulder to shoulder and arrayed in the form of a phalanx, as well as the limited space permitted. After day came, Totila saw what had happened and was eager to dislodge them. So he immediately sent a troop of horsemen against them, with orders to drive them out from there as quickly as possible. The horsemen accordingly charged upon them with great hubbub and shouting, intending to capture them at the first cry, but the Romans drew up together into a small space, and making a barrier with their shields and thrusting forward their spears, held their ground. Then the Goths came on, charging in haste, and thus getting themselves into disorder, while the 50, pushing with their shields and thrusting very rapidly with their spears, which were nowhere allowed to interfere one with the other, defended themselves most vigorously against their assailants, and they purposely made a din with their shields, terrifying the horses on the one hand by this means, and the men on the other with the points of their spears. And the horses became excited, because they were greatly troubled both by the rough ground and by the din of the shields, and also because they could not get through anywhere, while the men, at the same time, were gradually worn out, fighting as they were, with the men packed so closely together, and not giving an inch of ground, and trying to manage horses that did not in the least obey their urging. So they were repulsed in the first attack and rode back, and a second time they made the attempt and retired with the same experience. Then, after faring thus many times, they no longer continued the attack, but Totila subsisted by substituting another troop for this work. And when they fared as their predecessors had, still others undertook the task. So after Totila had in this way sent in many troops and had accomplished nothing with all of them, he finally gave up. Thus, the 50 won great renown for valour, but 2 of them distinguished themselves particularly in this action, Paulus and Ancillas, who had leapt out from the phalanx and made a display of valour surpassing all others, for they drew their swords and laid them on the ground, and then stretched their bows and kept shooting with a most telling aim at the enemy, and they destroyed many men, and many horses as well, as long as their quivers still held arrows. At length, when their missiles had now entirely failed them, seizing their swords and holding their shields before them, all by themselves they warded off their assailants. But whenever any of their opponents on horseback came at them with their spears, they immediately broke off the heads of the spears with a blow of their swords. But after they had in this manner checked the onrush of the enemy many times, it came about that the sword of one of them, this was Paulus, was bent double by the frequent cutting of the wooden shafts, and so was utterly useless. This was the point at which he immediately threw on the ground his sword, and seizing the spears with both hands, he would wrench them from his assailants, and by wrenching 4 spears from the enemy in this way, in the sight of all, he made himself the chief cause of their abandoning their attempt. Wherefore, in consequence of this exploit, Narses made him a personal guard of his own from that time on. Such was the progress of these events. Both armies now prepared for action, and Narses gathered his army in a small space, and exhorted them as follows. When an army is entering the combat with its strength evenly matched with that of the enemy, a long speech of exhortation and encouragement would perhaps be necessary, of the sort which would inspire men with ardour, in order that, being superior to the enemy, its respect, they might find the issue of the combat wholly what they wish. But in your case, my men, you who have to fight against an army vastly inferior to you in value, in numbers, and in every sort of equipment besides, I think nothing further is necessary than that we enter this agreement with God, propitious to us. Do you then invoke his alliance with unceasing prayer, and so fare forth with great contempt to achieve the overthrow of these robbers, who being originally slaves of the great emperor, and then turning fugitives and setting a tyrant over themselves, who was a worthless fellow from the common rabble, have been able for a certain season to work havoc in the Roman Empire by their thievish actions. And yet, one would have supposed that these men would not even have arrayed themselves against us now, if they had considered the probabilities. Yet they are playing a desperate game with an irrational sort of boldness, and displaying the rashness of frenzy, and in this spirit they dare to embrace a death which obviously awaits them, not shielding themselves by a reasonable hope, nor even looking forward to see what will fall to their lot through a strange and unexpected turn of events, but being indisputably led on by God to their punishment and by their administration of the state. For such men as have been condemned to suffer by the powers above move on to their punishment unaided. But aside from this, while you for your part are entering this combat in defence of a lawful government, they are in revolt against the laws and fighting a battle of desperation, not expecting to transmit anything they hold to any successors, but will assuredly find that it will all perish with them, and that the hope on which they live is ephemeral. Consequently, they deserve thoroughly to be despised. For those who are not organised under law and good government are bereft of all virtue, and the victory naturally is already decided, for victory is not accustomed to range itself against the virtues. Such was the exhortation which Narses made, and Totila likewise, seeing his men in abject terror of the Roman army, called them all together and spoke as follows: "Fellow soldiers, I have brought you together here with the purpose of making a final exhortation. For no other admonition will, I believe, be necessary after this battle, but the result will certainly be that the war will be decided on one day. For so thoroughly have both we and the Emperor Justinian become exhausted and stripped of all our power through being subjected to toils and battles and hardships for an exceedingly long time, and so completely have we found ourselves unable to meet the demands of the war, that if we shall overcome our opponents in this present engagement, they will be utterly unable to come back in the future, while if we meet with any reverse in this battle, no hope will be left to the Goths of renewing the fight, but either side will have in defeat a thoroughly sufficient excuse for inaction. For when men once give up the fight against overwhelming obstacles, they no longer have the courage to return to them. But even when they are perhaps strongly impelled to do so by actual need, their hearts rebel, for the memory of their failure makes their spirit quail. Having heard this, my men, play the part of brave men with all your might, without holding any fighting power in reserve for some other occasion, and put your whole strength into the struggle without trying to save your bodies for another danger. And let there be on your part no sparing of arms or of horses, for they will never again be useful to you. For fortune, having demolished everything else, has preserved only the ultimate hope for this day. Tune your hearts, then, to a high courage, and make ready for deeds of noble daring. For when hope hangs by a thread, as it does now with you, the only safe course will be not to lose courage for the briefest moment of time. For after the point of the crisis has passed, zeal becomes forever worthless, even though it be of an altogether immoderate sort, since the nature of things has no place for valour after the event. For once the need has passed, everything which follows must necessarily be too late. I believe, then, that you should enter the struggle making the best use of every opportunity which presents itself in action, so that you may be enabled also to enjoy the benefits to come from it. and you understand well that in the present situation he who flees thoroughly deserves his own destruction, for men abandon their posts and flee for no other reason than that they may live. But if flight can be seen to involve the death of the fugitive, he who faces the danger will be in much greater safety than the man who flees. But the vast number of the enemy is worthy only to be despised, seeing that they present a collection of men from the greatest possible number of nations. For an alliance which is patched together from many sources gives no firm assurance of either loyalty or power, but being split up in nationality, it is naturally divided likewise in purpose. And do not think that Huns and Lombards and Aruli, hired by them with I know not how many coins, will ever endanger themselves for them to the point of death. For life with them is not so cheap as to take second place to silver in their estimation, but I well know that after making an appearance of fighting, they will desert with all speed, either because they have received their pay, or as carrying out the orders of their own commanders. For even things that seem most delightful, to say nothing of what happens in war, if they do not turn out in accordance with men's wishes, but if they are forced or hired or subject to any other compulsion, then such things will come no longer to be accounted pleasant, but by reason of the compulsion appear detestable. Remembering these things, let us, with all enthusiasm, engage with the enemy. Thus spoke Totila, and the armies drew together for battle and arrayed themselves as follows. All the forces in each army took their stand facing the enemy, making the phalanx as deep as possible, and the front very long. And the Roman left wing was held by Narses and John near the hill, and with them was the flower of the Roman army, for each of them had, apart from the other soldiers, a great following of spearmen and guards and barbarian Huns, all chosen for their valour. And on the right were arrayed Valerian and John the Glutton, along with Dagistheus and all the rest of the Romans. Furthermore, they placed on both wings about 8,000 unmounted bowmen from the regular troops. But at the centre of the phalanx Narses had placed the Lombards and the nation of the Aruli and all the other barbarians, causing them to dismount from their horses and making them infantry, in order that, if it should chance that they turned cowards in the engagement or deserted, they might not be too eager to fly. Now Narses had set the extreme left wing of the Roman front at an angle, placing 1,500 cavalry there, and the instructions previously given provided that the 500, on the one hand, should rush to the rescue the moment that any of the Romans chanced to be driven back, while the 1,000, at the moment when the enemy's infantry began action, were to get behind them immediately and thus place them between two forces, and Totila arrayed his army in the same way opposite his enemy. Then going along his own battle line, he kept encouraging his soldiers with voice and expression, and urging them to boldness. Narses likewise did the same thing, holding in the air bracelets and necklaces and golden bridles on poles, and displaying certain other incentives to bravery in the coming struggle. For some time, however, neither army began battle, but both remained quiet, awaiting the assault of their opponents. But later on, one man of the Gothic army, named Cocas, who had a great reputation as an active fighter, rode his horse out, and came close to the Roman army, and uttered a challenge if anyone was willing to come forth against him in single combat. Now this Cocas happened to be one of the Roman soldiers who had previously deserted to Totila, and immediately one of the spearmen of Narses stood forth against him, a man of Armenian birth named Anzalas, who was likewise mounted on a horse. Cocas then made the first rush and charged his foe in order to smite him with his spear, aiming the weapon at his belly. But Anziles, by suddenly turning his horse aside, caused the charge of the enemy to be futile. By this manoeuvre he was placed on his enemy's flank, and he now thrust his spear into his left side, and Cocas fell from his horse to the ground, and lay there, a dead man. Whereupon a tremendous shout arose from the Roman army, but even then neither side began any fighting. But Totila now went alone into the space between the armies, not in order to engage in single combat, but in order to prevent his opponents from using the present opportunity. For he had learned that the 2,000 Goths who had been missing were now drawing near, and so he sought to put off the engagement until their arrival by doing as follows. First of all, he was not at all reluctant to make an exhibition of the enemy of what manner of man he was. For the armour in which he was clad was abundantly plated with gold, and the ample adornments which hung from his cheek plates as well as from his helmet were not only of purple, but in other respects befitting a king, marvellous in their abundance. And he himself, sitting upon a very large horse, began to perform the dance under arms skilfully between the armies, for he wheeled his horse round in a circle and then turned him again to the other side, and so made him run around and around. And as he rode and hurled his javelin into the air and caught it again as it quivered above him, then passed it rapidly from hand to hand, shifting it with consummate skill, and he gloried in his practice in such matters, falling back on his shoulders and spreading his legs and leaning from side to side, like one who has been instructed with precision in the art of dancing from childhood. By these tactics he wore away the whole early part of the day, and wishing to prolong indefinitely the postponement of the battle, he sent to the Roman army, saying that he wished to confer with them. But Narses declared that he must be trifling, seeing that he had been set on fighting at the time when there was opportunity to make proposals, but now, upon reaching the battlefield, he came forward to parley. Meanwhile, the 2,000 Goths arrived, and when Totila learned that they had reached the stockade, seeing that it was time for the morning meal, he himself went off to his own tent, and the Goths began to break up their formation and retire. But when Totila reached his quarters, he found the 2,000 already present. He then commanded all to take their meals and change his entire equipment. He armed himself with all care with the private soldiers' equipment and led the army out straight away against the enemy, thinking that he would fall upon them unexpectedly and thus overwhelm them. But even so, he did not find the Romans unprepared. For Narses had feared, as actually happened, that the enemy would fall upon them when they were not expecting it, and so he had given orders that not a single man should either sit down to lunch or go off to sleep or even remove his cuirass, nor yet take his bridle off his horse. However, he did not allow them to be altogether without food, but commanded them to eat a small meal in ranks and with their equipment on, meanwhile maintaining a sharp lookout constantly and expecting the attack of the enemy. However, they were no longer arraying in the same formation as before, for the Roman wings, in each of which 4,000 unmounted horsemen had taken their stand, were moved forward at Narses' command, so as to form a crescent, but the Gothic infantry were all placed in a body in the rear of the cavalry, in order that, if the horsemen should be routed, the fugitives might fall back upon them and be saved, and all could then advance immediately together. Now, orders had been given to the entire Gothic army that they should use neither bow nor any other weapon in this battle except their spears. Consequently, it came about that Totila was outgeneralled by his own folly, for in entering this battle he was led by what I do not know, to throw against his opponents his own army with inadequate equipment and outflanked, and in no respect a match for their antagonists. For the Romans, on the one hand, made use of each weapon in the fighting according to the particular need of the moment, shooting the bow or thrusting with spears or wielding swords, or using any other weapon which was convenient and suitable at a given point. Some of them mounted on horses and others entering the combat on foot, their numbers proportioned to the needs of the situation, so that at one point they could carry out an encircling manoeuvre around their enemy, and at another receive a charge, and with their shields stop short the attack. The cavalry of the Goths, on the other hand, leaving their infantry behind and trusting only to their spears, made their charge with reckless impetuosity, and once in the midst of the fray, they suffered for their own folly. For in making their charge against the enemy's centre, they had, before they realised it, placed themselves in between the 8,000 infantry, and being raked by their bow shots from either side, they gave up immediately, since the bowmen kept gradually turning both wings of their front so as to form the crescent which I have just mentioned. Consequently, the Goths lost many men as well as many horses in this phase of the encounter before they had ever engaged with their opponents, and only after they had experienced very heavy losses did they, with difficulty, finally reach the ranks of their enemy. At this point, I cannot admire any of the Romans or of their barbarian allies more than the others, for they all showed a common enthusiasm and displayed the same valour and energy in action, for each of them received the enemy's attack with the utmost vigour and repulsed the assault. And it was now towards evening, when each of the two armies suddenly began to move, the Goths in retreat and the Romans in pursuit. For the Goths could no longer hold out against the onslaught of their enemy, but began to give ground before their attacks, and finally turned precipitously, terrified by their great numbers and their perfect order, and they gave not a thought to resistance, being as filled with terror as if some apparitions of the air had fallen upon them, or as if heaven were warring against them. But when shortly they reached their own infantry, their misfortune was doubled and trebled. But they arrived in such disorder that some of the men were actually destroyed by the onrushing cavalry. Consequently, the infantry did not open intervals to receive them, nor stand fast to rescue them, but they all began to flee precipitously with the cavalry, and in the rout they kept killing each other, just as in a battle at night. Meanwhile, the Roman army, profiting by their panic, continued to kill without mercy all who fell in their way, while their victims offered no defence nor dared look them in the face, but gave themselves up to their enemy to treat as they wished. So thoroughly had terror settled upon them and panic possessed them. 6,000 of the Goths perished in this battle, while great numbers put themselves in the hands of their opponents. These the Romans for the moment made prisoners, but a little later they slew them. And not Goths alone were destroyed, but also great numbers of the old Roman soldiers who had earlier detached themselves from the Roman army and deserted, as I have told in the previous narrative, to Totila and the Goths. But all the soldiers of the Gothic army who had the fortune neither to perish or to come into the hands of their enemy were able to hide or to flee, according as each could avail himself of horse or foot or some good luck, so as to find opportunity for the one or a place for the other. Such was the conclusion of this battle, and complete darkness was already settling down. But Totila, in flight through the night, accompanied by not more than 5 men, one of whom chanced to be Scipio, pursued by some of the Romans who did not know that he was Totila. Among these was Asbodus of the Gepides. This man had drawn close to Totila and was charging him with the purpose of thrusting his spear into his back. But a Gothic youth of the household of Totila, who was following his fleeing master, outraged at what was taking place, cried aloud, "What is this, you dog? Are you rushing to smite your own master?" Then Asbodus thrust his spear with all his strength at Totila, but he himself was wounded in the foot by Skipor and remained there. And Skipor was wounded in turn by one of the pursuers and stopped, whereupon those who had been making the pursuit with Asbordes, 4 in number, gave up the chase in order to save him and turned back with him. But the escort of Totila, thinking that the enemy was still pursuing them, rode forward without pausing, taking him along with them with great determination, though mortally wounded and fainting, for necessity compelled them to that headlong flight. So after covering 84 stades, they came to a place called Capre. Here they rested from travel and endeavoured to treat the wounds of Totila, who not long afterwards completed the term of his life. And there his followers buried him in the earth and departed. Such was the conclusion of the reign and the life of Totila, who ruled the Goths for 11 years. But the end which came to him was not worthy of his past achievements, for everything had gone well with the man before that, and his end was not commensurate with his deeds. But here again fortune was obviously disporting herself and tearing human affairs to shreds, by way of making a display of her own perverse nature and unaccountable will. For she had endowed Totila of her own free will with prosperity for no particular reason for a long time, and then after this smote the man with cowardice and destruction at the present time for no fitting cause. But these things, I believe, have never been comprehensible to man, nor will they ever become so at any future time, and yet there is always much talk on this matter, and opinions are being ever bandied about according to each man's taste, as he seeks comfort for his ignorance and an explanation which seems reasonable. But I shall return to my previous narrative. The Romans, indeed, did not know that Totila had thus taken from the world, until a certain woman of the Gothic race told them and pointed out the grave. But when they heard it, they did not think the story sound, so they came to the spot and with no hesitation dug out the grave and brought up from it the corpse of Totila. Then, they say, after recognising him and satisfying their curiosity with this sight, they again buried him in the earth and immediately reported the whole matter to Narses. But some say that this Totilia's death and this battle happened otherwise than I have told it, and it has seemed to me not improper to record the other version. For these say that the retreat of the Gothic army did not take place in any strange and unaccountable manner, but while some of the Romans were shooting from a distance, a missile from a bow suddenly struck Totila, but not by the purpose of the man who had sent it, for Totila was armed in the fashion of a simple soldier, and the place in the phalanx where he stood had been chosen at random, for he did not wish to be manifested to the enemy, nor would he, of course, expose himself to attack. But some chance prepared this fate for him, and directed the shaft of the man's body. Then he, having suffered a mortal wound, and being tortured with intense pain, withdrew from the phalanx with a few men, and moved slowly away. And as far as Capre he endured the suffering, and continued to ride his horse. But there he fainted, and after that remained there to care for his wound, and not long afterwards the final day of his life came upon him. Meanwhile the Gothic army, not being in any case a match for their opponents, upon seeing also that their commander had been unexpectedly rendered unfit for battle, became thunderstruck to think that Totila alone among them had been mortally wounded, with no design on the part of the enemy, and consequently they became alarmed and discouraged, and were plunged into terror, which had no bounds, and began to retreat in that disgraceful manner. But concerning these matters, let each man speak according to his knowledge. He received them with all kindness and bade them settle on Thracian soil. Narses was overjoyed at the outcome and ceased not attributing everything to God, an opinion which was indeed true, and he proceeded to arrange all urgent matters. And first of all, he was eager to be rid of the outrageous behaviour of the Lombards under his command, for in addition to the general lawlessness of their conduct, they kept setting fire to whatever buildings they chanced upon, and violating by force the women who had taken refuge in the sanctuaries. He accordingly propitiated them by a large gift of money, and so released them to go back to their homes, commanding Valerian and Damianus his nephew, with their commands to escort them on the march as far as the Roman boundary, so that they might harm no one on their return journey. And after the Lombards had departed from Roman territory, Valerian went into camp near the city of Verona, intending to besiege it and win it for the emperor. But the garrison of the city became frightened and opened negotiations with Valerian with the purpose of making a conditional surrender of themselves and the city. When this was learned by the Franks, who were keeping guard in the towns of Venetia, they tried with all eagerness to prevent it, claiming the right to take charge of the land as belonging to themselves. And as a result of this, having accomplished nothing, Valerian retired from there with his whole army. As for the Goths, who had saved themselves by fleeing from the battle, they crossed the Po River and occupied the city of Ticinum and the adjacent country, appointing Tyas as the ruler over them, and he found all the money which Totilia had deposited in Ticinum, and was purposing to draw the Franks into an alliance. He also began to organise and put in order the Goths as well as circumstances permitted, eagerly gathering them all about him. When Narses heard this, he ordered Valerian, with all his force, to maintain a guard near the Po River, so that the Goths might not be at liberty to assemble freely, while he himself with all the rest of the army marched against Rome. And when he came into Tuscany, he took Narnia by surrender, and left a garrison at Spoletum, which was then without walls, instructing them to rebuild as quickly as possible such parts of the fortifications as the Goths had torn down, and he also sent some men to make trial of the garrison at Perusia. Now the garrison of Perusia was commanded by 2 Romans who had become deserters, Meligedius and Ulfius. Meligedius and Ulfius. The latter had formerly been a bodyguard of Cyprian, but had been won over by the large promises made to him by Totilia, and had treacherously killed Cyprian, who then commanded the garrison of that place. Now Meligedius was for accepting the proposals of Narses, and was planning with the men under his command to hand the city over to the Romans, but the party of Ulfius perceived what was going on, and banded together openly against them. In the fight that followed, Ulfius was destroyed together with those who fought as he did, and Meligedius immediately surrendered Perusia to the Romans, and Ulfius obviously suffered retribution from heaven in being destroyed at the very place where he himself had murdered Cyprian. Such was the course of these events. But the Goths, who were keeping guard in Rome, upon learning that Narses and the Roman army were coming against them and were now very near, made preparations to offer the strongest resistance possible. Now it happened that Totilia had burned many buildings of the city when he captured it for the first time. But finally, reasoning that the Goths, reduced as they were to a small number, were no longer able to guard the whole circuit of the wall of Rome, he enclosed a small part of the city with a short wall around the tomb of Hadrian, and, by connecting this with the earlier wall, he made a kind of fortress. There the Goths had deposited their most precious possessions, and they were keeping a careful guard over this fortress, disregarding the rest of the city wall which lay neglected. So, on this occasion, they left a few of their number as guards over this place, while all the rest took their stand all along the battlements of the city wall, because they were eager to test their opponent's skill in attacking walls. Now, the whole circuit wall of Rome was so extraordinarily long that neither could the Romans encompass it in their attacks nor the Goths guard it, so the Romans scattered here and there at random and began to make their attacks, while the others defended themselves as well as circumstances permitted. Thus Narses brought up a great force of archers and delivered an attack on a certain portion of the fortifications, while John, the nephew of Vitellion, was making an assault with his command at another point. Meanwhile, Philomath and the Auruli were harassing another section, and the rest followed at a great distance from them. Indeed, all were fighting at the wall with very considerable intervals between them, and the barbarians gathered at the points of attack and were receiving the assault. But the other parts of the fortifications, which were places where there was no attack being made by the Romans, were altogether destitute of men, all the Goths being gathered, as I have said, wherever the enemy was attacking. In this situation, Narses directed Dagistheus to take a large number of soldiers and the standards of both Narses and John, and equipped with a large number of ladders, to make a sudden assault upon a certain part of the fortifications, which was altogether destitute of guards. So he immediately placed all the ladders against the wall without any opposition, and with no trouble got inside the fortifications with his followers, and they opened the gates at their leisure. This was immediately discovered by the Goths, who no longer thought of resistance, but began to flee, every man of them, wherever each one could. And some of them rushed into the fortress, while others went off on the run to Portus. At this point in the narrative, it occurs to me to comment on the manner in which fortune makes sport of human affairs, not always visiting men in the same manner, nor regarding them with uniform glance, but chancing about, changing with the changes of time and place, and she plays a kind of game with them, shifting the value of the poor wretches according to the variations of time, place, or circumstance, seeing that Bessas, the man who had previously lost Rome, not long afterwards recovered Petra in Lazica for the Romans, and that Dagistheus, on the contrary, who had let Petra go to the enemy, won back Rome for the emperor in a moment of time. But these things have been happening from the beginning, and will always be as long as the same fortune rules over man. Narses now advanced against the fortress with his whole army in warlike array, but the barbarians became terrified, and upon receiving pledges for their lives surrendered both themselves and the fortress with all speed, in the 26th year of the reign of the Emperor Justinian. Thus Rome was captured for the 5th time during his reign, and Narses immediately sent the keys of its gates to the Emperor. At that time it was shown to the world with the greatest clearness that in the case of all men who have been doomed to suffer ill, even those things which seem to be blessings turn out for their destruction, and even when they have fared as they wish, it may be, destroyed together with this same prosperity. For this victory turned out to be for the Roman Senate and the people a cause of far greater destruction in the following manner. The Goths, on the one hand, as by their fighting they abandoned the dominion of Italy, made it an incident of their progress to destroy without mercy the Romans who fell in their way, and the barbarians of the Roman army, on the other hand, treated as enemies all whom they chanced upon as they entered the city. Furthermore, this too befell them. Many of the members of the Senate, by decision of Totilia, had been remaining previously in the towns of Campania, and some of them, upon learning that Rome was held by the emperor's army, departed from Campania and went thither. But when this was learned by the Goths who happened to be in the fortresses there, they searched the whole country and killed all the patricians. Among them was Maximinus, whom I have mentioned in the preceding narrative. It happened also that Totilia when he went from there to encounter Narses, had gathered the children of the notable Romans from each city and selected about 300 of them whom he considered particularly fine in appearance, telling their parents that they were to live with him, though in reality they were to be hostages to him. And at that time Totila merely commanded that they should be north of the Po River, but now Tyas found and killed all of them. Now Ragnaris, a Goth, who commanded the garrison at Tarentum, had received pledges from Pacorus at the emperor's wish, and agreed that he would submit to the Romans as previously stated, and had furnished 6 Goths as hostages to the Romans to make this agreement binding. But upon hearing that Tyas had become king over the Goths, and had invited the Franks into an alliance and wished to engage with the enemy with his whole army, he reversed his purpose completely and refused absolutely to fulfill his agreement. But he was eager and determined to get back the hostages, and so devised the following plan. He sent to Pacorus with the request that a few Roman soldiers be sent to him in order that it might be possible for his men with safety to go to Dryas, and from there to cross the Ionian Gulf and make their way to Byzantium. So Pacorus, being utterly ignorant of the man's purpose, sent him 50 of his men, and when Ragnaris had received them in the fortress, he immediately put them into confinement and sent word to Pacorus that, if it was his wish to recover his own soldiers, he would be obliged to surrender the Gothic hostages. And when Pacorus heard this, he left a few men to keep guard over Dryas, and immediately marched with all the rest of his army against the enemy. Thereupon Ragnaris killed the 50 men immediately, and then led forth the Goths from Tarentum to encounter his enemy. And when they engaged with each other, the Goths were defeated, whereupon Ragnaris, having lost great numbers there, set off in flight with the remnant. However, he was quite unable to get back into Tarentum, since the Romans surrounded it on every side, but he went to Archerontis and remained there. Thus then did these things happen. And not long afterwards the Romans took Portus by surrender, after besieging the place, and likewise a fortress in Tuscany, which they call Nepa, as well as the stronghold of Petrusa, as it is called. Meanwhile, Tyas, considering the Goths by themselves not a match for the Roman army, sent to Theobald, the ruler of the Franks, offering a large sum of money and inviting him to an alliance. The Franks, however, out of regard for their own interest, I suppose, wished to die for the benefit neither of Goths nor Romans, but were eager rather to acquire Italy for themselves, and only to attain this were they willing to undergo the perils of war. Now it so happened that while Totila had deposited some of his money in Ticinum, as previously stated, he had placed the most of it in an exceedingly strong fortress at Cumae, which is in Campania, and he had set guards over this place, appointing as their commander his own brother Herodian. Narses then, wishing to capture this garrison, sent some men to Cumae to besiege the fortress, while he himself remained at Rome, putting it in order, and he sent another force with orders to besiege Centum Cellae. Tyas then became fearful concerning the gods in Cumae and the money, and despairing of his hope of the Franks, he put his forces in array, intending to engage with his enemy. But when Narses perceived this, he ordered John, the nephew of Vitellion, and Philomath to proceed with his own army into the province of Tuscany, in order to take up a position there and check the march of his opponents to Campania, in order that the force besieging Cumae might be able, without fear of molestation, to capture it either by storm or by surrender. But Tyas, leaving the most direct roads very far on the right, took many very long detours, passing along the coast of the Ionian Gulf, and so reached Campania, having eluded his enemy entirely. And when Narses learned this, he summoned the forces of John and Philomath, who were guarding the road through Tuscany, called back Valerian, who was just capturing Pertusa, as it is called, with his men, collected his forces, and himself with his whole army marched into Campania, arrayed for battle. Now there is a mountain called Vesuvius in Campania, which I have mentioned in the previous narrative, remarking that it often gives forth a sound like bellowing, and whenever this occurs the mountain also belches forth a great quantity of hot ashes. So much was said at that point in my narrative. Now, the centre of this mountain, just as is the case with Etna in Sicily, is a natural cavity extending from its base to its peak, and it is at the bottom of this cavity that the fire burns continually, and to such a depth does this cavity descend that, when a man stands on the summit of the mountain and dares to look over the edge from there, the flames are not easily visible, and whenever it comes about that this mountain belches forth the ashes as stated above, the flames also tear out rocks from the bottom of Vesuvius, and hurl them into the air above the summit of this mountain, some of them small, but some exceedingly large, and thus shooting them forth from there, it scatters them wherever they chance to fall, and a stream of fire also flows from the peak, extending from the summit to the very base of the mountain, and even further, resembling in all respects the phenomenon which is observed at Mount Etna, and this stream of fire forms high banks on either side, in cutting out its bed. Now, as the flame is carried along in the channel, it at first resembles a flow of burning water, but as soon as the flame is quenched, the course of the stream is checked immediately, and the flow proceeds no further, and the sediment of this fire appears as mud, resembling ashes. At the very base of this Mount Vesuvius there are springs of water fit to drink, and a river named Dracon proceeds from them, which passes very near the city of Nucria. And it was at this river that the two armies then made camp, one on one side and the other on the other side. Now, while this Dracon is a small stream, it still cannot be crossed either by horsemen or infantry, because, as it flows in a narrow channel and cuts into the earth to a great depth, it makes the banks on both sides overhang, as it were. But whether this cause is to be found in the nature of the soil or of the water, I cannot decide. Now, the Goths had seized the bridge over the river, since they had encamped very near it, and placing wooden towers upon it, they had mounted various engines in them, among them those called ballista, in order that they might be able to shoot from the tower down upon the heads of such of their enemy as harassed them. It was consequently impossible for hand-to-hand engagements to take place, since the river, as I have said, lay between them, but both armies came as close as possible along the banks of the stream, and for the most part used only bows against each other. Some single encounters also took place, when some Goths on occasion, in answer to a challenge, crossed the bridge, and 2 months' time was spent by the armies in this way. Now, as long as the Goths controlled that part of the sea, they maintained themselves by bringing in provisions by ship, since they were encamped not far from the shore. But later on the Romans captured the enemy's boats by an act of treason on the part of a Goth who was in charge of all their shipping, and at the same time innumerable ships came to them, both from Sicily and from the rest of the empire. At the same time Narses also set up wooden towers on the banks of the river, and thus succeeded completely in humbling the spirit of his opponents. The Goths then, becoming alarmed because of these things, and being at the same time hard pressed by want of provisions, took refuge on a mountain which is nearby, called by the Romans in the Latin tongue Milk Mountain. Here the Romans were quite unable to follow them, because the rough terrain made it impossible. But the barbarians immediately repented having gone up there, because they began to be still more in need of provisions, having no means of providing them for themselves and their horses, thinking consequently that death in battle was preferable to that by starvation. They unexpectedly moved out to engage their enemy, falling upon them suddenly and without warning. But the Romans, to ward them off, as well as circumstances permitted, took their stand, not arranging themselves by commanders, or by companies, or by cohorts, nor distinguished in any other manner from one another, but not so as to hear the commands given them in battle, but still determined to put forth all their strength against the enemy, wherever they should chance to stand. Now the Goths were the first to abandon their horses, and all took their stand on foot, facing their enemy in a deep phalanx, and then the Romans too, observing this, let their horses go, and all arrayed themselves in the same manner. Here shall be described a battle of great note, and the heroism of one man inferior, I think, to that of none of the heroes of legend, that, namely, which Titus displayed in the present battle. The Goths, on the one hand, were driven to be courageous by despair of the situation, while the Romans, on the other hand, though they could see that the enemy had become desperate, withstood them with all their strength, blushing to give way to a weaker force. Thus, from both sides, they charged their nearest opponents with great fury, the one army courting death and the other desiring to make a display of valour. Now, the battle began early in the morning, and Titus, easily recognised by all, stood with only a few followers at the head of the phalanx, holding his shield before him and thrusting forward his spear. And when the Romans saw him, thinking that, if he himself should fall, the battle would be instantly decided in their favour, all those who laid claim to valour concentrated on him, and there was a great number of them, and they all directed their spears at him, some thrusting and others hurling them. He himself, meanwhile, covered by his shield, received all their spears, and by a sudden charge he slew a large number. And whenever he saw that his shield was filled with spears fixed to it, he would hand this over to one of his guards and take another for himself. And he continued fighting in this manner for the third part of the day, and at the end of that time his shield had 12 spears stuck into it, and he was no longer able to move it where he wished and repel his assailants. So he eagerly called one of the bodyguards without leaving his post so much as a finger's breadth, nor giving ground, nor allowing the enemy to advance, nor even turning around and covering his back with his shield, nor in fact did he even turn sideways, but as if fastened to the ground, he stood there, shield in hand, killing with his right hand and parrying with his left, and calling out the name of the bodyguard. And the guard was now at his side with the shield, and Titus immediately sought to take this in exchange for the one weighed down with spears. And while he was doing so, his chest became exposed for a brief instant of time, and it chanced that at that moment he was hit by a javelin, and died instantly from the wound. And some of the Romans raised his head aloft on a pole, and went about showing it to both armies, to the Romans in order that they might be encouraged, and to the Goths that they might in despair make an end of the war. But not even then did the Goths abandon the struggle, but they kept fighting until night, although well aware that their king was dead. But when it began to grow dark, the two armies separated and passed the night on the battlefield in their equipment. And on the following day they arose at dawn, and arraying themselves in the same manner, they fought until nightfall, neither army retiring before the other, nor being routed, nor even giving ground, though large numbers were being slain on both sides, but they kept at it with the fury of wild beasts by reason of their bitter hatred of each other, the Goths on the one hand knowing well that they were fighting their last battle, and the Romans on the other refusing to be worsted by them. But finally the barbarians sent to Narses some of the notables, saying that they had learned that the struggle they had taken up was against God, for they recognised, they said, the power that was arrayed against them, and since they were coming to realise by what had happened the truth of the matter, they were desirous from now to acknowledge defeat and give up the struggle, not however to obey the emperor, but to live in independence with some of the other barbarians, and they begged that the Romans concentrated to them a peaceful withdrawal, not begrudging them a reasonable settlement, but presenting them in fact with their own money as travelling funds, that money namely, which each of them had previously deposited in the fortresses of Italy. These proposals Narses took under consideration. Now John the nephew of Vitellion advised that they should allow this request, and not carry on battle further with men who courted death, nor expose themselves to those whose daring was sprung from despair of life, an attitude which proves dangerous not only for those possessed by it, but also for their opponents. For victory, he said, is sufficient for the wise, but extravagant desires might perhaps turn out even to a man's disadvantage. Narses followed this suggestion, and they came to terms, agreeing that the remainder of the barbarians, after receiving their own money, should depart immediately from all of Italy, and that they should no longer wage war in any way against the Romans. Now 1,000 Goths in the midst of the negotiations detached themselves from the main body, and under command of different men, among whom was the Indulf, whom I have mentioned before, proceeded to the city of Ticinum and the country beyond the Po, but all the rest gave sworn pledges and confirmed all the details of the agreement. Thus the Romans captured Cumae and all that remained, and the 18th year, as it closed, brought the end to this Gothic war, the history of which Procopius has written.